tornado!
In the tornado right here!
Tornado! We deploy!
Power lines are coming down! Stop it right here! Stop right here!
We gotta back up!
Back it up! Back it up!
Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone! Right now! Iowa! Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't the general disclaimer, obviously I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, there's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The first out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
Flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it
right here. Stop right here.
We gotta back up!
Back it up. Back it up.
Oh, roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cappucci. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't
The general disclaimer, obviously, I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The first out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
What's going on, folks? Meteorologist Mike Linden here, coming at you live from the MyRadar studio in Orlando, Florida. It is Friday, March 14th, Pi Day, but that's where the fun kind of stops. We are looking at significant severe weather across most of the United States, particularly in the Midwest, the Corn Belt, and especially so in the Deep South today, and particularly tomorrow. Now is the time to make sure that you have the MyRadar app downloaded. Of course, you can follow us across all of our various social media platforms. But let's jump right into it, Jack. Let's pull up the app here, and I want to show people what's going on. We have got some really intense, severe weather that is unfolding as it stands right now. Check it out here. This is a look at all of these active severe thunderstorm warnings. Anywhere where you are seeing that yellow box, those are presently severe thunderstorms. If I go in here, we're going to turn up the outlooks just for a moment so you guys can see this. All of these colors, what they mean. The red color here, this is a moderate risk of severe weather, meaning a 4 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. Just behind it here, where the storms are right now, is an enhanced risk of severe weather. A 3 out of 5, yellow is slight, green, marginal. But this red 4 out of 5, that is not something to ignore. That is quite significant severe weather-wise. And we are certainly looking at a long night out ahead of us. And we are here to walk you through things. Of course, we are live across all of our social media platforms. We are also going to be live here on TikTok. I hit go live here, Jack, but it's not clear whether or not we are live. If you can confirm that we're live on TikTok. I'm not seeing the chat. Oh, I see likes coming in. So there must be, oh, I see it. Weird. Okay, so the TikTok studio is just acting strange. But either way, we are live across all of our platforms, of course, in the MyRadar app. We are on TikTok, YouTube, Big shout out to Twitch as well. We see you folks watching us there. X, Facebook, we are everywhere. So there's so much going on. We're just going to have to walk through things as they develop. What I will say, though, if there is an active tornado warning, that is what is going to grab our attention, and we are going to start chatting about that. So I see you folks that are watching on TikTok. Let me know in the comments if you have any questions for me as things develop. All right. So let's go back over here. We're going to go into the MyRadar app. I'm just going to bring the opacity down a little bit so we can see here what's going on. We will have coverage coming soon from storm chaser Jordan Hall. He is out in the field. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci was going to be joining us tonight, but based on what's happening tomorrow, we'll talk about that in a moment, we are rerouting him and sending him to the deep south. Things are going to get really interesting down there tomorrow. Okay, so we've got this line here of severe thunderstorms. Really what's happening here, if I put things into motion, and let me speed it up just a little bit, you'll see that we've got a lot of the energy coming in from the south, right? So, of course, the center of low pressure, if I go into the app, we're going to turn on the fronts here and I zoom out, you can see that there's really, it's pretty far north. It's up here near Grand Forks. So we've got this huge area of low pressure. Fronts off to its west. We have another area of low pressure right here over western Kansas. Now, as this rotates counterclockwise, all of that moisture coming in from the Gulf is surging northward. Meanwhile, we have winds coming in and rushing in from the west. So that's where you're getting that shear in the lower levels. Of course, wind shear, meaning winds at opposite heights, not opposite, but at differing heights, speeds. And that is why you are getting tornadic development. It gives you that spin in the lower portion of the atmosphere. That's what you need to really get going. Now, eventually, if that turns vertical, that's where, of course, you get tornadoes touching down. Things are maybe a little too fast. Let me slow it down just a little bit. But you can see that earlier today, we had these individual little dots as they work their way northward. Now, especially so tomorrow, those little dots are where things become rather problematic, right? When they become more linear, it can still be rather rough. I mean, look at this line of severe thunderstorm warnings, right? But typically when storms like this come together in that more organized line, that's where it's more of the wind threat than it is the tornadic supercell threat. These storms want to be by themselves. They do not want to share the energy with storms that are nearby. I can't tell whether or not the TikTok chat is working either, Jack. I'm not seeing any comments come in. It's possible that no one is commenting or something's bugged on my end. I see that there are people in here. We've got 1,000 likes, but I can't see whether or not there's any comments coming in. And if that's the case, I'm just going to have to restart it. It's super strange. So just want to make sure that people are able to ask their questions. All right. So pull that down. Of course, we are live across all of our social media platforms. So that's what we've got going on right now. It's going to be a long night, folks. I mean, again, this moderate risk area, we're just now seeing the storms enter that as they push eastward toward Jefferson City, Des Moines, Quincy, Burlington. I mean, and that's pushing into portions of Illinois, right? You can see Urbana, Peoria, Springfield, St. Louis, Missouri. So right there on that line. There's quite a few states that are involved in the action here, and we will be taking you through every step of the way. I'm going to switch to the velocity for a moment here. This is going to show us whether or not we're seeing any embedded spin within this line. And again, to be quite candid, not really seeing too much of it. Remember, red in this instance represents winds going away from the radar. Green represent winds going toward the radar. And in this case, I am using the radar right here, KEAX, near Independence. So that is effectively the home there for the radar. And again, green representing winds going toward it, red away from it. In this instance, we know that the winds in the green are basically coming in from the south, and that the winds that are in red are mostly going to the north, right? With the winds coming in from the west, giving it that necessary ingredient for the shear. But right here near Clinton, that's the one spot that really jumps out at me the most. So when you start to see the red within the green there, or that's where you're starting to give the signs that there is something going on there in terms of some form of embedded spin. Now, again, in this line as a whole, it's very possible for us to get rotation. I mean, you're kind of seeing that as of right now in this particular severe thunderstorm. Let's read it here. 9 more minutes to go on this. I would imagine, given the characteristics that we're seeing right now, it's part of this very large line that the National Weather Service has highlighted that this will likely get extended. But as it stands right now, we don't have a tornado warning. I don't believe that we have a tornado warning anywhere in this line, which is good. And we are losing the prime heating of the day, right? We're at the point, we're in the back 9 where things are beginning to cool down a little bit here. But needless to say, there are comments in the chat. I'm not seeing any comments in the chat, Jack. That is so strange. I guess I'm just going to have to stop it and then just restart it. I'm sorry, folks. I can't see any of the comments coming in. That's the weirdest thing. Extended chat? No, it's not. It's not giving me anything. I can't see any comments. That's weird. TikTok, stand by. I'm going to restart this, and then we will be right back. Okay? So I'm going to end the live stream on TikTok. That's so weird. It's the first time we've had an issue on that platform in that sense. So let me trigger it again here. Go live. Man, that's a bummer. Okay. We are live again. We'll see what happens if people start to join. I'm not seeing any comments coming in. Oops. I'm just seeing an advertisement in here. All right. We've got people watching on all of our other platforms, which is great. Jack, if for whatever reason I can't get that fixed, then we are going to have to figure something else out here for TikTok. I guess I can pull it up on my computer and I can respond to comments that way. Man, when technology doesn't behave for you, right? Things are just not ideal. All right, I see people are coming in to TikTok here. Let me know if you guys are... Let me know if the... if things are working. Jack, let me know if you see comments coming in on TikTok. I don't understand what's going on over there. But either way, we are a lot... Sees comments. This is the weirdest thing. Okay. I'm going to pull it up over here. Yeah, it's the weirdest thing. I'm not seeing any comments coming in. All right. I've got the chat. Wow, I see them flying in over here, but not on the studio. I don't understand that at all. All right, so just going to have to move some things around in front of me here, and then I'll be able to answer the questions coming in on TikTok. So bear with me, folks. Someone says, I'm commenting over and over again in case you see it. It's the weirdest thing. I'm not seeing it here in the TikTok studio. So perhaps there's a way, Jack, that we can figure that out. I don't know. Okay, I have no clue what's going on there. And I'm not even seeing the metrics. I don't know. So weird. Okay. All right. Anyway, we're back, folks. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. We're coming at you live from the MyRadar studio in Orlando, Florida. It is, of course, Friday, March 14th, Pi Day, and we are looking at a very, very active severe weather day out ahead of us here. I see so many folks in TikTok here. I'm just going to have to look off to the side. I usually have the chat right here in front of me. That's a bit of a bummer, but hey, we make do, right? So, all right. I will take some time to answer any of your questions. I see you folks watching on Twitch. Shout out to our family over there on Twitch. Our awesome moderators. We got people over there. Sandy Rose watching on YouTube. We got David asking, how fast is this storm moving? So are you talking about the whole line as a whole? It's moving fairly fast. I mean, the possibilities out of this line are to get 70 to potentially 90 mile per hour winds. There could certainly be some tornadoes out of this. In fact, I expect to see them. But when it comes to what we're seeing right now, that is not the case. It's mainly just a line of severe thunderstorms right now. You can see it kind of inching away there. Jack, maybe what I'll have to do on Facebook is, or TikTok rather is just restart the TikTok studio and then come back to it. That's so annoying. Because I see. Okay. All right, TikTok, stand by. I'm going to try and fix this. Very annoying. All right. And then, Jack, let me know we can do the app push. Oh, boy. Everything should be back. Oh, it's going to put it over here on this window. Maybe I'll start it on this window, Jack, and then I'll move it. That could be what's going on. Okay. Okay, fantastic. It's going to be a long night, folks. We are geared up for the long haul here. Okay. I didn't log out, Jack. I just restarted it. Okay. I'm going to leave it on this screen for a moment, and we'll see what happens. Just trying to make sure that everybody that can watch us is able to interact with us. It looks like it's back up, but again, I'm still not seeing any comments necessarily. We'll see when people start joining. It's not even updating for me and showing me the number of viewers here, which is a little troubling. I don't want to restart this whole computer, obviously, Jack. That would not be ideal. But we will make do as best we can. Very annoying. Yeah, I see people in the chat here. So that stinks. We'll see if that gets fixed. Jack, if you can find a solution. I don't know. Annoying. But we will make do as best we can. At least we've tried. That's the most important thing. Hey, it is what it is. All right. You know what? I'm going to do this. Don't take my my web browser for a second. I have a better idea. Okay, sweet. So frustrating. Okay, I have an idea. Oh, the chat's 90. Where did it go? Bear with me, folks. TikTok is tweaking. You're not kidding about that. All right. I think we're good. I have a solution here, Jack. It's not ideal, but it is what it is. All right. Okay. TikTok, I see you now. I see you now. Can you see me? You should be able to. I'm just going to rearrange some other things here. Oh, that's so annoying. But I got it. I see all the comments. I'm not going to be able to moderate anything. Oh, can I? Ooh, I can. All right. We're great. Folks, what's going on? Let's start from the top, Jack, and then I think from there we can do this big push. And we can get this show on the road, huh? Stumbling out of the starting blocks here, but we got it here. All right. My name is meteorologist Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. It is March 14th, Pi Day. And it is likely going to be a very, very active day of severe weather. One that particularly so tomorrow could be one of the more significant severe weather days that parts of the Deep South have ever seen. I've seen a lot of folks talking about comparing tomorrow to April 27th, 2011. That, of course, is a very significant day in the history of Alabama, Mississippi. Very, very concerning stuff. But today, we are tracking this severe weather. If I go back into the app here, Jack, I'm going to pull up the Outlook. We'll brighten things up a little bit. This red color here, right? It looks like a big steak from Jackson, Mississippi, north to Memphis, Tennessee, to St. Louis, Des Moines, This is a moderate risk of severe weather. That is a 4 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. So we are nearing the top of the scale here. So things, we need to be very, very aware of what's going on. The threat here are damaging, destructive winds between 70 and 90 miles per hour, in addition to strong tornadoes. Those are possible out of this as well. Not to mention that we could also be looking at large hail as well, up to baseball size. Now, Jack, if we switch it back over to the web browser here for just a moment, I want to talk about tomorrow very briefly, and then we'll do this push for today. So, of course, I have to refresh my page here. Stand by. I would have to imagine the SPC is slammed with internet traffic here. So let me switch to this one here, Jack. Okay. So right here, can you guys see this pink color there? That is a high risk of severe weather. Bear in mind, this is for tomorrow. The SPC has only done this 3 times, issuing a high risk for a day 2, right? 2006, 2012, and now 2025. So it's the first time in 13 years that this has ever been issued for day 2, high risk. That is as high as it goes on their scale. We're talking Birmingham, Jackson, Mississippi, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, Alabama, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, 2.7 million people. Now, I'm just going to show you here some of the words. A tornado outbreak is likely, some of which will be long track and potentially violent. Those are not words that are just thrown out. I mean, shoot, even a day in advance, right? Very concerning language from the Storm Prediction Center. Jack, Jordan needs the Zoom link. He just messaged me. So very concerning stuff. But Jack, if you want to switch it back to the app in the meantime. That's for tomorrow. But we will be with you tonight. There's so much going on. Irina, thank you for watching. Appreciate it very, very much. Someone on Twitch there, Chaotic Gabs, doing storm prep already. Yeah, I mean, this is a day where you need to be prepped ahead of time. It is certainly not a day to take lightly. It is most definitely something where you need to be prepared well ahead of time. So strange that I can't see any of the comments coming in on TikTok. Looks like we got Jordan's stream there. I see him, which is great. We're going to pull him up momentarily. Oh man, I can't, can only mute. That's a bummer. On TikTok here, I don't really have great functionality there to moderate, but either way, hope you folks are doing well. We got almost 400 people watching on TikTok. Thank you so much for joining us. If you'd be so kind, be sure, of course, as well on TikTok to follow us. It's totally free to do so. The app that I'm using as well, this is the MyRadar app, of course. It is right here on my shirt. It's completely free to download across all major mobile platforms. We're talking iOS, Android, Windows. You can even take it with you in the car with Android Auto and Apple CarPlay. Got a lot of folks here in TikTok, someone asking about Tupelo, Mississippi, Dawsonville, Kentucky. Gabrielle asking, how will things look tomorrow night in Georgia? So for Georgia tomorrow night, the storm is likely to push to you pretty late into the evening. But out ahead of that, things are going to be potentially pretty rough here for our friends in Alabama and Mississippi with that high risk. Again, we're still watching this line of severe thunderstorms here that continues to trudge eastward, now entering into that moderate risk area. It doesn't necessarily mean that this is when things are going to really get going. These are all issued probabilistically in the sense where conditions exist. It is effectively the forecast, and this is kind of the period of time here for the next several hours and likely into the overnight hours where things are most likely to get the spiciest, so to speak. We've got this big line here, and remember that out of this line of storms, that doesn't necessarily give you that kind of upper bound limit there in terms of a storm kind of going off on its own and really tearing things up, right? Supercell thunderstorms want to be by themselves, right? They want to be alone. They're very selfish in that sense, where they don't want to share the energy in the atmosphere with anything else around it. We're going to see that tomorrow. I mean, I can show you some model runs a little bit later, but for now, we're focusing on what's happening here as things push into Missouri, into parts of Iowa, and eastward toward Indiana and Illinois. You guys get your questions into me. We're going to bring Jordan Hall here in soon. I see his camera. He should be able to chat with us before things get wild. We'll have the opportunity to talk to him if you guys have any questions for Jordan. Got a question here from Twitch. Chances on the enhanced risk shifting east more? I assume you're referring to tomorrow. Tomorrow, I mean, it's possible to see that shift eastward. I would say that given what is likely coming tomorrow, you just need to be prepared for really anything. If you're like, we're talking a few miles outside of the enhanced risk zone, you should almost plan as if you were in it, right? I would say for folks that are in South Carolina, eastern Georgia, and even the Florida Panhandle, closer to Jacksonville, you're mainly just going to get strong, damaging winds blown through. But shoot, we had a marginal risk here in Central Florida the other day and had an EF2 tornado touchdown. So you just have to be prepared, right? If you fail to prepare, then prepare to fail, right? Question here from Twitch. Hey, from the UK, what up? Currently teaching myself meteorology. Awesome. Very interesting stuff. Hope everyone stays safe. Hey, thank you for watching very, very much. Someone on YouTube says, been on the MyRadar app for years. Your channel sends me alerts before anyone else does. Thank you very much, Jane. Appreciate it very much. Glad that we are providing some value to you. We got 620 people here in TikTok. I can't see if anybody is sending gifts, which stinks. For whatever reason, the TikTok live studio is just not behaving for me, which is really unfortunate that I can't see the comments kind of coming in real time here. Rather, I can see them coming in real time, but I can't moderate them as I'd like to. It's so frustrating, I can't begin to tell you, but it's something that we'll have to address as we get into tomorrow's stream. It's all good. At least I can see your comments, and they are flying in here. Quad City, Illinois, someone is asking. Hang on one second. Didn't want to cough into the mic here. We got people asking about Illinois. What does it look like in Omaha, Nebraska, Noblesville, Indiana? Listen, folks, this is an instance here where these storms are going to pick up intensity here over the next several hours. You can see that this moderate risk area here, and I'm doing this all in the MyRadar app. This is totally free to do. There are, of course, premium features, but to be able to show the outlook, that is completely free. And you can see this moderate risk is huge, right? Let me see how many people are in this. Almost 13 million people are at risk there in that red color. That includes Columbia, Missouri, St. Louis, Missouri, Cape Girardeau, Jonesboro, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, Jackson, Mississippi, Urbana, Illinois, Peoria, Indiana, Cedar Rapids. You're right there on that line too. So this is a fairly big moderate risk area here. I will say that right now we're kind of seeing a lot of the storm formation happening up north, but it's kind of the southern zone that I'm really kind of cluing in on here. We're talking Jonesboro. We're not seeing much of anything down here just yet. Let me switch to that radar. I don't think that we are seeing any storm initialization there just yet. I mean, some weak stuff. If I switch to Little Rock. Yeah, I mean, not much is going on down that way. It's starting to kind of fire up here near Springfield. Let me switch to that radar. So yeah, maybe we'll stay here for right now instead of the more northerly radar. And I've got the MyRadar app pulled up as well here on an iPad just next to me. Jack, if you want to take that, we can show some folks. I see it above my head there, but if you want to take it in full here. So as soon as Jack pulls it up here, all good. You guys can see it above my head, not on TikTok, but in the MyRadar app. Really great feature here is if you go into the layers menu, it looks like that stack of cards. And we scroll down here, you see video storm chasers. You toggle that on, it will show you a bunch of storm chasers that are streaming right now, courtesy of our partners over at Severe Studios. And all you got to do is tap on them, and you can see their stream. There's Hunter Hurley. Looks like he's hanging out. We got someone up here just west of him, Ryan Scholl. Looks like he is on a storm there. He's watching the line as it's coming in. And this is completely free to use right out of the box with MyRadar. There's Jordan Hall. Of course, we'll pull his camera up in a minute. He is in southern Arkansas. You guys can see it now, right? So let me show you again how to do that. Into the layers menu, it looks like the stack of cards on the toolbar. If you scroll down, video/storm chasers, all you got to do is turn that on, and you'll see all of these play buttons appear on the map. These are storm chasers right now. So let's go back to Ryan Scholl here, and boom. We'll take that, and there we go. That's a live feed. There it is. How cool is that, right? That feature is totally free to download, or to use, by the way, in the MyRadar app. So download it and check it out. We, of course, are waiting on chatting with Jordan Hall. Jack, can you take his feed? He is on a wildfire south in Arkansas, I believe. I can see his camera shot there. I think that he's flying his drone and I just saw the drone. Yeah, there it is. There's Jordan. So we will be chatting with Jordan as things go. Oh, he's in Doniphan. Try my best with the pronunciations. You guys can help me in TikTok here. Missouri. Apologies. So you can see the smoke there coming off of that fire that is actively burning. That, of course, is a threat out of this that we have not even talked about at all, where we've got this rather significant critical wildfire risk, particularly in Texas, all part of this giant low-pressure center. I mean, this is going to be a super active 48, if not 72 hours. So we will be here every step of the way. Of course, we are streaming live across all of our social media platforms. I've got the comments in front of me from YouTube, Facebook, X. I see TikTok as well. I'm going to try my best to answer as many of them as they come. And we got 1,300 people watching right now on TikTok. Big shout out to all of y'all. Again, if you haven't already, be sure to follow us here on TikTok. Help us get to 150,000 followers. It's totally free to follow us. And of course, that way you know whenever we go live, whenever we drop a new TikTok. It's totally free to do so. We would love for you to follow us. And again, tap on the screen, send us some likes as well. All of that, of course, really helps in the magical TikTok algorithm, right? Again, we'd really appreciate it. And hey, while you're at it, share the live stream wherever you are watching us on. Even in the MyRadar app as well, you can share the live stream. So please do so to make sure that we are keeping an eye on our friends and family, because again, that's really the best that you can rely on here. You need to have multiple ways to receive alerts. Of course, MyRadar or NOAA Weather Radio. Of course, local television stations are all going to be covering this in these areas. You need to have many different ways in which to receive critical life-saving information in the event that a tornado warning pops up over you. Okay? Dominican Poppy here says, so I'm in Illinois. Am I going to be... Yeah. Listen. It's all about preparation, okay? You need to be prepared. That is the key. Panicking does you no good. I had a rough day yesterday. I'll tell you that much without getting into details. I had a real rough day yesterday, and it was weighing on my mind, even a little bit even now. But the best thing that you can do, and even yesterday, I was making sure I was prepared for today. That's the best that you can do. Jack, if you want to pull up here the MyRadar app, we will revisit Jordan, and maybe you put Jordan above my head there, just for now. And then, Jack, I think we're ready to do the push whenever you are here. Again, I've given up on the fact that the TikTok studio is not performing as it should. Very frustrating, but it's definitely something, Jack, that we'll have to figure out. Perhaps it's a matter of just uninstalling TikTok studio and reinstalling it. I have no idea. But either way, I can see the chat. It's just not... It's just in multiple different places. It's very annoying. But hey, it is what it is. Yeah, let's do it. Do the push, and then I will start it off from the top here, Jack. And then just let me know when people start to join there. We're about to do a push notification to the MyRadar users that may not know that we are streaming live and talking severe weather. So we're going to re-rack it to the top here. It is 5:44 Eastern Time. We've got so much more to go here. And we will be here with you. All right. Thank you so much for taking your time to watch us this evening. Of course, if you're in any of the risk areas, we will try our very best to make sure that you are in the loop for all active severe weather. Jack, just let me know when you start to see the numbers climb, and I will just jump. Cool. Great. What's going on, everybody? My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar here in our beautiful studio, coming to you live in Orlando, Florida. It is Pi Day, March 14th, 2025, but that's kind of where the pleasantries end. Mother Nature has other plans for Pi Day. We're going to jump right into the MyRadar app here. Of course, I am using it on Windows. You can download it for free on all major mobile platforms, iOS, Android. You can even download it on your Amazon devices too. I don't want to say the trigger word because I know folks, it will send them off. I hate when people do that. So here is, you can see this red color. I'm going to turn it up just a little bit here. This is a moderate risk for severe weather. That is a 4 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. As high as it goes is a level 5. We've got that tomorrow for day 2, Saturday, in parts of the Deep South, Mississippi, and Alabama. For the record, there have only been 3 times that the Storm Prediction Center has ever done that before. Issued a day 2 high risk, 2006, 2012, and now 2025. It's been 13 years since that last happened. We'll talk more about tomorrow for a lot tonight, but first I want to focus on what's going on right now. So in that red risk area, we are talking roughly 13 million people. Memphis, Tennessee, St. Louis, Missouri, Des Moines, Iowa, Jackson, Mississippi, Springfield, Illinois. This is a large area for severe weather. We are tracking not only the potential for a few strong tornadoes out of this, but possibly destructive winds of 70 to 90 miles per hour, okay? On top of that, baseball-size hail. Of course, the one time I don't have the 3D printed hailstone, Jack, to be able to show people what that looks like, I think it's over near my desk, but don't worry about it. That as well is a threat out of this. That's just for today. That threat is going to persist for the next several hours, likely into the overnight hours. We do indeed have a tornado watch that has been issued. Let me turn off that Outlook momentarily, and I'm going to go into the weather alerts menu. We're going to open this, and I'm going to show you the watch, right? This yellow outline here, that's for St. Louis, Missouri, Jefferson City, Columbia, Quincy, and does extend south into parts of Arkansas. Searcy, Conway, Russellville, Harrison are all part of that tornado watch. That is until 11 o'clock Central Time. Now, the wording here from the National Weather Service is they choose their words very, very wisely, okay, when they write out anything that they send out to the public, okay? So they write several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely, not possible, likely. Now, the word intense there is important, right? Intense means, effectively, means anything EF2 and above. Now, I know that may sound scary, right? But you need to be prepared. Being prepared is how you can literally save your life. You need to know where the safe place is in your home. I live here in Florida. I don't have a basement. The water table is too high. But that is the safest place for you to be. Unless you have a storm shelter, of course, that's fantastic. But a basement is going to be your best bet. If you don't have a basement, hey, I don't have a basement either. It's no big deal. You need to know where that safe place is. And more than likely, it is a crawl space under the stairs. It's an area very central in your home with as much of the house protecting you from the outside. If you're in a room with a window, you're in the wrong room. If you're on the second floor, you're definitely in the wrong place. And make sure that, of course, there's enough room for you and your family. Don't forget about the pets as well. I had to go into my safe place the other day when I was in a meeting for MyRadar, 9:30 in the morning, and an EF2 tornado touched down in Central Florida. The strongest tornado in Central Florida since 1998, and that was a marginal risk day, mind you. So again, preparation is key here. Knowing where to go is so important. Okay. As it stands right now, it's a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, right? And if I switch here to the velocity, this is the per station radar feature in MyRadar. It is a premium feature, but if you if you want to give it a shot, there is a free trial for the premium features. You get the per station. It eliminates the ads in both the app and in the videos. You also get access to the hurricane tracker, historical radar, which I'll show you here momentarily. That's an amazing feature. And you can also take MyRadar with you in the car with a feature we call Routecast with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. So the radar product that I'm looking at right here that you can select here is Velocity. Now, Velocity is looking at winds, particularly the direction in which the winds are going. In this instance, I forgot which radar we're using here. It's KEAX. That's the radar that we have selected, okay? Green is representing winds going toward the radar. Red is representing winds going away from the radar. So when you start to see something like this a little bit down in Lincoln, that's very messy, all of kind of the splotches, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say, right? That's where you're starting to see some twisties, right? You're getting winds going in opposite directions, right? And when that happens, that is one of the ingredients for a tornado to develop. Of course, you need many things, but in this instance, we have, and let me show you here, I'm going to go into the app. We're going to go into the layers menu. Again, it looks like the stack of cards on the toolbar, and I'm going to toggle the winds on here. Now, first, I'm going to show you the winds on the ground, or close to the ground, right? Notice we have those winds flying in from the south for the most part, okay? You're starting to see some over here on the left-hand side of the screen coming in from the southwest, but largely those winds are south-southwest, okay? TikTok, I see your questions. I will get to as many of them as I possibly can, okay? This is a marathon, not a sprint, okay? Now watch what happens when I switch from ground to the jet stream. Jet stream is the air upstairs, right? Notice that we are seeing those winds, at least right here, similar to the ground-based winds. That is why, at least as it stands right now, you're not getting any of these storms getting that tornadic development as it stands right now. From the surface all the way up high, you're seeing winds in similar direction. Now, of course, the winds at height are moving way faster than they are at the surface. But if we start to see the winds at the surface coming in differently than the south-southwest, because remember, this trough here, if I zoom out by trough, like a big U shape, right? That trough is coming in from the southwest. We do have winds that are coming in from the south. And of course, that is where, if I switch back here, watch right near the severe thunderstorm warnings, those winds are coming in seemingly straight from the south, right here. You guys can see my mouse cursor, right? You should be able to. I see it here on this screen, so you should be able to. Let me know in the comments if you guys can see my mouse cursor. I usually ask, I haven't done that already, but let me know if you can see it. I'm wiggling it around here. You should be able to see my mouse cursor. All right. Yes, yes. Okay, fantastic. Great. So the wind's coming in from the south. That's why you're not getting a lot of that spin, right? You are seeing severe thunderstorms. Of course, that's because right now, if I switch back to the jet stream and I zoom things out here, this is a big, nasty trough here that, I mean, just look at this big trough. It's truly wild here. You've seen a lot of interesting features. You got low pressure right here spinning clockwise west of Topeka. That's kind of, I'm trying to look for a good analogy here. It's like a giant Rube Goldberg machine, right? Where we've got low pressure up to our north, up here. Then you've got this low right here spinning, but we also have this split in the jet stream here, where you have winds kind of coming up and over the Rocky Mountains, but then we have this dip in the jet stream that's going into parts of Mexico. Now, what's most important here is that if you look at the jet stream that's going over the Gulf here and working its way northward, that is pushing northward so much moisture, right? In the sense where all of that, hit the microphone there, all of that moisture is going to surge northward. And with that, provide what we call CAPE, convective available potential energy. Again, CAPE, C-A-P-E. And that CAPE is effectively fuel or the juice that you need for buoyancy, right? For the moisture to rise in the atmosphere. Of course, warm air rises, but it's effectively a measurement of the intensity that things can get. I'll tell you this, and we can look at models later. It's going to be a long night. The CAPE is rather high tomorrow, along the deep south. Now, that is not an indication or a guarantee, I should say, of us seeing tornado development, right? But it is most definitely an indication of what to be prepared for. And that is why, and I'll pull it up here in a moment from the National Weather Service, that is why we are taking this event very seriously. Again, if you are just joining us, Jack, for just a moment, we don't have any tornado warnings, so we can jump around a little bit and look at some stuff going on tomorrow. We do have that moderate risk today, but for tomorrow, Jack, if you want to switch over to my web browser computer, we will show folks the day 2 risk. Okay? What a funny TikTok name there. Bro don't know anything about the weather. Sure. Just have dedicated my life to it. Nope. You're right. I don't want to say your name on the TikTok chat, but it's funny. I'll give you that. So I think I heard founder and CEO of MyRadar, Andy Green, walking around out there. I swear I heard him. I swear, I'm not making that up. But I mean, the gremlins that live here in this studio, who knows? But Jack, if you can switch to the web browser whenever you hear me here, I want to show folks the day 2 risk tomorrow. Again, that would be Saturday the 15th. Now, folks, in history, the Storm Prediction Center has only issued a day 2 high risk 3 times. 2006, 2012, and now 2025. That is an incredibly significant development. I'll say this, as a meteorologist, we were watching this development days ahead of time. We're not in the business of hyping things up and just to get attention. We're trying to make sure that y'all can pay attention. And we're trying to deliver that information to you when we are most comfortable with talking about it. Of course, it doesn't help things when you have people a week ahead of time saying, oh, the biggest outbreak, the most historic severe weather outbreak. That doesn't help anybody, right? But what we do now know about today, and Jack, whenever you hear me here, if you can please pull up the web browser computer here, that would be great. And we can talk about that day 2 risk. Again, it is a high risk. Someone said he's not listening. I'm pretty sure it's because the founder of the company just walked in, and I think that they might be working on something. But I see 4,000 of you here on TikTok that is watching. So thank you very much. If you haven't already, we'd really appreciate it if on TikTok, if you'd please follow us. We're almost at 110,000 followers. That's incredible. I remember, last year for hurricane season, we were at like 20-something thousand. So clearly we're doing something right and creating content that y'all enjoy. So please, if you would be so kind to follow us on TikTok, we'd really appreciate it. It's totally free to do. That we always know whenever we drop a new TikTok or, of course, whenever we go live. Appreciate it very, very much. All right. And I can't see any of your donations or your chats that are coming in. The TikTok live studio is just not performing for me tonight. I can see your chat. That's the best that I can do right now. I don't understand why that is. So whenever Jack can hear me here, if we can pull up the day 2. It looks like they're resolving something in the back, so that's okay. So I'll keep driving here. But either way, tomorrow's going to be a rather significant day, a high-risk day for severe weather, the 3rd time in history we've ever seen a day 2 risk. Let me show you something neat here. We are going to, in the MyRadar app, we're going to click on the Layers menu, and right up here, Historical Radar. This is a premium feature, and what you can do in Historical Radar is you can go in and you can look at, wouldn't you guess it, historic moments in time. So I'm going to go to April, and we are going to switch the year here, and we are going to go to 2011, April, and I'm going to pick April 27th. Okay? Now, this is perhaps one of the most historic days in weather history. Okay? So I'm going to push things out here. Of course, if you're a football fan, this was when a tornado went through Tuscaloosa, Alabama. It missed the stadium, the Alabama football stadium. But this is one of the most historic days ever, right? I mean, we're talking more than 300 tornadoes. I believe, let me get the number here. I don't want to misquote it here. It's the costliest severe weather outbreak in history. at $10 billion, well, over $10 billion, I should say. I mean, it's called the 2011 super outbreak, right? 175 total tornadoes for Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee. In total, 367 tornadoes from the 25th through until the 28th. The strongest of which was an EF4 tornado. I'm sorry, EF5 tornado. What am I talking about? $10 billion in damage, 324 people were killed. Now, the reason why I say all that and I bring up and invoke a truly, truly historic event is because tomorrow looks the part, right? Tomorrow looks very significant, a day in that I need you to please not take lightly. Now, what's important here, and we're going to do a little meteorology lesson here. I'm going to move things out a little bit. I mean, I remember when I was in college, I watched that live stream of course, very well-known local meteorologist in Alabama, James Spann. He was on camera for like 11 hours or whatever it was. I watched the whole thing. I mean, it's riveting content. But he does such a fantastic job at telling people what's going on and really making it relate to people. Big shout out to James Spann. So you see all these individual storms, right? If I put it in motion, you see how it is part of a line, a larger line, but you see how they're all individual there, right? It's those, what we call in the meteorology world, discrete supercells. Now, of course, a supercell thunderstorm is a very deep, and in that sense, very tall thunderstorm with embedded rotation within it, right? Of course, capable, I hear you, Jack, of putting down a putting down a tornado, I should say. I hear you, Jordan. Great. So at least on this particular day, you see how all of the storms are by themselves, right? You're not necessarily seeing that big kind of organized line like we're seeing right now. It's a setup like this from 2011 that piques the spidey senses of every meteorologist, being that if you look at models, the high-res models, meaning the ones that go out only a few short hours but are of the highest resolution, that tomorrow kind of has that look a little bit, right? A day in which you absolutely need to know where to go in terms of the safest place in your home, in your community. If you live in a mobile home, I mean, that is not a safe place to be. Mobile homes become mobile, right? And of course, this feature that I'm using here is historical radar in MyRadar. It is part of the premium feature subscription. So check it out. Remember, there is a free trial for our premium features. Jack, if you can hear me, I'd love to bring Miss. Was Andy here, by the way? Am I making that up? Gotcha. I thought I heard Andy, unless I was completely insane in making that up. Okay. Big shout out to Andy, our founder and CEO, our fearless leader here. All right. So I see all of your comments flying in on TikTok, folks. I will try my best to answer as many as I possibly can on TikTok, YouTube. Folks, remember, we are streaming across all of our social media platforms. We are on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, X, Facebook. I would say if you're watching on TikTok, come join us over on YouTube. I've got those comments pulled up as well, too. Jack, can we pull up the web browser for a moment so I can show people this high risk? And then, Jordan, can you hear me? I don't hear Jordan. Okay, he's currently muted. All right. No worries. And then I actually, Cappucci just said to give him a call. So what I might do here is call him on my phone, really, and I'll hold it up and we'll talk to him that way. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci was supposed to join us tonight, but we are he's going to the Deep South tomorrow. Jack, can you pull up the web browser so I can show people this day 2 risk here? I've got that pulled up. Perfect. So folks, this is the day 2 risk, okay? Now that pink color, you guys see this? That right there for Mississippi and Alabama, this is only this 3rd time in history on day 2, right? So meaning not today, the day after, tomorrow, that this has ever been issued. The high risk, as high as it goes, the SPC here, and the wording on some of the things that they've said is truly, truly stark. Okay, we're going to go deeper here, and I'm going to show you day 2. Okay, Birmingham, Talladega, Tuscaloosa are a part of that. Let me go over here to Mississippi. Jackson, Meridian, Starkville, home to Mississippi State, not part of it, but real close, and then Hattiesburg there. Okay, are all part of this high risk tomorrow. Bro's not reading chat. Bro streaming, not reading chat. Shaking my head. I see you, and I read your chat. How about that? We got a lot going on, my man. I'm trying my best here. We're going to be streaming for hours. I will answer the questions as they come in, okay? But needless to say, that this is truly a day tomorrow that is not good. Not good. Almost 3 million people at risk. Just listen to the wording here from some of this. A tornado outbreak is likely on Saturday across the central Gulf Coast states and deep south into the Tennessee Valley. Numerous significant tornadoes, some of which could be long track and potentially violent, are expected on Saturday afternoon and evening. The most dangerous tornado threat should begin around eastern Louisiana and Mississippi during the late morning to afternoon, spread across Alabama late day into the evening, and reach western parts of the Florida Panhandle and Georgia Saturday night. Now, I will say, by the time it gets to Florida and Georgia, things will be weakening. Hang on. Sorry about that. But things are going to get going probably tomorrow around 11 o'clock local time there, and then progress into the evening. I think by 4 o'clock tomorrow, we could be looking at a full-fledged, really significant weather event. These are words here: potentially violent, significant, long track. These are words that are not thrown out often, and for good reason. This is, yeah. Let me find here, Jack. Let me pull it up on our X profile here. Stand by. I'm going to scroll down. I shared this earlier today from, let's pin this to the top, huh? You guys are seeing how the sausage is made. Let's pin that to the top. And I'm going to go down here. I want to read the, gosh, where did it go? Where'd the post go? Oh, they made it unavailable. Okay. Either way, it was from the National Weather Service office in Birmingham. They were basically, their words at the time, it looks like they deleted their post. Yeah, they deleted their post, but at least what they said at the time, they said every single parameter is there for Saturday afternoon. Every single one. Some of these parameters are strong. Some are very strong. That's tomorrow, Saturday. Shadow Gaming, gotta stream for those TikTok people. I see you on YouTube, man. We're all over the place. We're streaming everywhere. We got 5,000 people watching us on TikTok. Big shout out to TikTok. Again, hey, tap on the screen. Let us know that you're enjoying the stream. We'd really, really appreciate it. And hey, help us reach our goal. That says 109,200. It's going up. Help us reach 110,000 followers, folks. We'd really, really appreciate it. And again, with you guys liking, tapping on the screen there, following us, we'd really, really appreciate it. If you're sending gifts, I can't see them for whatever reason. The TikTok studio is not behaving. It is what it is. Thank you very much. I see 10 people have gifted us stuff. Thank you very much. I don't know what they are, but it's very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But again, if you're enjoying the content here on TikTok,
Mike, you can hear me?
Jordan, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, great. Yeah, I can hear you.
I was in my flow there, man. Come
Oh,
on, Jordan.
keep it going.
Of course, I'm just messing with you here. So, Jack, let's pull up the MyRadar app. And Jordan, what I'm going to do here momentarily, I'm going to give Matthew Cappucci a call. He is at the airport. I'm going to give him a call here. I'm going to have to put him on speaker. So, meteorologist Matthew Cappucci was going to be joining me for severe weather coverage tonight, but we made the decision to send him to the Deep South. Him and Jordan are going to be chasing tomorrow. And we'll let Jordan talk about what that's going to look like. Again, right now, it's just a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. Not to say that those are not important. Obviously, there's several. It's of course very concerning and damaging, right? But we don't have any active tornado warnings, so things are going to get cooking here. I'm going to pull up Cappucci here, so you guys should be able to hear him.
Hey there, Mike. Hey there, everyone.
Hey, Cappucci. So I've got you on the stream here. So I know that what time do you have to board?
So my boarding has been pushed back to 6:30 Eastern. That is 5:30 Central for the folks at home. And yeah, this came together pretty quick. But as you were just saying, this is the first day 2 high risk since 2012, since the April 14th event that year. And, I think for the folks at home to remember, this isn't just a high risk. A high risk is bad enough. They're issued only less than 1% of the time. Since 2000, we've only had 69 high risks issued, this being the 69th. But the more important thing, to issue a day 2 high risk, you have to have a lot of confidence. A high risk thing requires all the ingredients to come together perfectly. And we almost exclusively issue them the day of because it takes a long time to get to that level of confidence. The fact that we see a day 2 high risk issued, meaning a high risk issued 24 hours in advance for tomorrow's setup, that sort of tells us that there aren't really many failure modes here. All the things that could be sort of interruptive to the forecast, all the flies in the ointment or the off-ramps, if you will, for higher end events just aren't really there, which makes it so difficult. And so for that end, I would say that this event is one that folks really, really have to take seriously.
Most definitely. Cappucci, we got people in the TikTok chat here that remember the frog that you found during your hurricane coverage over the summer. So you got some fans out there, which is pretty cool. For the folks that are watching us across all of our platforms, of course, I'm on the phone right now with meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, who would have been joining us tonight, but he is getting set to board a plane to fly to New Orleans. That's where you're going, Cappucci?
Yes, heading down to New Orleans right now and trying to find actually my gate at Reagan National Airport. It's such a sort of last minute thing, but the reason I chose New Orleans to fly into is because the risk in New Orleans is a level 4 out of 5 moderate. The high is just north of New Orleans, near like Hattiesburg and Meridian, Mississippi. So my thoughts are that on a day like, tomorrow will be, I think the best chance is obviously going to be the high risk, but I'm worried, like, if I flew to Jackson, what if the airport's impacted? If I flew
right,
to
or might
Birmingham,
shut
what if the
down,
airport's
exactly.
impacted? Yeah, and so I want to make sure that I can get there tonight, although now I'm confused. I'm going through the Southwest terminal. In any case, it just looks like a volatile day. One thing I'm a little bit worried about, too, is that, normally when we're talking about a high-risk event, if there are morning thunderstorms, we eat up some of the storm fuel. In this case, the atmosphere is going to reset so incredibly quickly. And the other thing, too, is that let's say, for example, that morning storms gobble up some of the instability, the afternoon thunderstorm fuel, just as an example. Well, you know what that means? We're going to drape an outflow boundary or the leading edge of cool air exhaust somewhere across Mississippi and Alabama. And that's going to cause differential heating, little cooler to the north, little warmer to the south. Tornadoes love riding boundaries. They gobble up extra low-level helicity or twist along boundaries, and they kind of trek along them. So if that happens, there could be one corridor that gets like 2, 3, 4 tornadoes in a row tomorrow as supercell propagate around it.
Yeah.
So no matter what the deal is, I mean, Mike, I'm a pretty conservative forecaster. I see this one as being a very memorable day.
So for those of you in the chat, let me know if you guys can hear Cappucci. Again, I'm holding my phone up to the microphone. You should be able to hear him. I mean, I see people talking about him. Oh, Jack in my ear said he's coming in loud and clear. Should I pull him away from the mic a little bit, Jack? I can lower it a little bit. Okay, he's coming in perfect. Great. All right, so we've got Cappucci here for, let's say 10 or so more minutes. So if you guys have any questions for Cappucci, ask now. Here, I'm just going to move it away while he's making noise there. Ask your questions, and we will try our best to answer as many of them that come in. Of course, we are live across all of our social media platforms. You can ask your questions on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, X, and on TikTok as well. Of course, big shout out to the 6,000 people that are watching us right now on TikTok. That's awesome. Only 7,000 likes, though, unless I am completely... Again, the TikTok studio is just acting up on us here. We'd really appreciate it. Hey, tap on the screen and send us your likes. Let us know that you're digging the content. We'd really, really appreciate it. And hey, follow us as well. We'd really appreciate that too. Yeah, something is weird with the TikTok studio, man. I don't know what's going on, but it looks like there's 6,000 people in here, which is great. So if you guys have any questions on any of the social media platforms, I will try my best to answer them. Here's a great question that came in on TikTok, Cappucci. And this is something that we were talking about earlier. What's considered really high for CAPE? And what CAPE, for those of you that are wondering, is an acronym for Convective Available Potential Energy. It is effectively the juice that thunderstorms need in order to get big and strong. So Cappucci, for tomorrow, what is the expected CAPE readings that you're seeing from some of these model runs, and what would be considered a high CAPE day?
You know, Mike, that's a great point. You know, juice is exactly the perfect way to describe CAPE. I think one thing we have to remember for the folks at home is that you need two ingredients to get a tornado. You need CAPE and spin. Spin is how much the winds change speed and direction with height. And if you get a lot of spin, you can make up for only a little bit of CAPE. If you get a lot of CAPE, you get a thunderstorm that can stretch things vertically, and you only need a little spin. So it's kind of a balancing act. Tomorrow, we have moderate to high instability, more than 2,000 joules per kilogram, meaning a pretty good amount of juice in the atmosphere. But we also have robust spin, probably 30-40% more than what we need, if not more. And so the combination of juice and spin tells me that we're just going to have a lot of supercells and a lot of things spinning. Now, one caveat to that, if we have too much CAPE, then we get too many storms and they interfere. We're in that kind of bad sweet spot right now where there's just enough, but not too much. And so to that end, I do believe we're going to see probably 6 to 10 dominant supercells, 6 to 10 rotating storms. But I don't think we're going to see more than that. And because of that, I think that they can stay going for 4, 5, 6 hours, if not more, drop tornadoes, keep it on the ground for a while, lift, do it again. We'll have long track tornadoes. So these won't be storms that cycle quickly. These will be storms that produce a tornado that's on the ground for 20, 30, 40 minutes. The other thing too, they'll have longer path lengths because they'll be moving so quickly. So let's say you have a tornado that's on the ground moving at 35 miles an hour. It's on the ground for a half hour. It'll cover, 16 miles. Let's say it's moving 50 miles per hour. It'll cover 25 miles. And that's kind of what we have going on here. And so for that reason, these will be strong, potentially violent and or long track tornadoes too. And I'm particularly concerned about the corridor from roughly Meridian to Starkville over towards Athens and Limestone County. And Limestone County has had 3 F5s. They got hit twice back on April 3rd, 1974, and they also got hit on April 27, 2011. And Mike, real quick, I'm going to have to drop off just for about 3 minutes. I made a mistake, and I actually left security, and I have to go back in for Terminal A. So I'll be back on in about 3 to 5 minutes. I'll give you a ring, and we'll continue this coverage. Sound good?
Sounds good. Just shoot me a text. That way, we're good. We'll take you in a moment.
Awesome. I will see you in about 3 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
Sounds good. All right, so there's meteorologist Matthew Cappucci. Again, the weirdest thing, TikTok's just behaving on me. It won't show me the real-time viewer count. There's 260 of you in here. So big shout out to all of you. Really, really appreciate you taking the time to join us this evening. I have no clue, Jack, what's going on with the TikTok studio. It is infuriating that I cannot see, that it's not functioning for me. But either way, all right. You see 3 under 17. Yeah, I do too. It's weird. I see, whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyway, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I hope that you are doing well this evening. It is Friday, the 14th. Of course, that is Pi Day here, which is exciting. A pretty awesome day in the science community. But Mother Nature had other plans for Pi Day. Jack, we've got the MyRadar. I see Jordan shot frozen. Is he with us still? Okay. Oh, I hear Jordan. You know what? As soon as I re-rack things, let's pull Jordan in here. I was just, talking with Cappucci just because he's about to get on an airplane. We won't see him for a minute. So real quick, I'm just going to widen things out. We are watching this moderate risk area. That's a 4 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale that goes from Jackson to Tupelo to Memphis to Cape Girardeau, St. Louis, Springfield, Peoria. It's huge. This is a very big moderate risk area. We are looking at the potential for strong tornadoes, baseball-sized hail, destructive winds between 70 and 90 miles per hour. But as it stands right now, it's just a grouping of severe thunderstorm warnings as part of this larger line. We don't have any active tornado warnings just yet, but that will soon change. Jack, someone just said our live is blurry on TikTok. I don't think so. But needless to say, figured I'd bring it up. So let's talk to Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. I've got him. I see his shot there, and it looks like he is, unless he's frozen. Oh no, it's coming in a little choppy there.
I'm stopped.
Okay, all right. Let's pull him in, Jack. Can the people hear him?
Can you hear me? 1, 2. 1, 2, Rue. Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1,
Oh,
2.
yeah, it looks like TikTok is frozen, interestingly.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that's why people saying it's blurry.
Okie
Well, no,
dokie.
I see it just fine over here. Gosh, it's so strange. I don't know why I can't. So strange. I have no idea why. Someone says, I'm good. Mine is working. It's clear. All right. We're just going to progress forward. All right. So, Jordan.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Where are you right now?
So we are currently just west of Donovan, Missouri. Currently buried in the trees. We just got done covering a wildfire.
Jack, I can't hear him.
Okay. Mic 1, 2. Mic
All right.
1,
So
2.
we'll wait to.
Mic 1, 2. Mic 1,
Okay.
2.
Someone said we can hear him.
Okay.
I can't hear him.
So they can hear me? Rigsby, look.
And Cappucci's back too. We'll call and get him. Jack, I can't hear Jordan. Okay, so the people can hear you, Jordan. I cannot hear you. Very strange.
Can you hear me, Jack?
Now I hear you, Jordan.
Okay. Well, I just muted because I didn't know if you guys could, I was trying to make sure we were ready to rock. I wasn't sure yet. So.
Yep, I gotcha. Jordan, hang on
Cool.
1 second. We'll talk to you in a moment. Playing
That's
ping
fine.
pong
Just let
here.
me
I'm
know
going to
when
call
you're ready for
Cappucci
me.
back. Yeah, Cappucci's going to be boarding an airplane here in like 5 minutes, but I'm going to call him back. All right, we'll wait for him to answer. I don't want to get Cappucci in trouble with TSA.
Hey there, Mike. Made it through security, and we're on track for a 6:55 p.m. Eastern Time departure towards New Orleans.
Oh, so okay. All right. So 6:55. Alrighty. Cool. So, all right. So for the folks that are watching at home, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. We are streaming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. Of course, I am joined by meteorologist Matthew Cappucci here on the phone. The plan was to have him here with us as part of the stream. He is still with us, though, but we are sending him to the Deep South tomorrow, a super significant day in the weather world, a high risk of severe weather. That's not just, saying there's a lot of high risk weather out there. It's a proper term from the Storm Prediction Center. Jack, I want to pull my web browser up here momentarily. It is right here, that pink color for Mississippi and Alabama. This is only the third time that the Storm Prediction Center has ever issued a day 2 high risk. The first coming in 2006, the most recent in 2012. So now 13 years later, a day 2 high risk is up and is encompassing cities in Alabama, Mississippi, 2.7 million people. And Cappucci, the wording that the Storm Prediction Center has chosen here is very troubling, right? Numerous significant tornadoes, potentially violent. What do they mean by that?
So I think it's important for the folks at home to know these aren't just adjectives. These are actually technical terms. So a significant tornado is EF2 plus. EF2 starts at 110, 115 miles per hour. And so that's horrific, and EF2 is bad. But think about this, a violent tornado, the top 0.5% of tornadoes, EF4s and EF5s. We haven't had a confirmed EF5 tornado since May 20th, 2013, when Moore, Oklahoma was leveled for the second time. That's not to say there haven't been, EF5 strength tornadoes, but a tornado has to hit something to get that rating. That hasn't happened for more than a decade. And the fact that they're explicitly saying EF4s and EF5s are possible tomorrow attests to how crazy the wind dynamics are. At the surface, we'll have winds out of the south-southeast. At about 10,000 feet, they will be screaming at about 100, 110 miles per hour out of the southwest. Any storm that grows tall enough to span multiple layers of atmosphere will feel those changing winds and want to rotate. Now, that's only through 10,000 feet. That effect continues all the way up in the atmosphere. These storms, they're not going to be 10,000 footers. They'll be 30 to 50,000 feet, given how much juice is in the atmosphere. So you have extremely tall storms that are going to feel the jet stream. They're going to rotate profusely. And the other thing, too, because the jet stream's so strong, all the rain is going to be blown northeast of the rotation in each storm, which means the rain won't fall into the rotation. It won't choke off the updraft, the rising air, and subsequently the storm can live longer. So we're forecasting long track supercells that are on the ground with tornadoes for potentially multiple hours. We're forecasting significant damaging winds because any storms that grow tall will tap into jet stream momentum and mix that down to the surface in the form of 60 to 80 plus mile per hour gusts. We're forecasting hail, perhaps the size of hen eggs. And all this together, these are going to be bad storms. And Mike, I want to sort of take folks through a timeline. Imagine what it would be like if the supercell's heading towards them. First, you get the tornado warning on your phone. On average, you have only 12 minutes to shelter. In Mississippi and Alabama, shelters are more sparse. A lot of folks, 14% of people live in mobile homes. Mobile homes are above ground. They don't have shelters. And on a day like tomorrow, a mobile home won't cut it. So they're going to have 12 minutes once they get that warning to get to a shelter. Maybe they decide to hop on the road and drive to a shelter because maybe they know someplace that's site built. They're on the road. They're now in the rainy part of the storm. Rainfall rates of 3 to 5 inches per hour thanks to how moisture loaded the atmosphere is. Blinding downpours like you have never seen before. Then maybe some hail gets mixed in and you have damaging winds to 60 plus miles per hour. So you're trying to evacuate in an area with pine trees everywhere on back roads that curve around and loop around. You might be going 60 miles an hour and the tornado might be moving towards you faster than 60 miles per hour. You have hail coming down you can't see. So I think that sort of underscores the point that on a day like tomorrow, you can't even wait for a tornado warning to get to shelter because you won't have enough time. That's why folks have to, by noon tomorrow, get to a place that has a shelter. If that means you don't have a shelter but Meemaw does, pack up the kids, get to Meemaw's house. If that means that Meemaw doesn't have a shelter, give her a call tonight. Say, you know what, come on over, spend the evening here, we'll make arrangements. If you have friends that have a shelter, make arrangements with them. I promise you, if you give them a call tonight and say, I'm really worried about tomorrow, they'll invite you over tomorrow. I promise you that. If you need to borrow a cup of sugar from a neighbor who has a basement at the time of a tornado warning, do it. Tomorrow is the kind of day when we will see between 60 and 110 tornadoes would be my guess. And these won't just be weak tornadoes. These will be significant tornadoes. It's extremely important that at any point from noon to midnight tomorrow, you are not more than 5 minutes away from a shelter. And I think it's important tonight, too, to review the safety plan with your kids. Your kids go to schools. They have fire drills. They know what to do if the fire alarm goes off. And they're usually not afraid because they've done it so many times. It's muscle memory. Sheltering from a possible incoming tornado should be the same thing. Your kids should know where the safe place is. They should know what to do. They shouldn't be afraid to go down and do it. If that means tonight, putting some board games in there, grab some snacks, put them in the shelter. Make it so your kids are comfortable going to that shelter too. Talk to your kids about what the atmosphere is going to do. Let them know what the situation is. The more you can communicate with them and make it not a scary thing, the more they'll be prepared to seek shelter if need be. But talking about it, rehearsing, preparing is the best possible thing folks can do at this point. We want to make sure everything goes off seamlessly tomorrow.
So, I mean, all of that, I mean, some very serious wording there, but of course it's very important that it's said, right? If you do not have a basement, I mean, I live here in Florida. I don't have a basement. The water table is too high. I mean, we had an EF2 tornado just the other day, the strongest in Central Florida since 1998. So, but I know where my safe place in my house is. For me, it is a closet under the stairs. So again, if you're in the second floor of your home, that is not the right place to be. If you're in a room with windows, that is also not the right place to be. You want to put as much of the house between you and the outside as possible. If you are in a mobile home, Cappucci alluded to this, if you're in a mobile home, that is one of the most unsafe places to be. The key word there is mobile. Mobile homes become mobile. They don't have a firm foundation into the ground. So it's very easy, let alone for them to be picked up, but to simply topple over. It's very unsafe to be in one if it were to just fall over, right? So if you live in a mobile home, you need to as Cappucci alluded to, reach out to people, your friends, your family, your community members, to have a place to go to that has a firm foundation in the ground, and you need to know where that is, because the lead time, despite in some cases could be a couple of minutes tomorrow, that could make a significant difference in whether or not you are impacted, just from the sheer frequency of the tornadoes that are likely to occur tomorrow. Jack, if we pull up the MyRadar app here, so people can see. Again, yeah, I hear you, Jordan. Looking at the severe thunderstorm warnings right now, I mean, the event hasn't really gotten going yet. I mean, I think that this is something that we anticipated happening a little bit later in the evening. I mean, we're still not done. We're still not done, right? But tomorrow is a pretty significant day. Someone in TikTok asking, I'm in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Is that okay? I mean, you are in a high risk of severe weather tomorrow. You need to treat tomorrow much like you did on April 27th, 2011, when a Nia 4 tornado came through Tuscaloosa, Alabama. That is possible tomorrow, given the fact that it is eerily the same outline there in terms of the SPC highlighted area. Conditions are similar. Of course, things will be different, but the key is preparation here. If you fail to prepare, then prepare to fail. What'd you say, Jack? And then Jordan has to start moving. Jordan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I gotcha. So while we have you and we have Cappucci, I don't know if you're going to be able to hear Cappucci. You might be able to if you can hear me.
I can hear Cappucci when he talks. Yeah.
Oh, you can hear him too. Okay, sweet. Yep. So Jordan, for people that have never been to the Deep South before, Mississippi, Alabama, what's it like down there?
Yeah, so it's a very difficult terrain to navigate through. It's very tree covered. It's almost like being in a jungle almost, or up in the pine trees in the mountains. It's just very full of pines, and the roads are very sparse also. So whenever the wind blows, you'll always find trees across the roadways.
Now, for being the fact that you said it's like being in a jungle, it doesn't seem like, and Cappucci alluded to this before, if you are under a tornado and you're like, oh gosh, I don't have a basement, I got to get over to my buddy's house. I mean, it's not like it's a straight shot there.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to weave in and out of these windy roads that go around swamps and navigate rivers, and a little commute takes a little bit longer than it would, for example, in Oklahoma or Texas.
So what are your expectations for tomorrow? I mean, you heard Cappucci's take there. We've been talking about it. We haven't had a chance to hear from you about what your expectations are for tomorrow. I know when you and I had conversations a couple of days ago, I mean, you alluded to having a sneaking suspicion that that Saturday was going to be a significant one. It seems like we're kind of staring down the barrel of that being reality.
Yeah, absolutely. So for tomorrow, the high risk data is issued. My expectations on it are exactly what the Storm Prediction Center had notated. Sorry, loud truck drove by, but exactly what the Storm Prediction Center had written down. I mean, basically a major tornado outbreak looks to be unfolding. I heard Cappucci hit it a few times earlier that a lot of the failure modes are not there. So that's why they had the ability to call it a day 2 high risk a little earlier than usual. I think it's the third time ever they've ever issued a day 3 there. So,
yep.
Sorry, a day 2. So,
Jordan, you've chased numerous tornadoes, numerous tornado warned storms. What is it like to be close to one of these violent or significant long-tracked tornadoes? Take us through the sights and sounds and just simply the destruction that they bring.
Yeah, I mean, when you get up close to these things, especially when they're strong and they're violent tornadoes, something you'll notice is the chugging vertical motion on the outsides of these. It's not throwing things left to right. It's lifting things straight vertical up into the atmosphere very violently. And I almost like to compare it to being like an ant in an anthill, and somebody was to walk up with a vacuum cleaner and start sucking things up. It's very similar to that, where you get tornado just ripping and throwing things in the air. And it also sounds like a large waterfall, like you're standing next to Niagara Falls. The closer it gets, the louder it gets. And it's almost like time slows down in a sense. So when those things are getting really close to you, you got to make sure you keep your composure and obviously get in your safe place.
Right. Somebody on TikTok says pets and people outside will be injured. Seek shelter now. Cappucci, for people that don't necessarily have the option of, you know, let's just say again, these people that don't have a basement, don't have a storm shelter. What's the best choice that they have here to keep themselves
Tomorrow's
safe?
the kind of day where you have to relocate ahead of time. That's why we say by noon, people should be at a place where they're ready to hunker down until at least midnight. It's one of those days where, because the atmosphere will be so volatile, a typical house, a typical mobile home won't do it. You have to have a place that is below ground. And that's why we say, you know, if that means reaching out to someone, asking for a little bit of help, so be it. A lot of churches that have basements across Alabama and Mississippi,
right, they'll let you
will
in,
be offering shelters. Yeah, absolutely. And so do some research tonight. We have at least 18 hours before things really start to go to pieces. We should be using them and taking full advantage. And, you know, tomorrow's going to be scary for a lot of folks, but I want people to use the next 18 hours as sort of a way to prepare, to empower them. If you have a below ground shelter, I guarantee you will be absolutely fine across the Deep South tomorrow. But that's why we say use this time to prepare. Everybody has the information. If you're in the orange, the yellow, the red, the purple, whatever color tomorrow, doesn't matter. At this point, we know it's going to be a high-end severe weather outbreak. There will be numerous strong, significant tornadoes. The biggest question right now, is it bad or is it bad? And right now, all evidence points towards a very significant event. You know, the last time we had sort of one of these top-tier outbreaks in Alabama, let's talk back about April 27, 2011. In Phil Campbell, in Hackleburg, that tornado killed about 76 people. It was on the ground for an hour plus, had winds over 250 miles per hour. But at one point, in the town of Phil Campbell, they found this red car, and they couldn't figure out where the red car came from. And it turns out it was thrown roughly a half mile by the tornado. But get this, when the National Weather Service was out doing the damage survey, they found speckles of red paint on a water tower and a big dent. And they said, could these be related? And so they tested the paint samples from the water tower and the car. And they said, wow, this car was picked up and thrown a half mile into this water tower. That's why in a situation like tomorrow, you do not mess around with it. You cannot seek shelter in a car. You cannot be caught on the roadways. You cannot be in a mobile home. If a car can be thrown a half mile, if pavement can be ripped up from the ground, imagine what will happen if somebody is not below ground. Treat tomorrow like you would, you know, a Category 5 hurricane.
Yeah.
Prepare.
Someone on Brandy here on TikTok says no windows or heavy objects nearby and definitely have shoes on. I mean, that's a great point. Definitely not the day to be rocking the sandals tomorrow. I know James Spann in Alabama talks about having helmets for the kids. I mean, my daughter has a bicycle helmet, right? That's a fantastic thing that can certainly save your life in the event that debris falls on top of you. Again, folks, we're watching things as they develop right now. We're talking about tomorrow, but as it stands right now, things have not started yet. It's just a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. The winds at the ground are kind of coming in from the south. At height, they're coming in from the south as well. So we're just getting very strong damaging winds as it stands right now, but nothing enough to give us any tornado warnings. If we get one of those, we will absolutely cover it the moment it happens. Again, a ton of comments coming in here on TikTok here. So somebody asks, are large above-ground concrete reinforced storm shelters fine, Cappucci?
If they are a designated storm shelter, yes. If not, I wouldn't take my chances in a day like tomorrow. And to your point, I mean, I've chased dozens of tornadoes. I'm bringing a helmet tomorrow because in the unlikely event I get myself into a bind, I want to maximize my chance of survival. And, you know, tomorrow's going to be a sobering day. It's going to be one of those days where you don't go to work. If it was a weekday, I wouldn't send my kids to school. I'd center my day. I'd plan my day around never being away from storm shelter. And and having access to a storm shelter at all times. One thing I want to point out,
Cappucci, but before you get to that, though, because it segues so perfectly into this, Jack, if you can take the web browser and make sure that the folks on TikTok can see this. I know, Cappucci, you know who this is. If we still have Jordan, everyone knows who Dr. Craig CC is here. He's the man at CC_Stormwatch on X. He has a website, findyourtornadoshelter.com. I'm going to click it and show you here. It is a tornado shelter map. And if we zoom in here on the different states, all of these will show you active storm shelters, right? And all you have to do is click on it. It gives you the description of where it is, the address. You can even get directions to it. This is a fantastic resource, something that you should definitely look at tomorrow, or look at for tomorrow, I should say. So big shout out to our buddy Dr. CC there. You certainly, if you're starting to get scared, there's no reason to be scared if you are prepared, right? Don't get scared, be prepared. And as you can see here from this, if I zoom out, there are quite a few tornado shelters in both Mississippi and Alabama. So know where the nearest one to you is if you, again, as Cappucci stated, to plan your day around being in that safe place. Go ahead, Cappucci.
Yeah, I was going to say things too. The tornadoes tomorrow are not going to look like they look in the movie Twister. Over the plains, there's a little less moisture. You get taller tornadoes. They're more high contrast. There's nothing out there to obscure the view. Tomorrow, you probably won't see the tornadoes. They will be half-mile, mile-wide at times, perhaps shrouded in rain. The tree line will obscure most things. They might be with lower cloud bases. You will likely not see a funnel coming at you. You might just see what looks like a big wall of rain, and then suddenly it's more than just rain. You know, back on May 18th, 1925, we had the tri-state tornado. We're coming up on the 100-year anniversary of that moved across portions of Indiana, Missouri, and I believe Illinois. It tracked 200-plus miles, killed about 695 people, and at times it was almost 2 miles wide, but so many people thought it was just rain. Because it came in, it looked like rain curtains, because it was so wide and the cloud base was so low. And only when it was right upon them did they see, wow, everything's blowing away.
Yeah.
And it decimated town after town after town. Murfreesboro was absolutely leveled. And so on a day like tomorrow, we're in the deep south, dew points are high, temperatures are pretty close to the dew point, LCLs or lifting condensation levels, cloud bases are going to be very close to the ground. I see no reason why people should wait to see or hear a tornado, because they're not going to be able to. Even tomorrow, I might not see a tornado. Jordan likely will with his drone, but people aren't in drones. They're on the ground.
Right.
So there's a good chance we won't be able to see it until it's directly on top of us. And that's what makes it especially scary.
Tommy on YouTube just said the tri-state tornado 100 years ago this Tuesday. Yeah, that's what Cappucci was just talking about. When storms are obscured or rain-wrapped, those are obviously those are quite concerning in the sense where you can't see them, right? That is where things tend to get very scary because it's that kind of the unknown. Of course, we have modern radar, which will give you an indication of what is coming near you. But just last week, an EF2 tornado touched down here in about 20 minutes from our office, hit my wife's workplace while she was there. So that was wrapped up in rain. You couldn't see it. But that's just one storm. The sheer amount of tornadoes that are likely to come tomorrow, unless this event just completely busts. But that just does not seem like it's the case. We talk about off-ramps, and Cappucci, I know, is, again, very conservative when it comes to talking about forecasts as to not, scare the crap out of people, right? Because that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to make you understand what is coming your way. And Cappucci always has been very good about talking about the failure modes for these storms. Cappucci, tomorrow, it does not seem like there are many of those off-ramps for this to be tamped down, right?
Don't have to worry about. Sorry, just one moment.
No worries. Cappucci is he is at the airport, folks, if you didn't know. He is getting on his plane here soon. For those of you that are watching on TikTok, I see ya. We'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us here. We're so close to 110,000 followers. We'd really appreciate it. Hey, tap on the screen. We'd really appreciate your support as well. We got you, Cappucci.
Yes, my apologies. I was just getting in the plane. So, you brought up a great point about not being able to see or hear these tornadoes. Back on March 25th of 2021, a few folks might remember that. That was I believe, a high-risk event in Alabama. There have been 2 in that week. One on the 18th that produced a lot of EF0, EF1, EF2 tornadoes, and then one on the 25th of March 2021 that produced about a dozen, but long-track tornadoes, and one was near Greensboro, Alabama. I was on that cell, and I was less than a half mile from the tornado. I couldn't see it. Instead, while I was there, it looked like a normal downpour. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black in about 15 seconds. It was just like the eclipse when all the light just disappears. And the winds came through, and it lasted about a minute, and then the light returned, and the wind switched direction. And I knew that there was a beastly tornado just to my south. I drove south, and when I tell you there's a half-mile damage path that was just gone, no houses, no trees, nothing left. And unless you were right next to it, you wouldn't be able to see it. And that's why tomorrow, we urge viewers, we urge listeners, anyone who's paying attention right now, take it seriously. Do not wait to see or hear anything tomorrow. You won't be able to. Do not rely on secondary confirmation. We know based on social science research that when someone gets a tornado warning, they try to confirm it with other sources, whether that be social media, whether that be through sensory perception. They try to go outside and look, hear, do they see anything? Do they hear anything? You won't be able to get that visual confirmation tomorrow. So to that end, we urge folks to trust us. If there's a warning that comes out, they have to get to their shelter immediately. And we've also been reminding folks to plan their days accordingly, such that they're within 5 minutes of a shelter all day long. Mike?
It's truly going to be a fairly significant day tomorrow. Of course, right now we're under a moderate risk for severe weather. I mean, storms are still going. Cappucci, I know that you're literally sitting on the airplane and you probably have to get going here soon. I mean, if you've had a chance to check the radar here, it seems like things are mostly wind-driven at this point. We have not even received one single tornado warning out of this event. That's not to say that people should let their guard down.
Yeah, so the event that's happening right now is something we call bimodal, meaning it has 2 sort of different areas with a more intense activity. One of them is going to be over the Corn Belt and parts of the upper Midwest. So Iowa, northern Illinois, maybe even portions of Missouri later on this evening, we'll see that line of damaging winds come through. And it'll be something we call a QLCS, quasi-linear convective system, so embedded kinks of spin that could produce quick-hitting tornadoes. That will really get going between, I'd say, 9 p.m. local time and midnight, and eventually fall apart into the wee hours of early tomorrow morning upon approaching Indiana. But the other mode, the southern mode, so to speak, has the potential to produce some sneaky overnight tornadoes. We now have a tornado watch in effect in portions of Mississippi until 10 p.m. Central Time that may be extended overnight. Part of the tricky thing with that batch of storms down there is that it's highly conditional, meaning there's not much forcing, there's not much of a trigger, but there's juice, there's spin, and so keyword if, we do get some supercells, some rotating storms down there that crop up, which might happen around, say, 8 or 9 p.m., they would be favored to produce significant tornadoes. One other thing I think that's worth mentioning too. Oh, hang on one moment. Okay, sorry, good. One thing to mention too, the reason I think that the southern mode will get cooking around 8 or 9 p.m., something called the low-level jet stream. There are different amounts of wind at different levels in the atmosphere, and about a mile above the ground, we have a low-level jet, which tends to ramp up at night. And there's a good chance that with that happening tonight, we'll provide a little bit more venting, a little more oomph to get some storms cropping up. And so tonight, 8, 9 p.m., that's when things may actually ramp up across Arkansas and Mississippi. And this is just one of multiple rounds of rotating storms.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up here on the app. You can see it filled in. We've got one tornado watch up here for parts of Missouri that is in effect for the next 5 hours. That's until 11 o'clock Central Time. And then this guy down here that Cappucci was just talking about, this one for parts of Mississippi, Louisiana, in effect until 10 o'clock Central Time. So, I mean, it's just a matter of waiting in this instance. Everything up here in the Corn Belt has gone more linear, right, as Cappucci alluded to, whereas down here, that's a little closer to what's to come for tomorrow, particularly as the winds come in and off of the Gulf there, providing that juice, that cape, that you need in order for those storms to get nice, big, and tall here. Cappucci, I mean, you've got to be at a point here where your plane's got to be taking off any minute, right?
Yes, I'm actually last in line. I stayed out a little longer so that I could remain on stream continuing coverage.
Okay.
But Yeah, so I have probably 2 or 3 more minutes before I'll have to check out. But the last thing I'll say, tomorrow morning, if you step outside in Alabama and it's muggy and it's cloudy, that means there's a lot of moisture that's being trucked north, and that moisture means more storm fuel. And if the sun emerges, that means we're baking the ground, and that means more storm fuel. So tomorrow's one of those darned if you do, darned if you don't days. If you see the sun tomorrow, that doesn't mean, oh, the storm's over, oh, it's so pretty, oh, it's nice, let's go out and take pictures. Oh, no. That means we're literally baking the lower atmosphere and adding fuel to the fire. It's like having a fire, throwing some gasoline on it, and lighting a match.
Well, with that, Cappucci, let's let you get on your plane here and get seated. And safe flight, safe travels. I see all the folks here in the chat wishing you well. We will see you tomorrow. Be safe, all right?
Awesome. Thank you. And to the folks at home, we'll have continuing coverage beginning tomorrow, right before storms threaten. It'll be a long day, long night, but we got you covered every step of the way.
All right. Thanks, Cappucci. I'll talk to you tomorrow. All right. There goes meteorologist Matthew Cappucci. Hope you all enjoyed that. He, again, is flying to the deep south for that severe weather risk tomorrow. Again, a high-risk day. I see, whoops, I just adjusted my seat. I see Jordan there up on the feed above my head here. But let's re-rack it to the top, shall we? My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. We are coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. It is the 14th of March, Pi Day, Friday, 3.14. Unfortunately, that's where the pleasantries kind of end. Mother Nature had other plans today. We are dealing with quite an interesting evening and Saturday unfolding before our very eyes. I'm here in the MyRadar app, which of course is free to download on iOS, Android, as well as on Windows as well. If I brighten things up here, I hear Jordan as well. We've got Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. We'll pull him in momentarily. And Jordan, feel free to chime in at any point. We see Jordan's live stream there. He is in, does that say Missouri? Is that where you are, Jordan?
Yeah, I'm on my way up towards Van Buren, Missouri right now.
Okay, we'll talk about where Jordan is momentarily. But you can see here in the app, which again is free to download on iOS, Android, as well as on Windows. We're looking at the severe weather outlook. And in order to see this, right here in the layers menu, it looks like the stack of cards. You go in there to outlooks, and within it, we've got the snow forecast. We're not talking about snow. We're talking about the convective outlook. Of course, that's from the SPC, and this is referring to the day 1 risk area. It's this red color here. If I zoom on out, it looks like a big ribeye steak there, and then beneath it is the evil avocado, if you will. But this red color here that stretches from Iowa all the way southward into parts of Mississippi, that is a moderate risk for severe weather, a 4 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. Remember, as high as it goes is a 5 out of 5, that pink color, purple color, and that is in effect tomorrow. This is only the 3rd time in history that the Storm Prediction Center has ever issued a day 2, meaning a tomorrow's risk, high. 3rd time in history. 2006, 2012, now fast forward 13 years later, high risk. Wild. But this moderate risk area here is encompassing effectively 2 areas of severe weather that is worth watching. And I'm going to turn the outlook down for a moment, and then I'm going to go into the app here, and we are going to go to the weather alerts layer here. So this is all of the alerts that come in from various weather agencies, the National Weather Service, the Bureau of Meteorology, the DWD in Germany, the ECCC in Canada. We have the SMN in Mexico. So we've got weather alerts all across the world here, but we're looking at these right here, particularly for the Corn Belt and for the Midwest. You can see that we've got these yellow boxes. I'm going to fill them in momentarily. These are a pair of tornado watches. This one here for parts of Missouri and going up toward Illinois is in effect until 11 o'clock Central Time. The threats there from the National Weather Service, several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely, widespread damaging winds and isolated gusts up to 90 miles per hour, scattered large hail, some up to 2.5 inches. That is large. So that is that tornado watch up here. You guys should be able to see my mouse cursor, right? Let me know in the chat here if you guys can see my mouse cursor. You should be able to see it. And then over the southern United States, for parts of Mississippi, Louisiana, we have this tornado watch. This one is in effect for the next 4 hours until 10 o'clock Central Time. Same thing, although the wind's a little less here. I mean, shoot, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Those are quite strong, right? So, Jordan, if you can hear me here, you are in Missouri, so you're kind of splitting the difference here. What's your plan through the rest of the night?
Yeah, hopefully I don't cut out because I'm buried in the boonies right now. But my plan is I'm gonna get up here to the 6-lane highway by Van Buren. I think it's a 4-lane. Actually, it's a 4-lane highway. And we're gonna play these cells that are gonna be coming out of southern Missouri, northern Arkansas, that are gonna be potential on-track discrete supercells in the next few hours. And I'm gonna target that. And when that first round comes through, pending any search and rescue, we'll continue our track and we'll go south towards Mississippi and keep catching all these other discrete supercells that begin to form on the models in northern Arkansas. And it looks like we have a tornado warning of the day right now. So,
oh, you're right. There it is. All right. So let's clue in on it. All right. So as Cappucci was alluding to before, this was definitely going to be a situation where once they start rolling, they're going to come in fast and furious. So let's take a look at things, right? All right. So we're going to switch to this radar, KSGF. This is the per station radar feature in the MyRadar app. It is a premium feature in the app here. That red box, that is our tornado warning. So let's take a look at it here. It's in effect for the next 33 minutes. That is until 6:30 Central Time. It is, as of right now, radar indicated rotation. Let's take a look at that rotation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch from composite reflectivity and we're going to switch to velocity. Now, velocity is a product effectively showing us the wind, particularly the direction, right? Green is representative of winds going toward the radar site. Red is representative of winds going away from it. So when you start to see something like this, where you start to see the colors kind of mixing a little bit here, that's an indication that there's something spinning in the atmosphere, being that we've got winds in opposite directions. That's called wind shear. Okay? So what I'm going to do, at least momentarily here, I'm just going to switch to another radar site because we may not necessarily be able to get a clear look there, being that it's so close to the radar. I've got to switch to one that's got it in view. That's St. Louis here. So let's see. Yeah. I mean, I see what they're looking at. It's right here east of Battlefield, right? Cool name for a town. But for the folks here that are within this, we've got Stratford. This is Missouri? It is Missouri. Okay. So we're talking Interstate 65, 60, and Highway 44 there. If you are in Stratford, Fair Grove, you need to be in your safe place. As it stands right now, just over Battlefield, we've got some radar indicated rotation. As it stands right now, we're not seeing anything really eye-catching, but we will keep an eye on things. Jordan, if you get another tornado warning, just shout it out there, okay? Just because I think that we're kind of entering that time of night where things are going to start filing in rather quickly, particularly in the southern zone there. So we'll keep a close eye on things. I'm going to switch to correlation coefficient. This is a product that I wasn't expecting to see much of anything on this right now, but it's certainly worth checking. What this product is, as Cappucci says, it looks like a bucket of spilled paint, right? But what this product is effectively looking at objects in the atmosphere that don't belong there, right? That are being lofted vertically. This would give us an indication that there's not only a tornado, but it's a strong one, enough so to lift debris into the atmosphere. We're not seeing anything like that just yet, although it's certainly something worth watching. I'm going to stay on the velocity scan right now, and I'll pause it here. The latest scan I have is from 6:57, so this will update every 5 minutes here from the National Weather Service radar sites. So we're going to keep a close eye on things as they develop. Again, if you are watching on any of our social media platforms, we'd really encourage you to follow us. Of course, if you're watching on Twitch, I see you guys. What up to our Twitch family? We'd really appreciate it if you were to follow our Twitch channel. Again, we really appreciate it. YouTube, you can subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's completely free to do so. Make sure you hit that notification bell, that way you always know whenever we drop a new video or whenever we go live. And hey, while you're at it on YouTube, leave us a comment. We'd really appreciate it. I see the live streaming comments in here, and hey, click that like button, that thumbs up. That algorithm, we need some help. We'd really appreciate it. Of course, there's other huge content creators on the YouTube platform that do a fantastic job covering weather. But of course, we are trying our best to grow as big as we can. So we need your help. Hit that like button. We'd really appreciate it. And hey, for all you folks that are watching on TikTok as well, despite all the darn issues we're having with the TikTok live studio, I see your comments. So hey, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us on TikTok. I realize I've had this goal up the whole time. Help us get to 110,000 followers. We'd really appreciate it. Hey, follow us on TikTok. It's totally free to do so. And share the live stream. You never know if you know someone that knows someone that knows someone that might be in the path of one of these strong storms and needs a human being to talk them through what's going on. But as it stands right now, we are watching this tornado-warned storm here over Missouri. We've got 29 minutes to go on this one here for eastern Greene County in southwestern Missouri. Again, looking at the velocity scan, this is likely with the National Weather Service. If you guys can see my mouse cursor, you should certainly be able to see it. Hang on. Came from TikTok to join the YouTube gang. Hey, what's up, Casey? Appreciate it. Thank you. And hey, Sandy Rose, our trusty moderator, who's been with us for a minute. So big shout out to Sandy Rose as well. All right, so right here is likely what the National Weather Service is keying in on. And again, big shout out to all of our friends at the National Weather Service and at NOAA. It has been a very troubling couple of weeks, going back to a couple of months ago where all of this kind of came about. But know that we are with you, and we support all of the essential work that you do at the National Weather Service, the Climate Prediction Center, all of the NOAA facilities, really, even down to the National Marine Sanctuary there in the Florida Keys. All of the folks I've ever had an interaction with that work for NOAA or the National Weather Service are all fantastic and love to be stewards to the American people. So big shout out to everybody at the National Weather Service and at NOAA. But anyway, back to what we're looking at here. The radar's really close here at the Springfield-Branson National Airport. But now you're starting to see this right here, right? That hole punch right there. That is the velocity scan that is likely giving some credence here to the National Weather Service as to why they have this tornado warning up. So again, green is representative of winds going toward the radar. It's right here, the Springfield-Branson National Airport. The winds going to it. Red represent winds going away from it. So you are seeing within the winds that embedded rotation. That is why this is severe warned right now, or is tornado warned. But as it stands right now, we do not have a confirmation of a tornado on the ground. I'm going to just pull up another map here. Stand by, and then we'll take a look at things. So it's just east of Springfield. Cool. Just want to pull up a couple maps here so I can call out some points of interest here. So you can see that the embedded rotation, if I zoom in really tight, is centered right over South Jefferson Avenue. East Sunshine Street, is that an ironic name for a town or for a road in this particular instance? East Seminole Street, the rotation is pretty much right on top of you here. If you're in East Bennett Street, East Grand Street, this is in the community of Springfield, Missouri. Is this where the Simpsons are from? I don't know. You tell me. But either way, East Grand Street, East Cherry Street, East Bennett Street, you need to be in your safe place. We don't have the confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but that being said, there is embedded rotation right above you. I'm going to switch here real quick to composite reflectivity. We're so close to the radar site, so you're getting kind of that bending happening a little bit. Switch to correlation coefficient. Again, not seeing anything that would indicate to me that there is a tornado on the ground, but it's certainly very possible given this this rotation here. We're going to keep a real close eye on things. I see all you folks in the TikTok chat that are asking about your locations: Plainfield, Illinois; Memphis, Tennessee; Cedar Falls, Iowa. Folks, I'll tell you this, that if there is a tornado warning that is active, that is going to take our attention. And for right now, this is the one. If we don't have any active tornado warnings, I will answer and I will give you guys a customized forecast as best as I can. But for right now, given how fast I expect things to develop, we've got to stay on the active tornado warnings, okay? So for right now, again, this is in Springfield here. So this is just south of Missouri State University. So let's see. I'm just pulling up Google Maps here. So this is, let's see here. You've got the Green State Hotels and Suites and Costco, one of my favorite stores, right over there. Not a sponsor, but hey, Costco, hit us up. Shout out to Kirkland. I-65 right over there. Right over there. There's a monitor. I'm sorry, guys. It's generally right over here, the Costco. So if you know where I'm talking about, the Springfield Seventh-day Adventist Church, there's a Menards, a 3M, Johnstone Supply, High Street Church, Ryan Lee Lawn and Tree. You need to be in your safe place. If any of these locations are, close to you, well, you need to be ready to act, okay? So it's right here near I-65, again, near the Costco, Menards, just to the east here of Missouri State University, near Cooper Estates, Cinnamon Square, Lots of Love Dog Resort. Man, I miss my dogs. Dogs, they're at home right now. All right, and just like that, folks, the rotation is gone. I mean, look at this, right? That's one frame ago, and then poof, gone. How about that? Good question here from someone on Twitch. Again, big shout out to our friends over at Twitch. You can follow us there, MyRadar WX on Twitch. He asks, or I should say they ask, do you think this will gain or lose steam as it works its way up to St. Louis? Great question. So what we're going to talk about here is something that meteorologist Matthew Cappucci was talking about just before. So I'm going to keep an eye on this tornado-warned storm here. But what's going to happen here is as the sun sets, you're going to get what we call the low-level jet. So it's the winds at the lower level of the atmosphere. It's still, again, effectively the jet stream. And we can see that here in the MyRadar app. In the layers menu, it looks like the stack of cards in the toolbar. We're going to go out of here. Right in the main layers menu, you've got winds. And I'm going to go into the winds. You can choose between ground-based and jet stream winds. So I'm going to switch between both. First, we're going to start with the ground-based winds. Okay? So this is going to answer your question here. So we've got the winds coming in from the south, right? But if I zoom things out, you can see where the winds at the ground are coming from, right? Now, interestingly, you can see the winds here up near Wichita coming in from the northwest, going around the low pressure center, and then coming up through this line coming in from the southwest, okay? But then if you look at the Gulf here, you can see the winds coming in effectively straight from the south. Now, I don't need to tell you if you've watched any of our live streams, but spoiler alert, I'm going to tell you, that giant body of moisture, or of water, I should say, brings with it a lot of airborne moisture and a lot of heat, okay? So that's surging northward, particularly now as the ground begins to cool down, right? Water can hold heat a lot longer, right, than the ground. So in this instance, you're getting all of that low-level jet coming in off of the Gulf. Now, if I go back to the layers menu and I go back to winds and we switch from ground to jet stream, this is the air upstairs. Big shout out to meteorologist Chris Bailey in Lexington, Kentucky. He always used to say that, and I loved it. Notice now we are starting to see the difference, right? I'm going to switch back and forth, and I want you guys in the chat to tell me what you are seeing, okay? So here's the ground-based winds. Look particularly here at the coastline. Winds coming in from the south. I mean, you're getting some wiggles there around Louisiana, but you are getting winds coming in from the south, okay? I'm going to switch to the jet stream. Pay attention to the wind lines, okay? So again, from the south at the ground, But now with height, we're seeing a big difference, right? Anyone want to tell me what you're seeing here? Pizza the Hut. Fantastic nickname or fantastic Twitch handle or TikTok handle, but you know what I'm saying, okay? You know what I'm saying. Anyway, people are okay, yeah. That's absolutely right. The winds here over Texas at height are coming in from the southwest. Someone said going east. So really interesting here. Someone said Queso Real Build. What a fantastic name as well. Big shout out to my guy Queso. But winds, the direction of wind is where it's coming from, not where it's going. Okay? But you're right. Whoever said that comment, let me scroll up here. I want to give you a shout out here. Someone said, don't be scared until Waffle House closes. Listen, you're not wrong. The Waffle House Index is a real thing. Jordan Tidwell, big shout out to you on TikTok. You are correct. We have winds at height here that are coming in from an entirely different direction than the winds at the surface. So we have winds coming this way from the surface and then winds coming this way with height. So with that, you start to get that spin in the air, right? So this low-level jet stream, particularly at the ground, is what's going to really kick off all the activity here. For the southern side, let me just bump up the outlook for a moment. Right here, from Jonesboro to Memphis to Jackson, all down here, right? And that's going to happen very late tonight, okay? Because we still have storms off to the west now working their way through eastern Texas. So for those of you, if I just said any location where you live, it's going to be a very late night for you, particularly between 11 o'clock and midnight. But that being said, there is still the possibility for tornadoes to bubble up even sooner than that, because if I go back to the weather, sorry guys, just want to bring this down. Let me go back to weather alerts here, and I turn on the tornado watch. You can see that there is an active tornado watch here for Louisiana and Mississippi until 10 o'clock Central Time, okay? The one up here is until 11 o'clock Central Time, all right? So let's go back. I'm going to turn this off momentarily. We're going to go back to our tornado warning, okay? Improving, right? How much more time do we have on this? Let's see. 18 minutes to go, okay? So there was radar indicated rotation. If I jog it back a couple of frames, you'll see it here. Did we switch radar sites? I think so. Let me switch to that one. No, that's where we're at. Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot there. But just here, where you're starting to see the differences in the colors, right? Green is representative of winds going toward the radar. Red is going away from it, okay? So in this instance, you can see what the National Weather Service is trying to clue in on here, but it's not blowing my hair back, right? That's a good thing, right? Switch to another radar site, see if we can get anything from farther away. Not quite. Let's go back to KSGF here. And we're going to stay here. We're going to keep an eye on things. Let me look at the composite reflectivity. So here's something interesting that's happening. Let me jog it back. Let me show you guys something here. Put you on game. All right? So notice how we've got, it's very linear, right? Storms that eventually put down a big monster tornado are very, very selfish. They do not want to share with storms around them. Tomorrow, you are going to see a lot of what we call in the meteorological world discrete supercells or singular supercells that are kind of off on their own. They don't want to share with other storms that are near them, because when that happens and you go linear, well, effectively, you're sharing. You're sharing the available energy with the line here. Storms and convection generally follows the path of least resistance. And if you have kind of those colder pockets, right, it kind of follows that line and fills in. It's a phenomena that we call training, like a train on tracks, following the same line. And what's happening here is you have this line of storms here that's coming together. Notice numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, but only one tornado warning in this sense. And it's because of the changing of the winds right now, more than likely, as to why we are seeing that. So it looks like they just changed the polygon just a little bit here. So we're going to keep an eye on things. Again, this tornado warning is in effect for the next 15 minutes. That is until 6:30 Central Time. Stratford and Bassville. So let me get you some locations here. So let's see. The rotation is right there near 44. Okay. So we're talking near the Springfield Golf and Country Club, RBX Incorporated, Christensen Transportation, right here along Interstate 44. Out ahead of it, not too much, Intuition Shih Tzu. Shout out to, oh man, I miss my dogs. They're at home with my wife. Love my dogs. Shout out. If you've watched any of our streams on TikTok, you've probably seen my dogs. They like making appearances. I would have brought them tonight, but then there's no one to take them out to go to the bathroom. They're happier at home anyway. Anyway, Acres of Shade Mobile Home Park. That's important there. Not good to be in a mobile home. The key word there in mobile home is the word mobile. It becomes mobile. Felicia on Facebook says Central Florida couldn't/didn't see it. That's right. She's referring to earlier in the week, an EF2 tornado touched down in Central Florida, 20 minutes from here. I was at home in a meeting with Jack behind the scenes. I haven't even given a shout out to my guy, Jack, who is rocking it here with me. We were in a meeting, and all of a sudden I get a tornado warning from MyRadar. I get the EAS emergency warning from the National Weather. Well, first I got the severe thunderstorm warnings, and then boom, right after that, the tornado warning. Me as a meteorologist know, okay, something's happening here. Pull up the radar, and I'm looking at it, thinking about whether or not I need to get to my safe place in my house with my two dogs, and was able to determine that it was more north of me. But then it hit me like, holy cow, this thing's jumping I-4. If you've ever been to Orlando and you've been to Disney World, I mean, you've been stuck in traffic on I-4. And then it made direct contact with my wife's place of business. She was at work when a tornado hit her building. She's okay. Nobody was hurt. Homes were destroyed, though. An EF2 tornado on a marginal risk day, right? This is a moderate risk here for the folks in Missouri. So do not get it twisted. You never want to let your guard down when it comes to being under severe weather. You need to have your action plan ready to rock. If you fail to prepare, then prepare to fail. That's the way this goes. Now, it seems like here that this tornado warned storm, not a ton going on with it, not gonna lie to you. Up north, we've got all these severe thunderstorm warned storms that are up kind of there near the comma head of the low pressure center up into Iowa. Y'all are probably dealing with some strong winds and some heavy rain. But as it stands right now, this line trucking eastward through Missouri, I'll say is concerning as it begins to work its way eastward toward the St. Louis metro, because out ahead of it here, you have all of that moisture being fed northward from the Gulf by the low-level jet. That's where we're going to likely see, again, some of these tornadoes firing up. We're not going anywhere, folks. We will be here. Now, we're going to look at another product real quick in MyRadar. I'm going to go to vertically integrated liquid. Okay? And what VIL is, again, vertically integrated liquid, we're looking at effectively hail cores within these storms. What happens is, in a thunderstorm, you have both an updraft and a downdraft. You have a developing storm, right, where it's mostly updraft. You've got the mature storm, where effectively you've got your updraft, but you're starting to get the downdraft as well, being that it's raining, right? You get precipitation, yada, yada. And then you get the dying storm, where the updraft has kind of stopped, the lifeline is kind of cut off, and now it's effectively like raining itself out, for lack of a better term. But what happens here is that moisture gets surged northward by the vertically by the updraft. And effectively, the moisture that's being pulled up into the storm isn't able to fall because the updraft is so powerful. And you start to get hail cores because that moisture goes up. It falls a little bit, but as it gets higher up, it freezes. Falls, maybe it melts a little bit. Then it gets yanked back up and freezes again. That's why hail has, kind of like if you cut open a tennis ball as a kid or a baseball, it's got all those layers in it. It's kind of what a hailstone looks like. In some cases, hailstones are completely unique. They're like snowflakes, right? And interestingly, in this line, you got a lot of hailers in here, right? This VIL, though, is not an indication of whether or not we are seeing the hail. It just goes to show you that that hail is possible. And all of these severe storms, like this one, for example, here over Ozark. I mean, if you look in it here, we've got a report from law enforcement there of golf ball-sized hail. Wouldn't you know it? Look at that storm. Look what we're seeing there, right? Now, a golf ball hitting you on the noggin, not fun. Imagine larger hailstones like the baseball-size hail that's possible from some of these storms later tonight. Most definitely not fun. Okay? Anyway, let's re-rack it, bring it to the top here. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. We're streaming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. It is Pi Day, March 14th, 2025. And boy, there's a lot going on right now. There's a moderate risk for severe weather here. We're going to look at it on the MyRadar app, which of course I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that it is completely free to download. You can download it on iOS, Android, Windows. You can download it on your Amazon devices. And hey, if you have the premium features, you can take it in the car too, with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto and with Google built in, and get turn-by-turn directions with a feature that we call Routecast to give you next mile detection and route you around bad weather. That's a great feature. It's really awesome. We'll talk more about the premium features here, but we're going to go into the layers menu. It looks like the stack of cards. I'm going to go into the outlooks, and I'm just going to turn up the convective outlook. In the meteorology world, we like to joke there that enhanced risk area, when you get just the orange, it looks like an evil avocado because, you get the green and the yellow, right? And then the little pit. But now we're at the ribeye steak stage, right? The moderate risk there. You can tell I'm hungry. The moderate risk, 4 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale, okay? I know the word moderate, it sounds silly. I think there's a lot of social science that's gone into moderate and high, enhanced, what people pay attention to. But either way, it's a 4 out of 5 on their scale, okay? High risk, a 5 out of 5, is only reserved for the most severe, significant severe weather days. And there's one in effect tomorrow for parts of Mississippi and Alabama. It is only the third time in history that the SPC has ever issued a day 2 high risk. 2006, 2012, and now 2025 joins that rarefied air. And unfortunately, tomorrow looks to be a really rough day if you live in Mississippi or Alabama. But as it stands right now, storms are now just beginning to enter that moderate risk area. It's not an indication necessarily that things could be better or worse, right? It just goes to show you that the SPC, Storm Prediction Center, is highlighting that area to say, this is where we kind of expect to see the worst of the worst. And we're kind of just getting to that point. A tornado warning in effect here for our friends in Springfield, just east of it, east of Fellows Lake. We got 6 minutes to go on this. And if I switch to the velocity, I mean, not seeing much there, right? We're going to keep an eye on things. It's real. Someone said, hair looks great. My guy. Thank you. Appreciate it. Or whoever you are. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. North of Stratford, east of Fair Grove. That's the only tornado warning in town. We've been streaming live, Jack, for how long? 2 hours? This is the first tornado warning. There will be more, but this is the first one. And we are here with you. Someone said, I'm in Springfield. Was there an actual tornado? Not yet. Oh, look at that. The tornado threat has diminished and the tornado warning has been canceled. Right? So it's going to disappear here momentarily. That's what I was trying to tell you. I mean, nothing really jumping out at me looking at that storm here. Someone watching on Twitch, big shout out to our Twitch family. Again, if you'd like to watch us on Twitch, it's MyRadar WX. Give us if you subscribe with the Twitch Prime, hey, we'd really appreciate it. There's some cool custom emotes in there. Big shout out to our moderator, Chaotic Gabs. You guys should follow her as well. She's a fishing influencer, which, hey, isn't that a beautiful thing? Big shout out to fishing. But they say, Rico here says the winds from Seattle, from St. Louis are really picking up now. Yeah, I mean, the storms are rushing toward you. So what happens is what we call inflow, right? Where you have the winds that are rushing to the storms, right? Because this low pressure center is effectively like a big toilet bowl, right? Just sucking all of the air at the lower levels toward the center of it here. So yeah, I mean, you've got an advancing line of severe thunderstorms coming to you. It's right over top of Jefferson City right now in Columbia, home to can't even speak, the University of, or Missouri University, right? Missouri, whatever, the Tigers, Mizzou, you know what I'm saying. Big shout out to all the journalism students there. But either way, this is just a line at this point, which again, strong winds associated with this. But as it stands right now, no active tornado warnings. What I will show you here is if we go to the weather alerts menu, I'm just going to turn on the tornado watch for a second, and we're going to fill in the shapes. We have 2 active tornado watches. This one here for parts of Arkansas and Missouri that is in effect until 11 o'clock Central Time, okay? And then this one down here for parts of Louisiana and Missouri are in effect until 10 o'clock Central Time. This is what we call in the meteorological world a bimodal severe weather threat, right? Meaning that there's effectively 2 areas that we're watching, okay? You've got all the way up here near the Corn Belt, right? And then you've got down here near the Gulf, the coast there, that is the tornado threat, okay? Now, tornadoes could occur here in any of the risk area, but if I had to, give you my best educated guess here, it's going to be down here somewhere, south of St. Louis through to Jonesboro, Memphis, Tupelo, Jackson, the barbecue belt, if you will, where we are likely to see some of the stronger storms developing here over the next couple of hours. I mean, it is only 7:30 on the Eastern time zone where I'm coming to you from, so 6:30 Central. We've got at least 4 hours to go. Something just flashed around me. Weird. Don't know what that was, Jack. So we've got plenty of time to go for these storms to really get going here. Why is that tornado warning still there? It says the tornado warning has been canceled. Well, get it out of here. Why is it still on the map? Weird. All right. Anywho, so we've got 300 people watching on TikTok. What up, all you TikTokers? Shout out. We'd really appreciate your support. I can't see any of the gifts that people are giving me because good old TikTok Studio, I don't know why they update that program. It's just weird. But I can see your comments. I'm trying my best to follow them as best I can. We'd really appreciate it if you're watching on TikTok or whatever social media platform that you're watching on to follow us. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's completely free to do so. Hit that like button. We'd really appreciate the help on the algorithm if you're watching on TikTok. Tap on the screen. Let us know you're enjoying the live stream. We'd really, really appreciate it. Let's see if we can run it up to 25,000 likes. Again, we'd really appreciate it. We are so darn close to 110,000 followers on TikTok. Thank you so much for your continued support on that platform. We continue to really enjoy bringing content to you there. But hey, follow us. It's completely free to do so. That way you always know whenever we drop a new video or whenever we go live. And hey, share the live stream as well, whatever platform you're watching on. That way, if you know someone that knows someone that knows someone that's in the risk area here, that they are clued in to what's going on weather-wise. Of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention MyRadar. You can see it here on my shirt. That is, of course, the app that I'm using right here. You can see it above my head on the horizontal platforms, right? It is completely free to download. You can download it on iOS, Android, Windows, the Amazon platforms. Yeah, just about anywhere where you can find apps. Oh, I can see the gifts over here. like mind blown here. I couldn't see the TikTok gifs because TikTok Live Studio wasn't working. Someone just sent us something, a heart. Oh, Sarah Lynn just downloaded. Thank you very much, Sarah. Appreciate it very, very much. Again, the app is totally free to download. Of course, there are premium features. You can sign up for a free trial. And if you don't like them, let us know. We'd love to know why. But I think you'll really enjoy it. With the premium features, you get the per station radar feature here where you can select any of these radar sites, including some in Germany there, Japan, South Korea, Guam, Hawaii, Australia. Here in the United States, we're adding new radar sites all the time. But you can switch to all of these different radar products. You get the, let me go out of here. It eliminates the ads that are in the app. You get the historical radar feature, which is really awesome. You can go back in time and look at historical weather events. You get the hurricane tracker, which will plot the cone on the map for you. And you get Routecast, which is one of our newest features where you can take MyRadar in the car if you have Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, or cars with Google built in. And MyRadar will give you turn-by-turn directions and route you around bad weather. All of that is included in the premium feature bundle. So I highly suggest you check it out. If you go into the settings menu, it's right here under premium subscription. I'm here on Windows. You can sign up either monthly or yearly. And again, there is a free trial. I highly suggest you check it out. Let us know what you think. All right. So let me answer some of your questions here. We've got tons of them rolling in here. Bro's too busy plugging to do what he's here to do. What are you talking about? Been streaming for two hours now. I have been doing plenty of talking about the weather. You're just getting here, evidently. But listen, man, doing what I got to do. Download MyRadar. It's awesome. Okay? Big shout out to you. All right. Here we go. Let's look at some of your questions here. I've got them all pulled up. I've got YouTube, Twitch. Like Sandy Rose said, hit that like button. Appreciate it. Again, really appreciate it. Here's a great question from Fatima. My fiance travels for work and we stay in an RV in Tipton, Tennessee with our dog. I have bags packed and ready to go. How bad is it going to be at our location? Okay, Tiptonville. Sorry, Tiptonville, Tennessee. So yeah, you're let's do it here. You're not seeing. Tiptonville, Tennessee. Boom. Yeah, so you're in the moderate risk area, right? You're in an RV. Not great, because that's not a permanent foundation. If you can, drive east into, like Lexington, Kentucky. Drive that way. Big shout out to Lexington. I got married there. I love Kentucky. The reason I say that is because you're well ahead of things. You certainly don't want to be in a structure that is not firmly built into the ground in the event that a tornado warning comes to you. An RV or something mobile can become mobile, right? You most certainly do not want to be caught in that kind of scenario. It's just not fun, right? Turn that off here. Pull the chat back up. What other questions you got? Someone said Columbia tornado. There is no tornado warning in Columbia, Missouri. I'll look at the velocity scan. I'm going to switch to this radar here for St. Louis. We've got rotation in there, so that is interesting. We'll keep an eye on that one. But look at that rotation down there. They're near Diggins and Seymour. So we got a couple storms here that are rather interesting. Now, there is no tornado here for Columbia. But yeah, this right here, west of Fulton, Kingdom City, we're going to keep an eye on this one here, okay? We're going to keep an eye on this one here. This is on Interstate 70, west of Fulton, west of Kingdom City. Looks like it's a fairly small community there. Population 128 in Kingdom City. They're near the Central Missouri Renaissance Festival. Okay. It's there near the, right here. We're going to keep an eye on this here. 70 and 54, that interchange there, here near Kingdom City, right here. We're going to keep an eye on this. This is just a severe thunderstorm warning, but interesting stuff. We'll keep an eye. I got so many comments coming in on TikTok. So many comments. And those of you that have been giving us gifts here, shout out to you guys. Some hilarious TikTok names, I'll give you that. Oh, man. Thanks for the rose. It pops up so fast. I wish I could see it in TikTok Studio. Wow, Jack, we got to figure that out. All right. But thank you so much for all of the comments, for all of the gifts there. Question from Twitch here. So you think if one touches down, it will go straight east near St. Louis, or where will it push toward? So right now, you're seeing storms, again, kind of filling in from the southwest. Typically, the way a tornado moves is kind of from the southwest toward the northeast-ish, right? Now, storms absolutely have possessed deviant motion, as we call it, where they kind of can go south or do things that are typically meteorologically a bit strange. But again, the best advice I'd have for you here, if one were to touch down, you just need to be prepared, right? Know where that safe place is. If you have a basement, that's the best place to be. If you have a storm shelter, that's even better. If you don't have a basement, hey, that's cool. First floor of the house is good to go. You want to make sure that you are in a central location with as much of the interior of the home protecting you from the outside as possible. Sandy Rose, like a MyRadar umbrella. Sandy, I don't know how I can do this, not on YouTube. Sandy, if you follow us on X, send us a DM on X, a private message, and I'll make sure you get an umbrella. All right. All right, someone on TikTok here. The comments are going way too fast here. Champaign, Illinois. I mean, that's home to the Fighting Illini, right? Big shout out to our buddy Dr. Joseph Trujillo Falcon, who does some of our MyRadar Espanol coverage here. So it's down in here, right? Why can't I find it? Ah. Is it not highlighting it? Yeah, it's there's nothing to you right now, right? Okay, but I'm still watching this storm here, moving east through Columbia, Missouri. You can see that there is some embedded rotation. It's very messy, but again, green is representative of winds going toward the radar. Red is representative of winds going away from the radar. You're not being pushy at all, Sandy, at all. You've done great things for us. So again, send us a DM there on X, and I will try my best to get one out to you as soon as I can. But when you're seeing something like this, where you're seeing kind of the mixing happening there, it's an indication that you've got winds in opposite directions, right? Or in differing directions, I should say. And we're using this radar here coming in from St. Louis. I had a buddy who lived in this part of the world that swears by St. Louis style pizza. Let me know in the chat, you guys, if you've ever had I think it's Emo's Pizza. I've never had it before. I know that you guys use that Provel cheese. Let me know in the chat if it's any good. St. Louis style pizza. I've never had it before. I see someone saying Emo's. Someone said gas. I've never had it before. I'm from New York. I think our pizza's the best. Just saying. Shout out to New Haven, Connecticut. Great pizza there. Man, Jack, I'm hungry, huh? But I've heard St. Louis style pizza is great. Chicago style, it's all about the tavern style. The deep dish. Come on, let's be real. That's a pie. Come on. Yeah, that's not a pizza, but whatever. I guess dough, sauce, cheese. That's what you need, right? So whatever. Shout out to deep dish. But I've never had a St. Louis style pizza. Someone said I'm from Jersey. I know pizza. Hey, shout out to New Jersey. I would go to New Jersey to get my gas when I was growing up in New York. Someone said New York has the best pizza. Emo's is okay. I've never had it. I can't tell you, but I had a buddy when he was working in television at the time. I used to work in television as well. When he would drive from his TV station in Illinois to go see his parents near St. Louis, that he would get like 4 Emo's pizzas. eat one on the way home in the car and then would freeze the rest. So he had a taste of home. So that's dedication. Anyway, we've got a tornado warning. Enough about pizza. Let's talk about this new tornado warning here just east of Springfield. Okay, so this tornado warning here, let's get some deets on it. This just came down. This is for southeastern Webster County in Missouri. It is until 7:15 Central Time. It is, as of right now, just radar indicated rotation, and this is what they're cluing in on right here, just east of Diggins, west of Seymour. Okay, so, okay. Okay, let's keep an eye on this one here. The rotation actually out ahead of it, you got some embedded rotation on the back end here, so we're going to keep a close eye on things. So let's get you some locations here, all right? So that's Diggins, Missouri. Okay, so Diggins, 299 people in this community here. So right now, it's right over top of the Cozy Camper RV Park, working its way toward Two Hawks and Jack Mountain, right here north of Highway 60. That is where the rotation lies as it stands right now. It's way out ahead of this line here. I think that there's something to be said of what's going on back here near Rogersville. But we're going to keep a close eye on it here. I'd imagine that this is what they're cluing in on here. Remember, red is representative of winds going away from the radar. Green is representative of winds going toward the radar site. Jamina, what the heck are you talking about on Facebook? I have no idea what you're talking about, but whatever. Anywho, back to the tornado warning here. I'm going to keep a close eye on things. This is, as it stands, the only tornado in town. I see Jordan is driving. Still sunny where Jordan is. I don't think he's in the Zoom, right, Jack? Is he in the Zoom call? Looks like the monitors went out behind me, Jack. Okay, not in the Zoom. Okay. All right. Strange. All good. All right. So we're looking at this tornado warning here. So again, the tornado I'm using is this Springfield one. I don't know if we're going to see. Yeah, I mean, that's the rotation that they're looking at, right? And that's the rotation that we can see from this site too. So if I switch back to this radar, again, you can see green going toward the radar. In this instance, it's Springfield back to its west, and then red away from it. Okay? So this tornado warning here is in effect for the next 32 minutes. It's until 7:15 Central Time. Northeast of Diggins. It is entering into some fairly... there's not much out here, right? So we're going to get a tornado. This is one of the better places. Someone said, I'm in Illinois. When it hits, I'm going to go outside to film a crazy video. Not a great idea. Don't do that. No video is worth your life. Seriously. Don't do that. Bad idea. Shout out to all the people watching on TikTok, though. We got 285 people in here right now. Big shout out. Hey, follow us on TikTok if you haven't already. Really appreciate it. Hey, tap on the screen, too. Tornado Box on Twitch. What a name. How bad is it going to be in Louisville, Mississippi? I'm in an apartment and a little worried about all of this. Well, I'd say that your apartment building more than likely has a first floor, a lobby of some sort. If you were to be under a tornado warning, you're going to want to be on that first floor. If they have a shelter, of course, that's the best place to be. You certainly need to have a plan, right? You can't leave it where tornado is on the ground and then you're rushing, because when you're panicked and you're rushing, you make mistakes. God, I wish Jason, who I work with, was here in my head. He would tell me this quote from this Olympian. Slow, darn it. Slow is fast. Fast is, I can't remember. Jason, I got too much in my head. I don't know if you're still watching, Jason. Please let me know so I don't drive myself nuts. I can't remember the saying. So yeah, I appreciate the comment on my name. It's a great name, very apt. right now. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Thank you so much. Oh my God, that was like a worm in my brain. Just, I couldn't remember it. Thank you. Yes, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Thank you for that. You need to be have your plan. Someone says, what state? We're in Missouri right now. This is the rotation that we're looking at here. Okay, so we've got, let's switch back to the composite reflectivity. So you can see kind of this hooking back here. That is rather interesting. Now it's got this cell behind it here near Rogersville and Fordland. So it's kind of eating away at its upper bound potential there because these storms don't like to share, right? This guy here, off by itself a little bit, and you can see the rotation within it, kind of curving back here, just southwest of Diggins. You are still under that tornado warning. I'm going to switch to the correlation coefficient. And this product here shows us whether or not there are any objects being lofted vertically into the atmosphere, right? Which would give an indication that there's not only a tornado on the ground, but that there could be a strong one on the ground. And the good news is I'm not seeing anything just yet. If I look in here, I'm not seeing anything. It doesn't say confirmed tornado. So again, it's just radar indicated. We're going to keep a close eye on things. Going to keep it right here, all right? Wandering Centurion, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, that was like killing me. I couldn't remember the name, the saying. So it's right here. This is the tornado warning we're going to watch. You guys can see this, right? On TikTok and on the streams. Let me know. I can zoom in more. I just want to make sure that we're not losing sight of everything else that's going on. Let me know. So yes, someone on TikTok, not a confirmed tornado as it stands right now. Dominic, thank you very much. It's just radar indicated, exactly. Hey, thank you for the gift there. It's popping up so fast on TikTok. The TikTok studio, now I can't see the chat in here. This silly advertisement is in the way, and then the darn chat isn't coming in. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know. We'll figure it out for tomorrow's stream. Okay. Amanda says, when will we see it in Georgia tomorrow? Very late at night. Very, very late at night. We're talking likely after close to between 11 and midnight. Ya boy, thank you for the corn and for the ice cream and for the chili and for all these gifts. Again, I'm seeing them pop up over here. The lightning bolt. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support so much. Thank you. What a name. What areas in Georgia will be the hardest hit? That's also a good question. Well, if I pull up, I don't want to go away from it yet. We'll look at tomorrow's threat here momentarily, but right now we've got an active tornado warning. I don't want to go away from it. It is the only one right now. Let me zoom on out with the app here, so you're not missing anything. So you can see this rotation in here. Interesting. So it's got 27 minutes to go. This is west of Hartville. So this is on its way to High Prairie up here, right? Yeah, near State Highway M in Missouri. These are very small communities here between Diggins and east of Marshfield here. So now we're starting to see, again, that little something there, okay? We're going to keep a close eye on this here. This is west of Hartville. It's heading for High Prairie there near, is that County Road 38? I believe so. This right here, yep. So High Prairie, Odin, these areas, you need to be in your safe place. High Prairie Loop, Springtown Road, west of Hartville. You want to cover that and talk about what you're actually seeing. Yeah, you're talking about what's called a hook echo. That little hook back in, right? This right here. This is a hook echo. This is effectively the storm right here. That's called the V notch, right? Where it's the outflow. It's Effectively, the storm has risen so high into the atmosphere that it's blowing out ahead. Okay, it's blowing out ahead of it, right? But then you look behind it here, and the storm is trying to curl in on itself. It's very likely that right here is the funnel, okay? And if I switch to velocity, wouldn't you know it, that's where we're seeing the velocity signature, okay? Green is representative, again, of winds going toward the radar, red away from it. So when you start to see that kind of twisting in there, and the pieces of the puzzle kind of fill in here, if I go to reflectivity, you can see it right there. And if I switch to velocity, you can see it right here. Third thing I'm going to check is the correlation coefficient, which again, that is showing us whether or not we have anything being lofted into the atmosphere. Now, it's very likely that that is not what is showing us there, but we're going to have to pay very close attention to this storm here. Jordan, can you hear me? He's in the Zoom.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I have to unmute you.
Gotcha.
Unmute myself. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. You're not near this storm, right?
Oh, I'm not getting on it too early. I'm actually almost to Winona, Missouri, and I'm still trying to decide if I'm going to ride it out here on Highway 60 or if I'm going to get back into northeastern Arkansas for the later supercells.
Okay, I see where you are. Yeah, you're west of Poplar Bluff. Okay, so that storm is west of you, Jordan. So, of course, I'm talking to Storm Chaser Jordan Hall on the live stream. He's just above me there. Jordan is... he's one of the best in the business. We'll have some really exciting stuff to announce real soon with Jordan. Yeah, Jordan, we've got this active tornado warning here. It's finally like it's almost 8 o'clock here in the East Coast, so it's 6:50 there, right, in Central Time Zone. This is definitely one to watch. I see people saying it's been confirmed by chasers. I'm not seeing anything there just yet to indicate that it has been confirmed. Yeah, I mean, okay, wait a minute. Yep, okay, it is observed. Thank you. Observed tornado on the ground. Here we go. Right there. Right here. Okay? So State Highway F, State Highway 5, these are very, very small communities west of Hartville. You need to be in your safe place. This tornado warning is in effect for 23 more minutes. Okay? Oh, there it is, a confirmed tornado. Okay, so they just updated this here. A confirmed tornado. There it is, radar confirmed. Okay? So we saw this happening live, right? If I jog it back, you can see that the storm started again with that notch. You can see here near Fordland, it was trying to spit out that little hook. And boy, there you can see it. Clear as day. We were definitely looking at it. And then as we advance, you see the motion, how it's trying to spin back in on itself. And then bang, right there. So there is some good news here. It's that this storm behind it is coming in fast. And that is likely going to work to sap away its energy here. You might very well just see this kind of give up on itself here sooner rather than later. But we are going to treat it as such. We've got, yeah, local reports of tornado on the ground near Hartville. Someone said, "I wish you can read the markers." I would have to take the radar site. We've got some changes to the map layer coming in soon. I wish I could tell you guys some of the just super awesome stuff that's coming, but I don't know if the developers want me to talk about that just yet. But we got some really great stuff. I'll say this: if you are a pro radar user, you are going to absolutely love some of the features coming to the MyRadar app. I cannot wait to show you. I know Jordan, if he can still hear me, is bouncing off the walls at some of the stuff that is coming. But again, we're going to watch this tornado here. Again, if I go to reflectivity, you can see it right here. Okay? We're going to keep a close eye on things. What a name there on Twitch. Fried Waffles. What is the risk again? For this part of the United States, it is a moderate risk. So that's a 4 out of 5 on their scale, right? Interestingly, though, it's now advancing the red color there into that moderate risk area. So it's borderline here. But you can't get into the semantics of, oh, I'm right on the line there. You need to just treat it seriously. I don't think we have any other active tornado warnings. We do not. So it's this one right here. This is the biggest show in town. And it is in kind of the middle of nowhere, Missouri, which is good. We want this to be away from people. Is that true? Someone said saying blah, blah, blah on TikTok get you banned? I don't know about that. The purple app. Come on now. I think we'll be all right. Either way, shout out to our friends over there on Twitch. And shout out to all the people here on TikTok and YouTube and X and Facebook and wherever you're watching us from. And, of course, in the MyRadar app as well. Big shout out to all of y'all. We've got a lot going on here. Jack, if you could tell me how many people are watching in the app, that would be awesome. Tell me in my ear here. That's what I've heard. Don't know if it's true. That's how rumors spread. Anyway, so we're watching this guy here. Okay. All right. So yeah, this is the biggest show in town here. And if I zoom things out, again, no active tornado warnings. It's this guy here, just walking you through what we're seeing. Again, when you see the green, which is representative of the winds going toward the radar, in this sense, Springfield radar, and then the red, they represent winds going away. You're seeing kind of right in here, this little spin back here. That is the tornado. But you can see we're kind of losing it a little bit. It looked a lot more potent right here. And then out ahead, we kind of lose it a little bit. Now, there's a neat thing in meteorology called a BWER, or bounded weak echo region. It's like a punch out, a little donut hole there. That'd be indications of, again, you can kind of see it right
Got
here.
the nudger thing going on that Cameron
What'd you say,
talked
Jordan?
about.
What'd you say, Jordan?
Well, I said this supercell's got a nudger going on that was talked about at the National Storm Chaser Summit, where the storms behind it are actually helping nudge that RFD around, causing it to produce tornadoes. You can actually really see it on radar. It's called the nudger theory.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, you can see that. So right here near like Diggins, what Jordan's talking about was down here. Jordan, you want to talk about that again? Repeat yourself, the nudger theory?
Yeah, so Cameron Nixon actually did a presentation on this at the National Storm Chaser Conference this year on what's called the nudger theory. And the theory is that you get storms that fire along the backside of a leading supercell and kind of help push and nudge that RFD kind of all the way up and around that supercell, helping really complete the cycle per se, if it's struggling and really causing it to start forming a tornado.
By the way, what Jordan is talking about in RFD, bit of an inside baseball term there, is the rear flank downdraft. That's this right here, right? And so again, what that is, that's the drier air. It's right in here, right? So this is moisture here, but it's this right here, right? The rear flank downdraft, where it's that air, drier air coming into the storm, right? Kind of giving it that necessary spin. And that's an interesting theory, Jordan. I'd love to, if you can get that presentation from him. But yeah, look at that.
Absolutely.
BWER there. That is very interesting. We're going to keep an eye on this here. Whether or not it's still on the ground remains to be seen. But we're going to keep a close eye on this storm here. This tornado warning in effect for the next 16 minutes. It is radar confirmed. I haven't seen any imagery of it yet on social media. Now let me go to the CC here. Yeah, so now you're starting to see it a little bit, okay? So right here, right, in the correlation coefficient product, this big blue kind of punch out, it's very likely that this is passing over like farmland. So what could very well be getting kicked up here into the atmosphere are crops in this sense, or it could be anything really. But you can really see it here, okay, in the CC product. And effectively what this is showing you is that objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere, okay? So this is still, again, a confirmed tornado right here. It's moving north and east. We're going to keep an eye on it here. Again, it's kind of in the middle of nowhere, which is kind of within the best place for it to be quite candid. See if I can get some locations for you here. So this is right over here. Yeah, it's kind of in the middle of nowhere, which is where you want these things to be. Ideally, we don't want them to impact people all that much. Yeah, all these communities are just so small out here. Like Edgar Springs there. Okay, but we're going to keep an eye on this guy here, which is still tornado warned. This is a confirmed tornado with a debris signature in effect until 7:15. So we got another 15 minutes. Yes, Tommy, the CC is showing debris. You can see it right here. Right there. It's that blue. It's really not hard to see, right? If I zoom out. There it is. And you can see again, woo! Those winds coming in the rear flank downdraft. So this right here is very likely our tornado. Right here. Okay? So State Highway Z, State Highway TT, you need to be in your safe place. This is a very rural part of Missouri, it seems. And you need to be in your safe place. There's a confirmed tornado on the ground here. It is the start of a very active weekend of severe weather, a moderate risk of severe weather today. We're very likely looking at tornadoes here developing for the next several hours. Jack and I will be with you, and Jordan and I will be with you here for the next several hours, at which point we are going to round things out later this evening, and we will be back very early tomorrow morning. An incredibly significant severe weather day is likely tomorrow. High risk of severe weather tomorrow for parts of Missouri and Alabama. A day that I'll say has a pit in my stomach, really, tomorrow. A high risk has already been issued for day 2, that being tomorrow. It is only the 3rd time in history that the Storm Prediction Center has ever issued one on day 2. A high risk, that is. 2006, 2012, and now 2025. It's been 13 years, folks, that's been issued on day 2. Significant tornadoes, violent, long-track tornadoes are all in the forecast. Cappucci, meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, when we spoke with him before, had said he expects to see upwards of 100-plus tornadoes tomorrow. Just in Mississippi and Alabama, let alone what we might see outside of that. Really, really significant day. So we will be back here tomorrow. Be sure to follow us on all of our social media platforms. Download the app as well so you can get tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings sent right to your devices. The app is completely free to download, and I would suggest that you do ahead of tomorrow. It is a day where you need to know where your safe place is in the event of a tornado coming to you. So this storm here is, as you can see now, out behind it. If I zoom out a little bit, when we first saw that little hook, right, and the V-notch, that storm behind it is really trying to fill in, right? And you can see you're kind of losing a little bit that hooking right here. You guys can see my mouse cursor, right? You can see that hooking right here. There's the BWER right there, that little donut hole. But as this storm becomes a little more linear, it will lose its rotating characteristics here. All right, let me know in the chat where you are watching from. We got so many people watching from all over the United States. Yep. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's very rural Missouri. That is good. Got people watching from Ohio, St. Louis, Texas, Tennessee, Ohio, Chicago, Tennessee Valley, Arkansas. So many. Columbia. Someone said they're watching from the Gulf. Oh, that's that character from Invincible, right? I watched the very first episode of that show. I wasn't super into it. Maybe I'll give it another chance. But hey, let me be remiss if I didn't mention, my name is Mike Linden, and I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm streaming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. It is a very active evening of severe weather, a moderate risk for severe weather, a 4 out of 5 on the SPC scale. Tomorrow, a high risk for severe weather. We will be streaming live here into the evening hours as things continue to develop. Again, the app that I am using that you can see on your screens is the MyRadar app. You can download it for free on iOS, Android, Windows, all those places. It's completely free to download. Of course, there are premium features in there. We can talk more about those in a minute. But again, the app is completely free to download. Whatever social media platform you are watching us on, whether if you're watching in the MyRadar app, we love you. We love you wherever you're watching us from. But hey, if you're watching us on TikTok, YouTube, X, Facebook, Twitch, appreciate it very much if you were to follow us, subscribe to the channel. We really appreciate it. Okay, this thing is really trying to strengthen again here, this tornado. You can see right here on the latest scan, it's really trying to hook back in on itself. As Jordan touched on before, the storm behind it kind of nudging it and sending that drier air into it on the rear flank downdraft. Again, this is a radar-confirmed tornado. We've got 8 minutes to go on this tornado warning, but I would suspect that they do extend it, that being the National Weather Service, out eastward a little bit more. Damaging tornado and baseball-sized hail in this guy here. Let's see if we can still see the correlation coefficient signature. Yeah, you lose it a little bit in there, but it is there. And then the velocity scan. Not looking as impressive, right? And that just goes to what I was telling you before, that this storm coming in behind it is sapping its energy away a little bit, right? This guy back here. And eventually this thing will just go more linear and then just bring strong winds to Upton, Rubidoux, that way, eastward. But we're going to keep an eye on it here. Again, you can see it's trying to form that little BWER in there. Again, bounded weak echo region. It's a drier, cooler air there. It's like a little donut hole punch out in a supercell thunderstorm. I see people talking about St. Louis. We'll talk about St. Louis, but as it stands right now, there's nothing in St. Louis. Everything is west of you, over the top of Jefferson City. We were talking about your pizza before at Emo's. Let me know where your favorite pizza spot is in St. Louis. So yeah, again, you can see, look at that drier air. It's right in here. This storm won't go away. It's just hooking in there right here, right here. Look how small the tornado warning is now. The polygon, they keep shrinking it. 6 more minutes. I would expect them to extend this out a little bit. Them being the National Weather Service, but we'll see what they're going to do. There's 400 of you watching on TikTok. Hey, if you were to all right now follow us on the MyRadar TikTok account, we would break 110,000 followers. We'd really appreciate your support very, very much. Hey, it's completely free to follow us. That way you always know whenever we drop a new TikTok, or of course whenever we go live, of which we will be live tomorrow as well. And hey, we'd really appreciate it as well if you were to share the live stream. That's a great way to help us grow. And hey, tap on the screen. Let us know that you're enjoying the stream thus far. We got 31,000 likes so far. Let's see if we can run it up to 35. Little challenge for you. All right. So we're watching this tornado warned storm here over Missouri. Just double checking that we don't have anything else. We do not. We got some storms firing up down here, though. Moving into Arkansas. Those are going to be much later tonight, these storms down here. Texarkana, Shreveport, Little Rock, El Dorado, Monroe. Those will be a little later, but we're getting there. Right now, it's this guy. You can really see the hook right here. Trying to get you some, I mean, this is a super duper rural part of Missouri here. Rubidoux Township here. Upton. Oh, sorry. Upton. The tornado's over here. Yeah, what are you saying over here? You can't see what I'm doing. Sorry. Upton Road. Yeah, it's right. It's very rural. That's good. But it's getting real messy now. You're really losing it. Look at that little, like a little teeny umbilical cord of dry air getting into the storm there. And you can see how, again, I keep telling you that storm to its southwest continues to take away the energy from it, right? And making it go more linear. It's filling in that line now. Because these storms want to be by themselves. But this present environment, you're kind of seeing its lifeline getting shut off a little bit. Of course, it's still a severe thunderstorm warning. There's a lot of rain in here. I'm sure if we look at the VIL product, there's a big old hail core in there, right? The CC getting a little more muddled, that being the correlation coefficient. Again, that's indicative of debris. There's still embedded spin. And there you go. They did extend it out. So new tornado warning here. This is what I expected given the embedded spin, right? This is just radar indicated rotation as it stands right now. So this is a new tornado warning in effect until 7:45 Central Time. So we got 33 minutes to go here. This is for, again, these communities northwest of Rubidoux. 15 miles northeast of Hartville, 21 miles southeast of Lebanon. So this is west of Edgar Springs, Sherrill, and Licking. So there's that embedded rotation. Again, when you see these colors here, what they mean, right? You've got green, which is wind going toward the radar site, and red, which is representative of winds going away from the radar site. In this instance, I'm using the Springfield radar. Let's switch to the St. Louis radar, see if we can see anything up that way. So again, this is showing you, again, that same rotation. The colors are just a little different, being how far away it is from the radar site. So let me switch back to Springfield here. This is going to be our radar for right now. Okay? And again, the reason why they extended the tornado warning as I anticipated out ahead of it here is because, again, this storm has a history of producing a tornado. This was a confirmed tornado. But there is still embedded spin within the line there. Whether or not there's anything on the ground, again, nothing confirmed as it stands. This cell was part of the line here that did put a tornado down. I'm not seeing anything on social to suggest, or from any of the storm reports the storm reports to suggest that anything is on the ground as it stands right now. All right, I'm going to keep watching this here. There's 500 people watching on TikTok right now. Shout out. All right. So these are still the two. Not seeing any others, right? So this is west of Licking and Sherrill. Very, very small communities, rural communities out here in Missouri. It's going to be a bumpy ride here for the next 30 or so minutes as this thing passes over you. It is tornado warned, and there is embedded rotation within this. But as it stands right now, it's the storm to your south and west that did have a confirmed tornado. But notice as well that that rotation has really died. I mean, look at this, right? There was the tornado right there, northeast of Diggins. Right there. I mean, that might be the best scan that we've got of it right there. There at 7:46 on the Eastern time, I should say. And then right there, north of Hartville. But then you kind of start to see the rotation start to die out a little bit. So we'll see this one back here probably expire here momentarily. It says 0 minutes. So again, I'd assume it's going to disappear. So it's this one here on the way to the Waynesville Waynesville St. Robert Regional Airport. It's a small little airport there. Near Fort Leonard Wood. You're not in the tornado warning just yet. But it is to your south and west. Yeah, it's moving. Part of the larger line here. Right here. But look at all the darn severe thunderstorm warnings. I mean, again, strong winds in this here. And there goes that tornado warning on the backside. We expected that, right? But it's this one here that is going to have our attention here for the next 28 minutes. We are on it. Let me know in the chat where you guys are watching from. I'll try my best to answer as many questions as I possibly can. Of course, we're streaming on all of our social media platforms. Someone said, watching from the safety of Virginia. Yeah, Virginia most definitely not part of this severe weather threat. Got Chicago checking in, Lebanon, Missouri, Lafayette, Indiana. Someone said family in Licking, Missouri. Well, they're not in the tornado warning. It is east of them. I mean, there will be strong storms coming their way here over the next hour or so. But right now, the big one, I say that because there's not much else going on. Tornado, excuse me. Okay. I got to get a cup of coffee here momentarily. Right here, west of Sherrill, is that embedded rotation. See, Jack, this is the one thing about now me doing this solo dolo here is I can't go get a cup of coffee. I'm out of caffeine. Okay, so we are again watching this tornado warning. You can see right in here, it's trying. If I go to the correlation coefficient, which again is showing us whether or not there's any debris or anything being lofted vertically. Could just be dust, all that junk right there. Being that, by the way, here I'll have to switch over here on the app. I'll do it on the iPad, Jack. I want to show folks the satellite layer. It's going to take a second. Perfect. Jack, can you take the iPad for a moment? Just real quick. You can hear me there, Jack, my guy. Look at this satellite image. I mean, I need y'all. Oh, they can't see it on TikTok though, Jack. Can you switch it for there too? I want to make sure the folks on TikTok can see this too. Perfect. So this is, again, in the MyRadar app. If you didn't know, the satellite function in the layers menu there. It's right at the top, high def, satellite, right? That's one of them. Look at this satellite image. I mean, there's so much happening in this. It's like, this is a crazy satellite image here. Let me show you why. So you've got the spin up here near Lincoln, right? Up into here. Then look at this for Texas and Oklahoma City. Look at all that dust. You guys can see that, right? I mean, look at the striations of it right there, right? Over Amarillo, Oklahoma City. Look at all that dust being lifted into the air, right? There's a very critical wildfire threat. Ari, yes, Columbus, Ohio is fine. If you keep spamming the chat, I'm going to have to mute you. But you can see all that dust on the radar image. And then out ahead of it, look right here. I mean, look at how these storms have just bubbled up. That one over Springfield, right, that produced our tornado, just bubbled up. Oh my gosh. Wild stuff. Anyway, enough nerding out there, Jack. Let's switch back to the app so folks can see that. Because we're losing sunlight here for the satellite loop, even though it's crazy. I mean, it's really neat.
Have you pulled up the IR on Mike, the IR loop on satellite?
I cannot. Jordan, hang on. We got a new tornado warning up near Jefferson City. Okay, so this is new. KLSX radar here. Okay, so here we go. Let's talk about this tornado warning. This one just came in. It's in effect until 8 o'clock Central Time. As of right now, it's just radar indicated. We've got a lot more communities at risk here. All right, we've got Fulton, Kingdom City, Montgomery City, Wellsville, Middleton, Bellflower, New Florence. This is near Interstate 70 and Highway 54. As of right now, it's just radar indicated rotation. And you can see here that they're looking at this right here, northeast of Jefferson City, west of Mocaine. That is very clearly what the National Weather Service is looking at. Now, again, this system is going super linear, right? And I think you're going to get the spin-ups, but the fact that you got all this mush behind it in Jefferson City, and then you got all this crud out ahead of it, you're going to start to see, particularly right here, for Ladonia, Rush Hill, Benton City, you're going to see the gaps begin to fill in. Watch, if I bring it back a couple of frames, you're probably going to see, again, kind of the gaps. But then as you get this guy coming in over Kingdom City, you start to see a little bit of that gapping kind of occurring. But it's very clear here that we got something going on right here, just to the southeast of Fulton, Missouri. Jordan, we do not have IR in the satellite layer just yet. It's effectively the geo color coming in from the GOES, but
Gotcha.
IR would be very cool to pull in.
Yeah, you can see. I know you can go find it on the GOES website or whatever, but I know the public radars, the satellites got the entire state of Oklahoma looks like black speckles for all the wildfires that are out there currently. So
Let me pull that up here. So I'm gonna have to go the Southern Plains. That's what you're using for GOES East.
I believe so. Yeah, I'll send you a photo.
All right, I'm pulling up the Sandwich RGB.
Yeah, if you can do IR.
Which band?
I have to go to the website and look. I was looking at it on Sat
Unless
Squatch.
you're talking about Dust RGB.
No, hold on. Let me go to GOES website and I'll tell you exactly how to get to it.
Because I think
let me
it's
see.
anyway. Well, just let me know, Jordan. All right.
Yeah,
so
I
we're
got
looking
you.
at this one near Fulton, which Fulton. This is one of our bigger communities thus far that has dealt with a tornado warning tonight. 12,600 people at last check in 2020. This tornado warning is right here. Oh, you guys can't see my screen. It's all good. Right here. So out near the Callaway County Sheriff's Office, Fulton County Community Supervision Center. We know what that is. Fulton Treatment Center. And the Ritterbusch Hospital. Okay. Up on the way to Kingdom City. So we still got that one down there. So yeah, as we expected, things are going to get going here on the southern side.
There we go.
Check back over here. 20 minutes. Jordan, if you're
I
in a
can show you how
position,
to
by
get
the
there
way,
now whenever you're
well,
ready.
I was going to say, Jordan, if you're in a position, I see that you're just kind of stationary. If you join the Zoom, I mean, shoot, you're in the Zoom. If you have your laptop, you can share your screen and you can show us exactly what it is you're looking at.
Yeah, I don't have my laptop up. I have my iPad.
No worries. Jack, can he share from an iPad? He should be able to, right?
Let me see if I can Zoom via. Let me try to join the Zoom via iPad.
All right, so we'll have Jordan checking in with us here in a moment. You guys should be able to hear him, Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. Yeah, the velocity or the rotation over here on this one over east of Springfield, it's just really not there. I mean, you can see it a little bit. It's weak. Still just radar indicated at this point, not confirmed. But this guy west of St. Louis, between Jefferson City and St. Louis, this is going to go north of St. Louis for those of you in the chat that are asking about St. Louis. Someone in here talking about a hot toddy. God, that sounds delicious right now. Holy cow.
Question for you.
What's that, Jordan?
Mostly for Jack. If I leave my audio on here on Zoom with my phone, but I join with my iPad just to share screen, does that work?
Yeah, that'll work.
Cool.
Yeah, because we can have multiple folks join in the Zoom call. Someone said, boy, there are a lot of hotspots. Yeah, we haven't even talked about the wildfires yet, man. We looked at that satellite image before, which was nuts, right? But with all these strong winds and with how dry things have been, I mean, Jordan was on a wildfire earlier today. Jordan, I'm going to have to pull up that video. Jack, if you can take the web browser for a moment. Check this video out. Jordan shot this in Bardley, Missouri. Jack, if you can take it for TikTok as well, I'd love to show them. If you can.
That video is also in the one and Drive, also that OneDrive or whatever in SharePoint.
Perfect. So Jordan shot this earlier today. Look at that, huh? From his drone. Jordan's got to be the best in the business with the drone videography, huh? Look at that shot. Look at the smoke. Oh no, Jordan, buildings burned down there, huh?
Yeah, it was a gas station. That's where it started.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, this is the concern, obviously, with incredibly strong wind and with how dry things are. Gosh, I hope TikTok doesn't think we're stealing this video. That would be ridiculous. But yeah, crazy stuff, right? Just a
absolutely
super active day for all forms of severe weather. So, Jack, if you want to take the app back.
Yeah, you should be able to see my screen on the iPad also.
Oh, yep. Yeah, let's take Jordan's screen share there, Jack, so we can show folks what it is that we're looking at here. It's up, Jordan.
Perfect. So those black dots that you see all across Oklahoma, those are all active wildfires that you're seeing on satellite. Clearly, we're looking from space, so those areas are very large. Those are all the wildfires that sparked earlier today and are spreading currently through the state of Oklahoma. But I do know the wind speeds are starting to tone it back just a little bit, which should help those firefighters get a handle on things.
So, Jack, if you can take the iPad for a moment and then share that out to TikTok as well. Again, I'll keep an eye on this tornado warned storm right here. It looks like it's going pretty linear, but we'll keep a close eye on things. So yeah, got the tornado up, or we got the iPad up, so you guys can see this in TikTok. If you didn't know, in the MyRadar app, in the layers menu, it looks like the stack of cards there. Toward the very bottom, you've got wildfires. I'm going to turn that on. Right now, I've got it just to significant ones, but I'm going to put it on all wildfires. I mean, it's kind of a joke how many things we got burning out there. But look at Oklahoma. Look at all the wildfires. Another feature within the wildfires layer is this, the hot spots. I'm going to turn that on. And that's going to show you areas that, based on satellite imagery, have begun to burn that aren't necessarily marked wildfires. And to Jordan's point, you can see all of these dots all over the state. These yellow ones are new within the past 5 minutes. So you got a lot of wildfires burning out there. This one right here, northeast of Cleveland here, 60% contained. That's at 2,300 acres there in Oklahoma. But you got a lot of fires that are actively burning right now. To Jordan's point, hopefully with things calming down, they'll be able to get a handle on it. This one out here over the panhandle of Texas, 50% contained, the Windmill wildfire, 9,300 acres. And you can see, again, using the hotspots feature, you can see that effectively the front of the fire, there are plenty of areas still burning there. So big shout out to the emergency responders there that are a very long night ahead of them. Jack, let's switch back to the app here. Jordan, thank you for sharing your screen there. That was great.
Perfect. That's good to know I can do that.
Yep, Jack, let's jump back to the yep, you've got it. Perfect. All right. Hakeem says, we're not having an issue necessarily. It's that on TikTok, we're a little limited with what we're able to show here in the vertical format, right? So again, if you'd like to see a little more than what you're seeing here on TikTok, come join us over on YouTube, or of course you can watch the stream in the MyRadar app as well. Yeah, so we're streaming everywhere. Let's just re-rack it from the top here. My name's Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Thank you very much for joining us. We're streaming to you live from the Orlando, Florida MyRadar studio here on Pi Day 3/14, March 14th. Of course, we are talking active weather here, now entering the moderate risk zone here. Now, for the folks that live in St. Louis that have been just bombarding us with questions, asking about St. Louis. St. Louis, when is St. Louis getting involved? Well, St. Louis is very close. We're getting real close here. We've got 3 tornado warned storms. I'm going to give you a little tour here real quick. We've got this guy back here that's set to expire in 13 minutes. That's west of Sherrill and Edgar Springs. Not much there. It's mainly this one here. That's one of the newer ones. This is in effect here for the next 43 minutes. Is it Rolla? Let me know in the chat how to pronounce that if you are a Missouri native here, near Doolittle and Newburgh. It's south of Interstate 44. So Rolla population 19,943 as of the last census in 2020. This is that storm that did produce a confirmed tornado. It's pronounced Rolla. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. This is that same tornado warned storm that did put down a tornado. So it's, again, when you have a confirmed tornado out of a storm, the National Weather Service usually errs on the side of caution that these storms have a history, so to speak. So you just need to continue to watch things. It's still kind of messy, right? You've got this junk up ahead of it near Rolla there, that my thought here is that this will all kind of come together, and then you get kind of that bow and arrow effect. Like when you pull back on a bow and it bends at the top and bottom, that's a bow echo, right? That's a radar signature. And effectively what that means is the winds are rushing out ahead of the line. And by the time that the radar beam can get all the way out and come back, it continues to move so fast, the line does, that it starts to look like it's bending. And that's an indication of some very, very strong winds. So that is the other one. We got this one up here, northeast of Jefferson City. Here. That's 26 minutes to go. Let's take a look at the velocity scan here. So again, not seeing necessarily any spin, right? Perhaps earlier there was. Yeah, back here near New Bloomfield, right? So what we're looking for here, meteorologically speaking, green is representative of winds going toward the radar. Red is representative of winds going away from the radar, right? So what we're looking at here is effectively when you start to see them bleeding into one another, or again, it just really stands out like a sore thumb. And that's where you're getting that indication that there's some rotation going on there, right? But if that was 25 minutes ago, if I advance it back to our current and most available radar scan, you can see that not too much going on there, right? Oh, I was looking at my text messages. Jordan texted me that picture earlier. We got him up on the stream. Jeez, what am I trying to say? Okay. But this is the one that we're watching here. We got 3 active tornado warnings. So let's see what happens here. For folks that live in Montgomery City, New Florence, Bellflower, you need to be ready to act. You are under a tornado warning for the next 24 minutes. Right now, again, it's super linear here. Super linear over Interstate 70. We'll keep an eye on things. Question coming in from the Purple app. People on TikTok say I can't say the name of it. But great question. Could these conditions lead to North Florida being an enhanced risk on Sunday? I think it's still a little too early for that. I think it's still a little too early. Bear in mind that we've got to get through tomorrow. There's a high risk in effect for tomorrow, which is nuts. But there are parts of Florida that are under that enhanced risk. The far western panhandle up near Alabama that is under an enhanced risk tomorrow. So it's possible. I would think that on Sunday things go pretty linear and we get just a big old squall line chucking its way eastward. It will be similar to, Jordan, what was that? Was that 2 weeks ago? Is Jordan still here? Can he hear me? I can't recall if that was like 2 weeks ago now. Time is just...
I can still hear you. Sorry, I was looking at this PDS tornado watch that just got issued.
Okay. Let's talk about that. Where is that, Jordan? I'm going to pull that up here.
That includes just Memphis, Tennessee, all the way up through Paducah, Kentucky, Southern Illinois, down just south of Memphis.
Let's see here. It is a PD. Okay. All right. So what Jordan's talking about here, this yellow color on the map, right? These are tornado watches. These are, in effect, this one that just got issued here for Memphis, Tennessee, Jackson, Tupelo, all the way south to Mississippi. This is in effect until 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 a.m. Central Time. Note that this is a This is a particularly dangerous situation. PDS. And what Jordan, if you can get that posted onto our X account, I would greatly appreciate it. This is a PDS, and what that means, particularly dangerous situation, is that this is perhaps where the National Weather Service is going to key in on where we could get the more intense tornadoes. So if you do live in this part of the world, again, you don't need to panic. You just need to have multiple ways to receive alerts tonight. The MyRadar app will deliver those alerts to you. Of course, if you have a cell phone, right, that's going to be connected to the emergency alert system. That'll certainly wake you up. And if you have a no weather radar, make sure the batteries are in that sucker or it's plugged in. Make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Again, even local television. It's going to be a very long night for local TV Mets down that way. But we've got several tornado watches that are in effect here. This one here, south for Jackson, Mississippi. This one is set to expire at 10. So it's this one here for Memphis, Jonesboro, Dyersburg, Jackson, Tupelo that are under the PDS. Now, my guess there, Jordan, is because this is you know, we're getting close to the high risk area for tomorrow, right? Where I think the anticipation is that things are going to get going fairly early in the morning.
Yeah, this PDS watch is definitely going to be for the supercells that are going to form in northern Arkansas here in the next couple of hours and be very dangerous between 10 p.m. to like that 4 a.m. time frame. If you go ahead, if you were to look at some of the newer HRRR models and NAM models, it'd show the big long track supercells there near Jonesboro here in a few hours.
So, Jack, if you want to take the MyRadar app here and make sure that the folks on TikTok can see it as well, I'm going to show you guys a brand new feature in the MyRadar app that is totally free, that Jordan was just kind of alluding to. Check this out. This is really cool here. Okay, so as soon as, Jack, if you can send that over to TikTok as well, I think it's there. Yep. All right, so what we're going to do here is I'm going to tap on the layers menu. It looks like the stack of cards. And then all of those little squares at the top. We got high def, satellite, historical, per station, temp map, composite, radar forecast. That's the one, radar forecast. This is going to take us through the next several hours. So there's a model, a high resolution model called the HRRR. High Resolution Rapid Refresh. And we're calling it radar forecast in this sense. I'm going to bring it back. It's got to load in everything. And this is looking at the next 18 hours here. Stand by. Stand by. Yep, 18 hours. Good. Thought I was crazy there for a second. All right. So, what Jordan is talking about here, down here for the folks that live in Memphis, okay, that are under that PDS. Let me show you once again where that risk area is. Stand by, okay? So right there, okay? You guys should all be able to see this, right? Let me know in the chat if you guys can see this here. So I'm going to advance out. This is what Jordan's talking about. Do you see all these little individual supercell thunderstorms down there? If I advance things out, notice how they move into Memphis, and they're very singular, right? They're somewhat linear, but like right there, for example, right? There, they're very, very linear. And with it being linear like that, that's where you get the stronger storms, right? The discrete supercell thunderstorms, the ones that are alone. Okay? So I'll play that out here. Let's give it a second here to pull in all the data. And we'll start to play out. And notice, look at the time frame there. All the way until 6 o'clock in the morning. Man. So it's that part of it, the part of the run right there. From 11:15 through until midnight, it's out ahead of that main line, right? All these little guys popping over Memphis until roughly 3 o'clock in the morning when everything has kind of passed. And then you have kind of that line out ahead of it. So this feature is totally free, by the way, to download. Or this is totally free in the app. The app is free to download. Oops. So let's switch back here to high def. Looks like we've got some chasers here in the MyRadar app that are on this storm. That's Hunter Hurley, which, by the way, if you guys didn't know, free feature also in the app. Big shout out to our friends over at Severe Studios. If you tap on the layers menu, again, it looks like the stack of cards, and you scroll down to the bottom, video storm chasers. You toggle that on, and you can see all these play buttons on the map. And those are storm chasers, courtesy of our partners over at Severe Studios. So you can watch a live feed of your favorite storm chaser. So let's see. Up here, we've got Ryan Scholl. Let's see what he's up to here. Show you how it works here. So there's Ryan. A little hard to see. Obviously, it's getting dark out there. But it gets real scary if you were to start to see lightning and then it illuminates a tornado. It's very possible tonight. Let's go over here. Let's take a look at Hunter Hurley. You guys should be able to see this, right? There's Hunter. again, you can see that it's very dark. This is a nocturnal event. And then let's go down here and take a look at this particular chaser, Robert Lee. His camera will load. Yeah. So there he's driving. You can see Robert Lee, and you can even see our buddy Jordan. Jordan is positioned down here, though. Where did it go? Jordan is down that a ways. Anyway, Jack, let's go back to the PC here. Let's take a look at these storms we got going on right here near St. Louis, or west of St. Louis, I should say. Oh, there's Jordan's camera. Yeah, Jordan is... he's down here. Near Arkansas. He's chilling. All right, so we've got the 3 tornado warnings. The one near Rolla here. Not too much going on there. That's got another 30 minutes. It's just radar indicated. There's nothing confirmed. And then we've got this one up here. Again, there's a higher population density up here for the next 14 minutes. Montgomery City, New Florence, Middletown, Wellsville. These are our 3. Yep, you got it, dude. Okay. For those of you that are just joining us, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. We are streaming to you live here from the MyRadar studio in beautiful Orlando, Florida. It is March 14th, 2025, Pi Day 3.14, and we are streaming severe weather. There is a lot going on out there, and if I go to the layers menu here in the MyRadar app, which of course is free to download on iOS, Android, Windows, as well as on the Amazon platforms, completely free to download. And I go into the outlooks here, and I got that turned on. I'm going to beef this up here. This red color, this is a moderate risk for severe weather, a 4 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. It is going to be a very active evening. Everywhere within this red box, or red outline, I should say, is at risk for some really potent severe weather, particularly here over the next couple of hours and overnight into 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay? Just switch in radar sites here. So anywho, we do also have a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, in effect for Memphis, Tennessee, and the surrounding areas. Let me show you that. Going into the MyRadar app, toggling on tornado watch. I'm going to fill it in. It's all these yellow boxes. Whoa, too far out. All these yellow boxes are tornado watches. The one for St. Louis here is set to expire tonight at 11 o'clock Central. Then we got this one out ahead of it, which includes Evansville, Indiana. That is in effect until 3 o'clock Eastern, or 3 o'clock Central Time. That is a particularly dangerous situation. And then just south of it is this one here over Memphis, in effect for the next 7 hours until 3 a.m. Central Time. That is also a particularly dangerous situation. Little Rock, you've got this one as well. That's set to expire at 11. And then down away this way into Jackson, Mississippi, is a tornado watch set to expire at 10 o'clock Central Time. So we've got tornado warnings all the way into Saturday, tornado watches, I should say, all the way into tomorrow morning. As it stands right now, we have 2 active tornado warnings, these red boxes. Okay, so let's do some forensic meteorology here, okay? So we're going to use the per station radar feature in the MyRadar app. That is a premium feature. Right here at the top of the layers menu, you've got per station radar. This allows you to select all of these radar sites. We've got many outside of the United States as well, but particularly we're looking at what's going on right here for our friends in Missouri, just to the west of St. Louis right now. So we've got these 2 red boxes. These are tornado warnings. This guy here, I'm using, by the way, the St. Louis radar. This one right here, that is over the top of Doolittle, Newburgh, and now heading for Rolla, is tornado warned. We're looking at reflectivity here, but it's very linear, this storm, like in the sense where it is not isolated. You'd want it to be by itself for it to produce the most dangerous kind of conditions. And if we look in the velocity, this is showing us winds going toward the radar and away from the radar. And that is where you are kind of seeing right in here, southwest of Rolla, you're starting to see, I mean, you can see what the National Weather Service is looking at. It's a very weak velocity scan, but nonetheless, there is still a little something in there, okay? So we'll keep an eye on that. That tornado warning is in effect for the next 25 minutes. This was part of a line that earlier this evening did produce a tornado near Hartfield, Missouri. And then there's this one up here, west of Montgomery City, Bellflower, Middletown, and right over the top of Wellsville. This storm here this tornado warning is in effect for the next 10 minutes. This is also radar indicated. Going into velocity here, I mean, you can see, again, it's just a very straight line. This just really tells me you're looking at, straight line winds coming right through here. Of course, the line happens to be straight too, but straight line winds, effectively just a big squall line coming through. You start to feel the winds picking up before it arrives. That's that inflow coming into it, and then just boom, hits you like a left hook here. And you can see, again, its shape, super linear here. You might get some rotation coming in on the southern side near Montgomery City and Bellflower, but we're just going to have to continue to watch for it here. Pardon me. Whew, I need to get a cup of coffee. But that is what we are looking at. Thank you so much to all of you that are watching across all of our social media platforms right now. Of course, in the MyRadar app on YouTube, Facebook, on X, and on Twitch as well. Big shout out to our TikTok audience too. If you haven't already, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us on TikTok. We are so darn close to 110,000 followers. We're 40 away. There's more than 40 of you in here. If you all follow us right now, we'll hit that mark. We'd really appreciate it. Of course, it's completely free to follow us. That way you know whenever we drop a new TikTok, whenever we go live. There's so much happening. This is kind of the start of when things begin to really ramp up for us here on the MyRadar weather team. Of course, we're in severe season now. March is where you feel that transition coming out of winter, going into spring. April, May is where things get really cooking for severe weather. But of course, there's a high risk tomorrow for Alabama and Mississippi. We will be streaming here in TikTok. And of course, everywhere that the MyRadar kingdom touches, we will be streaming there tomorrow as well. And then, of course, we get into hurricane season, folks. So you want to be sure that you're following along for the ride. So if you're on TikTok, follow us. We'd really appreciate it. Tap on the screen. Let us know you're digging things. We're almost at 40,000 likes on this stream, too. And hey, while you're at it as well, if you're watching on YouTube, smash that like button. I sound like all those silly influencers. Smash that like button. It'd really help us break through the algorithm. There's some other huge channels on YouTube that do a fantastic job, but we like to think we can offer something unique and different here on YouTube. So be sure to hit that like button. And hey, while you're at it too, subscribe. It's totally free. Turn those notifications on as well. And if you're watching us on X, Facebook, of course, you can follow us. It's completely free to do so. Oh, we would really appreciate it. All right. Soapbox over. We are so close to 110,000 TikTok. Come on. So 3 away, so darn close to 110,000. We, again, would really, really appreciate it. Again, nonetheless, and for all of you that have been sending gifts too, we're having issues with the TikTok live studio, so I cannot see the whatchamacallits, the gifts coming in. I know people have been giving us roses and all that great stuff. Thank you so much. You're all way too kind. Thank you very much. You spoil us. All right, Jack. Jack, we're so close to 110,000 followers on TikTok. So darn close. I would say, Jack, you come and sit here and you talk to the people about tornado warning so I can get a cup of coffee. Unless you'd be so kind as to make one for me, Jack. That would be wonderful. If you know how to use the coffee maker. I know you don't drink coffee. Dude, if you can grab me a Coke Zero. Not a sponsor, but hey, hit us up. That would be awesome. Thank you. There's caffeine in there. I appreciate it very much. All right. Starting to fade a little bit, folks, but it's all good. We're here. So we got the 2 tornado warnings. Those are right now what we are tracking. Again, as it stands, both are weak in terms of the rotation signature. This one up here, west of St. Louis, is going to be more your straight line winds. And then this one here near Rolla, I mean, right there, east of Doolittle, kind of running parallel there to Interstate 44. Got 20 minutes left on this one here. It's radar indicated in terms of the rotation, I should say. Whether or not we're going to get a tornado out of this shit, let me check the correlation coefficient. This, I have all the Cappucci-isms stuck in my head. Looks like a bucket of spilled paint, but it's a great way to explain it. This product is effectively showing you anything that's in the atmosphere that doesn't necessarily belong, that's being lofted vertically, right? So if we did have a tornado on the ground, this would be kicking up debris. So you'd see that. Not necessarily seeing that here, okay? It could be kicking up some dust, being that we got a ton of dust coming in off of Texas and Oklahoma from burning wildfires there and in nearby Arkansas as well. Someone said, will it hit Cincinnati? No, it won't. Oh my God, Jack is covering up so you guys can't see him on camera. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. It's ridiculous if you guys could see that. All right. Check out these awesome MyRadar koozies, huh? These look dope, right? Shout out. Shout out to my guy Clay, who helps us with all the swag. Someone said, "Can I have one?" Oh, what did I just hit on the PC? We're good. Maybe. We'll see. Someone said, "Is it coming to Ohio?" No, this is down in Missouri. But big shout out to Ohio. Shout out to the Bobcats, who lost to Toledo last night. We were the preseason #1 in the MAC, and losing the first round of the MAC tournament, that really stinks. But they'll be back next year. I believe in Coach Bowles. So big shout out to the OU Bobcats, my guys, Ohio University, and big shout out to Skyline Chili. It's strange. It's strange. It's a meat sauce on pasta. Let's not get it twisted here. It's not really chili. But it's good. My kids love it. So, hey, shout out. All right. Yeah, folks, again, we've got the 2 tornado warnings here, but everything's going super linear right now, right? I mean, look at this big line. You're going to get some big blustery winds coming through St. Louis here over the next 2 or 3 hours or so. But these guys right now are not doing anything that indicate to me that they're going to advance. Jordan, are you sending us roses? Jordan Hall has joined the TikTok here and is sending us roses. Thanks for the rose, Jordan. Appreciate it very much. I see you're just parked chilling wherever you are. Jordan is at like a gas station or something, just I guess watching us on TikTok and sending in gifts. My guy. Shout out, Jordan. I should troll Jordan in the chat. He's an Indianapolis Colts fan. He's so excited about the Daniel Jones signing. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you. All right, so down here, we have a new tornado warning. Let's take a look at it here. This is for St. James. So again, the National Weather Service, it's just an extension of the previous one over Rolla because it's moving really quickly. It's not as if they're issuing a brand new one here. It is new, but it's an extension. Either way, it doesn't matter. We have another 15 or so minutes left on this. It's still radar indicated. There's nothing confirmed. But if we look at it here, again, you can see that there's a little something in there going on. It's right, if I jog it back a little bit, right here over Rolla. You can see it's like a brighter kind of white. It's, yeah, I mean, right there. Again, for the folks in St. James, you need to be ready to act. That thing is right to your southwest. It is heading to you. St. James, 3,900 people, according to the last census in 2020. What a year that was, huh? Feels like a lifetime ago at this point. So let's see, on 44 there. So there's a community there, Dillon, quite a small community there, unincorporated community. Right there along 44 near the Rolla Antique Mall. This thing is pretty much heading right over top of it near the Country Feed and the Snowman Transport and the Rolla Shooting Club. This thing is right over the top of it. Whether or not it puts anything down still remains to be seen, but there is a little rotation in there. So again, if you are in St. James, coming in on 44 there near the Grooming Barn and the Walmart Distribution Center, you need to be ready to act and to be in your safe place. This thing is just to your west. It's pretty much right over the top of the Country Feed there. All the folks asking about Illinois. Will Illinois be okay? Will Illinois be okay? Chicago okay? Listen, folks, as it stands right now, Chicago, you guys are way, 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 way away from the storms. You're talking like overnight tonight. And as it stands right now, you're in an enhanced risk. It's certainly something to be very watchful of. But as it stands, things are very bimodal right now. The threat up near you guys is very much so wind-driven. But down here, south of St. Louis, down toward Memphis, and down into parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, this is where the tornado threat is right now. I will let you know if anything develops up that way. But what I tell you is to make sure you download the MyRadar app. It's completely free to download. I'm using it here on the Windows PC, but you can download it on your phone. That includes iOS as well as on Android too. If you have a Windows phone, if you're one of those people, you can download MyRadar and use it there as well. Jack, who's running the stream, who we haven't even showed on camera yet. Jack's a big Android guy. I know he's got the app on his phone. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. It looks like Jordan is cleaning his windshield there. Exciting stuff. Jack, take your camera. Show the people the setup back there. Boo. Okay, no worries. You guys can't see Jack tonight. Maybe tomorrow. It's a little tease. Got to come back tomorrow night and you guys can see Jack. Tomorrow morning, I should say. What am I talking about? Boy, this caffeine picked me right back up. Gave me life. All right, so our tornado warning over east of Jefferson City has now expired. Okay? As it stands, it's this one right here. For Rolla, west of St. James. This is what we are watching. You can see a little dry air coming in here, right? It's just very messy. It's right over the top of St. James right now. Again, the Greenlight Inn and Suites, the St. James Winery, Country Bob's Cafe. It's right up there. Right here, over the top of St. James proper. I suspect that this tornado warning for Rolla is going to expire soon. It says 12 more minutes, but I don't know how much longer we're going to have on that here, being that the line is kind of pushing eastward. It's only a matter of time until we start to see things developing down here. We're starting to see some of those supercells fire up south of Memphis, but nothing quite just yet. I'm just looking down here at the MyRadar app on the iPad. Yeah, I was going to say, Jack, you can leave Jordan's camera up there, but I might want to switch to the iPad at some point. You don't have to do it now. It's good. But we are getting, if I switch real quick to Memphis, that's a terminal radar, so that's an airport radar. Right here. You guys see this? All these little guys firing up southwest of Memphis. These are going to be your big ones in terms of supercells. This guy here over Greenville came out of nowhere, huh? Like an RKO, came out of nowhere here. From Montrose to Greenville, pushing up there near Arkansas City. It's these little guys that are little now, but like look how isolated they are. Like look how there's a lot of space between them. Okay? That is going to be very interesting to watch how those develop here over the next several hours. Yes, Tommy on YouTube. Discrete super. You spelled it Yeah. Discrete supercells. You got it. It's ETE. Either way, I know what you mean. But yes, discrete supercells, meaning they are by themselves, right? Supercell thunderstorms are just like a big monster thunderstorm. That there's 3 stages. You have your developing supercell, your mature supercell, and then a dying supercell, right? Developing, meaning the updraft is very powerful. The storm is getting nice and big and tall. You might get that overshooting top, right? The anvil, right? Then you have your mature, where you not only have the updraft, but you have your downdraft present as well. And in the downdraft, you'll find the precipitation. You'll find a really big mess, your hail there. And then in the dying stages, you don't really have that updraft. You have mainly your downdraft. So it's these discrete storms that are most concerning, being that they have that full opportunity to get nice and strong. So someone on YouTube, yes, the app does have in-app purchases, but the app is free to download. I'm not making it up. There's MyRadar Pro that you can buy on the app stores that eliminates the ads for the lifetime that you have the app. But the premium features within the app, such as the per station radar, the hurricane tracker, historical radar, routecast, those are premium features. But you can sign up for a free trial in the settings menu. It looks like the gear there, and it should be up there, premium subscription. I have them unlocked here on this version of the app, but you can rip a free trial, and then from there you can sign up either monthly or yearly. But it's, I mean, I'm biased, obviously, but we've got so much exciting, cool stuff coming, particularly that the pro users I know have been asking for a very long time, and we're pretty psyched about it. I'm super psyched. I can't even wait. Anywho, moving back to this guy. Let's watch this storm. You can see again over to the northern portion of St. James. You can see the rotation. It's weak, but it's there. That is, oh, okay, there's an airport right there that I missed. It's got to be a small one. The Rolla National Airport. Not in the tornado warning, but this guy is pretty much following and running parallel to Interstate 44. Cuba, Missouri. I know someone on TikTok was asking about that not too long ago. Cuba, Missouri, not in the tornado warning, but is under a severe thunderstorm warning. All right, let me know where you guys are watching from I've got all the chats pulled up in front of me. Let me know where you're watching from. I'd love to give you guys a little forecast. Oops, clicked the wrong thing over here. What is going on? There we go. And hey, we hit 110,000 followers on TikTok. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it very, very much. Hey, while you're at it, tap on the screen, send us some likes. We'd really appreciate it. Follow us if you haven't already. It's completely free to do so. That would be fantastic if you were to do so. And again, it's completely free to follow us. We will be streaming tomorrow. There's a high risk of severe weather tomorrow for parts of Alabama and Mississippi. It is only the 3rd time in history that the Storm Prediction Center has issued a high risk on day 2. So today, day 1, tomorrow, day 2. So it's only the 3rd time they've ever issued a high risk, a 5 out of 5 on their scale, okay? 2006, 2012, 2025. It's been 13 years. This is very, very significant weather tomorrow. Let's at least get through this tornado warning here, and then we'll talk about tomorrow. We got 6 more minutes on this tornado warning. I don't know whether or not they're going to extend it. Go figure. All these guys down here are now starting to get individual, what's the word? Severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll watch these guys south of Memphis. I'm a little worried about them. But then you have this string of pearls right here east of Harrison as well. That could very well get go tornadic at some point. All right, so they extended the Rolla one. Interesting. Man, they are. It's the reason why is because this storm earlier down here near Hartfield, east of Springfield, did produce a tornado, a confirmed tornado. All right, so new tornado warning here. Let's talk about it. 35 minutes to go on it. This is in effect until 8:45 Central Time. Right now, there's just indicated spin in there. That is for pretty much all of the communities along Interstate 44. Sullivan, Cuba. What else is in there? This is unincorporated, very rural Missouri. So Indian Lake is in there between Highway 50 there and 44. Trying to give you guys some local landmarks here as best I can. So Cuba there. Cuba has a Jack in the Box? I haven't had Jack in the Box since I lived in Washington State. 3,300 people in the 2010 census. That's going way back. Holy cow. But it is just to the west of Cuba. So this is pretty much right over top of Indian Lake right now. Right here. Let's switch the velocity, see what we got going on in there. So you can see that it's weak, the signatures, but it's enough that, and again, given its history, that the National Weather Service has issued that. Jack, let's do this real quick. I just want to show the people what's going on for tomorrow. We're going to keep an eye, of course, on this storm here. But I have to talk about tomorrow, given how significant it is. So, Jack, if you can, I guess, put the app above me, right? I guess you have it above me. If you can just take my web browser here. Let's talk about it. All right? So, again, folks, for only the third time in the history of the Storm Prediction Center, they have issued a high risk, that's this pink-purple color here, for Mississippi, Alabama on day 2. 2006, 2012, and now 2025. I'm going to click into the zones and I'll show you what we got going on here, okay? So right here are the areas in which that are under a high risk tomorrow. And this is going to be something that gets going close to 11 o'clock local time, if not 10 o'clock local time. I'd say at noon tomorrow, Central Time, you need to be either in a storm shelter or be very, very close to one. I'm not joking around, folks. This is going to be a very serious day tomorrow. Meridian, Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, Hattiesburg. Starkville, not so much, real close to the high risk. Now, if we go to Alabama, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Talladega, you are all in the high risk. This is reserved for, of course, the high risk severe weather days. I'm going to jump over here. I'm going to read to you. That, is, by the way, is 2.7 million people. The moderate risk, that red color just outside of it, that is 9 million. So we're talking almost 12 million people under a pretty high level of severe weather risk tomorrow. Now, these are very choice words here that the National Weather Service is choosing. Numerous significant tornadoes, some of which should be long track and potentially violent, are expected on Saturday afternoon and evening. The most dangerous tornado threat should begin across eastern Louisiana and Mississippi during the late morning to afternoon. So we're talking 9 a.m. to noon Central Time. Spread across Alabama late day into the evening. We're talking noon to 10, 11 o'clock local time. And reach western parts of the Florida Panhandle and Georgia Saturday night. There's a lot going on here without getting into like the real nitty gritty of the meteorology here, but I'll point out a couple of things here. Along and south of this will be, so the most probable convective corridor, of course, convection is vertical movement of moisture, or just vertical motion in general, will be along the effective outflow boundary across central northern parts of Mississippi into northern Alabama and southern Tennessee. Along and south of this will be the most favorable corridor for long-track discrete supercells. That's those storms that are by themselves. These will likely develop within north-south oriented confluence bands as increasing large-scale ascent becomes coincident with the peak heating cycle. Meaning, as we're getting into the prime heating of the day, I'll say this: if you wake up in the morning tomorrow and it's sunny and you live in Alabama or Mississippi, it's like driving down the highway with nobody on the road, given the what's coming, right? So that's not great. On the flip side, you wake up and it's storming already, it's cloudy, muggy. Well, then that means that kind of you have a path already established. That's what they're talking about here. The favorable corridors that they're referring to, right? The confluence bands, meaning the training that we're talking about. If the storms come through that way, they'll likely kind of continue along that same route. A volatile combination of kinematic and thermodynamic parameters will support potential, here we go, for long-track EF3 plus tornadoes. Folks, I got to make it very clear to you, okay? This is going to sound super grim here, but it's worth mentioning. People are likely going to lose their lives tomorrow, given the scale of this. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, who is on his way right now, he's flying to the deep south. Storm chaser Jordan Hall is going to be there tomorrow as well. We're talking over 100 or so confirmed tornadoes tomorrow. And that's being conservative, okay? The overall spatial extent of this threat will be modulated by the degree of the boundary layer heating within the mid to upper 60s dew point. I mean, folks, that is tropical moisture, along where exactly the large outflow boundary sets up from late 1 into early day 2. Yep. Significant tornado potential, along with very, very large hail and destructive damaging wind gusts, that's 90 miles per hour, mind you, should persist into Saturday night. Greater potential for a broken to linear band of thunderstorms is anticipated by this time, meaning you start to get that larger line and it's mostly just a wind event, but wind profiles will still strongly favor supercells. As such, a mix of all three hazards may continue, with significant severe hail potential favored south and significant severe hail favored north as the convective band spreads toward the southern Appalachians and the northeast Gulf Coast. Again, folks, this is not to sound grim. People are going to lose their lives tomorrow. Something like this on a day 2, 3 times in history, okay? All of the parameters are there for a truly significant severe weather day tomorrow. And you need to have multiple ways to receive alerts tomorrow. I cannot emphasize that enough. Download the app. I'm not saying that because I work for the company. Download the app. It will alert you to if you are under a tornado warning. If you have a NOAA weather radio, fantastic. That's great too. I want to bring to your attention this website from our good buddy, Dr. Craig Cece. He's the man. He's awesome and does incredible work for awareness. This is findyourtornadoshelter.com. If you live in a mobile home, you need to have a plan of somewhere to go to. A mobile home is quite simply not a safe place to be. There's no foundation, right? It's mobile. Mobile home becomes mobile. You have to have a place to go to. If you have a basement, great. If you have a storm shelter, great. These are the safest places for you to be. I live here in Florida. I don't have a basement. When we had an EF2 touchdown earlier this week that hit my wife's workplace while she was at work, 10 minutes from my house, I know my safe place. It's on the first floor underneath my stairs. Enough room for me, my kids, my dogs, the whole family to fit. You need to know where your safe place is. If you're in a room with windows, not the right place. If you're on the second or third floor of your home, not the right place to be. But shout out to Dr. Craig Cece here. Findyourtornadoshelter.com. Go to this website. Find a tornado shelter near you. If you are concerned, there's no reason to panic. Being prepared is the best way to alleviate those concerns. And the cool part is you click right on it You can even get directions. Clicking this button here tells you where it is, the description, like literally where it is. This is 5th Avenue South at C Street in Hale County in Akron, Alabama. It fits 50 people, this storm shelter, right? Jordan is back. Great. So here's another one. This is at a high school, right? You need to know where your storm shelter is for tomorrow. I cannot emphasize that enough. All right, Jack, let's go back to the app here because I see that we've got a lot of action blowing up on us here. So that's tomorrow, folks. We will be streaming live. I would encourage you to follow us on TikTok, subscribe to us on YouTube, download the MyRadar app, wherever you want to watch us. Great. We will be streaming live tomorrow. Myself, meteorologist Erica Lopez will be joining me. We may be joined by news contributor Will Cano, who you might have seen on our TikTok account. He's awesome. And then, of course, out in the field, we'll have storm chaser Jordan Hall and meteorologist Matthew Cappucci out in the field. Again, tomorrow's going to be a day where you're just going to see tornadoes. It's going to be a lot to handle. So there's only so much that we're going to be able to do in order to cover all of this effectively. So you need to have
update for you, Mike, whenever.
You need to have multiple ways to receive alerts. Jordan, what's up?
Yeah, so I'm currently going west. I'm going to get into Birch Tree, Missouri here. We're right in the path of this tornado warning supercell coming out of Arkansas. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But we are in the path of that storm currently. Just going to kind of watch it and line it up. That's all we can do. So
you're talking about the one east of Clarksville, Jordan, or the one up near Mountain Home?
The one that's near Mountain Home currently. It's moving towards Birch. Yep, it's moving towards Birch Tree, Missouri. That's where I'm going to be, and then I have that ability to drop south. So we're gonna go. I'm gonna go sit in Birch Tree and kind of line it up.
Okay, hang on one second here, guys. I'm just switching my AirPod. This one is dying on me here. Hang on.
I just had to plug my AirPods in because my other ear died. So I feel you there.
All right, I got it. I hear you, Jordan. We're good. I'm charging up now.
Cool.
All right. So
just had a weird random storm tracker pass me with blue and white lights. I thought it was a cop.
I did see that on your feed there. Jack, if you want to, above my head here, take Jordan's feed. For folks that are watching on TikTok, we're really concerned about showing Jordan's shot here. During hurricane season, we showed our storm chasers, they're like dash cams. And they're driving. I mean, they're driving on the road, but I don't think TikTok likes that very much. So if you want to see Jordan's feed, then I would suggest to head over to YouTube. You can watch us on Twitch. We just don't want to run the risk of getting a suspension. It's very silly, but it happened in the middle of Hurricane Milton, and that really rubbed me the wrong way. So
yeah, it's pretty dirty the way they do that.
It is what it is, man. I assume that it's just all AI. So come watch us. What's the YouTube page? Just search for MyRadar on YouTube, and you'll find us. YouTube.com/MyRadar. You'll find us. All right. So let's take a look here now at these storms, okay? I see Justin asking, I have family in Isabella, Missouri. Are they okay? Unclear as to where Isabella is. Just want to keep the tornado warning up here. So you're there. You're Isabella, they're just north of this, right here-ish. So as of now, they're not under a tornado warning, but there is one just to the south of them. All right, so let's do some investigating here. Okay, so Norfolk Lake, this one here over Mountain Home, this tornado warning here is in effect for the next 37 minutes until 9 o'clock Central Time. It is not confirmed. It is just radar indicated. We've also got this one south of it here. This is southwest of Marshall and Leslie in effect for the next 37 minutes until 9 o'clock Central Time. Those are the two that we've got down here. There are now 3 tornado warnings up near St. Louis. We'll take a look at those in just a moment. So we told you guys it was going to be a nocturnal event, and things are really happening fast here. And Jordan called this right at the very beginning where he said you're going to start to see all those supercells blowing up real fast. And Boy, here they are. All right, so let's take a look real quick at velocity. Velocity is going to give us an indication of whether or not there's any spin in here, right? So we're using the radar here from Memphis, KNQA. We're looking at Mountain Home here. Green is representative winds going toward the radar, red away from it, okay? Just to the east of Bull Shoals, west of Mountain Home, right in here is your rotation. West of Viola, southwest of Bakersfield. I believe that is Missouri at that point, because this is Arkansas, no? Let me see. Why the heck can't I tell? What's going on here? Yeah, it's Arkansas. That's the county. That's the state line. That's what I thought. All right, so it's right in here, okay? So there is some rotation in there. Down here, this storm, back here, all the way back here, a little bit of that rotation. So if you live in Leslie or Marshall there on Highway 65, you need to be prepared to be in your safe place. Okay? Let's go and look on what's going on up here near St. Louis, because things got real active real fast. We got 3 tornado warnings here. Now, I think most of this is from the storm near Hartfield, Missouri that did put down a tornado, because I'm looking here, again, Cuba, Steelville, Bourbon, Sullivan, St. Clair, New Haven, Marthasville, Innsbruck. As it stands right now, not a ton of rotation in here. I see it. I see what they're looking at. It's this bright kind of white, especially in this one right here, west of Sullivan, west of Bourbon. But this is it's very linear here. And I think just given you got that bowing shape there, this is all becoming fairly linear, or what we call a QLCS, a quasi-linear convective system, where everything's kind of coming together and bowing. It's like you're pulling back on a bow and the top and bottom bend in on you, right? So this is effectively what's happening here. The radar beam's getting sent out, and by the time it comes back, the line is moving so fast that it gives off this kind of bending shape. Thank you, Tommy. I see it there. Interesting. Discrete. There you go. But either way, you get this kind of bowing shape. So again, for those of you in St. Louis, you've got your emos, you're hanging out, you're eating St. Louis-style pizza, St. Louis-style ribs. Jordan, I am starving if you couldn't tell. I know Jordan is a big barbecue guy. Jordan, of course, Storm Chaser has driven all over this beautiful country, and I think has had awesome barbecue all over the United States. I don't know if he can hear me right now. He's going
My
in
good
and out.
friend Aaron Rigsby showed me a phenomenal barbecue place. I believe it was in Jackson, Mississippi. So
Shout out to Jackson, Mississippi. I said earlier, Jordan, from here, like south of St. Louis through to Memphis and into like northern Louisiana, we're in like the barbecue belt, you know? Great barbecue down there. Of course, shout out to Texas. Let's not get it twisted. You know, that post oak, there's something about it. All right, but let's go back here and look at what's going on here for Memphis. I'm overdue to smoke a brisket, Jordan. I haven't done that in a long time. It's very, very worth it. All right. I'm hungry. Sorry, guys. So we're looking at at this storm near Mountain Home. That's the storm that Jordan's on. He's not driving right now. He's in Van Buren, Missouri. Jordan, if you can hear me, I think that as you said, the plan is...
I'm in Birch Tree. I'm in Birch Tree, Missouri. Yeah, I'm in between Mountain View and Winona.
Winona?
Yep.
Why am I not? Okay, let me see. Okay, I see ya. Yeah. All right, so
I think Jack should have my live location too.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, it's got it, Jack. It updated. Jack, are you updating that manually, or is that pulling that in? We have to find a way to make that automatic. There's got to be a better way.
I've just been sharing my Google Maps location live.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of a way that our switcher is able to take that. It's got to be a script or something, Jack. Anyway, so this guy here that Jordan is on, and Jordan's the best in the business for a reason. He saw this storm, and Jordan, why this storm here? Why are you targeting this one?
Yeah, so I'm actually targeting this storm because it is the leading supercell out of that southern cluster, and the forecast models throughout the entire day were throwing an isolated supercell here. Starting at like this morning at 10 o'clock, every single HRRR run has showed this supercell coming out at about 8 to 9 o'clock. And so watching the conditions and seeing how this is going, it's definitely verifying on that target. And what I'm going to be interested in seeing is as that moves through here, you're going to see all these other supercells that are down that line, especially that other tornado warned one north of Russellville. They're just going to continue to likely stay semi-discrete as they trek into northeast Arkansas.
Yeah, I mean, in these these storms, Jordan, that are south of it there, to your point, near Russellville, south of Plainview, I mean, all these have really bubbled up out of nothing, right? So this is all going to be, it's going to be a long night for folks. I mean, and look at all the severe thunderstorm warnings, right? I mean, at the very least, you're going to get some strong winds coming your way overnight tonight. So
absolutely,
again,
and these are the same storms that are these are the storms that are actually pushed for that PDS tornado watch. These are the storms that are going to be moving into that PDS tornado watch later tonight. So you're going to be mindful of that also.
Yeah. Sandy, I see you talking in YouTube. I wouldn't say people were mean during the Milton hurricane live stream. We had a lot of it. We had a lot of people. So that's great. Like, hey, we're here for it. And believe me, we have thick skin here. It's just a matter of spamming the chat. It makes it, not great for other people that are joining. It's not a fun experience. Sorry, I'm just adjusting the microphone here. Jack probably hates this. All right. Big shout out to Jack behind the scenes. We got to get his camera fixed for tomorrow. But Jack, mysterious Jack, does not want to be on camera ever. All right. These guys are all kind of part of that line. Or what am I talking about? These guys up here near St. Louis are part of that line. But it's this one here that there's a new tornado warning that's in effect now for Missouri. It's crossing over from Arkansas into Missouri. Bakersfield, Missouri, to be exact. This tornado warning in effect until 9 o'clock Central Time. Okay? And yeah, Jordan, this guy here has the best velocity signature of any of the ones that we're looking at here. Jordan, you're staying put, right? You're not moving right now? Can't hear him.
Ask me that question one more time, Mike. I missed it.
Ooh, your signal is not great there, Jordan.
How's it now?
Very bad.
Now.
It's coming in really modulated, Jordan. Yeah, Robo Jordan. Hey, Mel Kent.
How is it now?
Bad.
Is it still Robo Jordan?
Yes.
That's crazy. Hold on.
Okay. Jack, if you can help Jordan with that there. It is, voice box, big time. All right. This is getting to get somewhere here. Notice if I jog it back, you don't really see much of the spin when it was over Bull Shoals. But as I advance it out, you start to see that red showing up. That's the rotation in there, right? And now, at its current location, southwest of Bakersfield, this is now something to pay very close attention to. So we're going to switch to the correlation coefficient, and you're starting to see a little bit of something in there, right? Which could give you an indication that there is something being lifted vertically, right? That's what the correlation coefficient product is showing us. So right here, again, for folks that live in Bakersfield, it's still terrible, Jordan. I don't know if it's worth rejoining the call or I don't know, but it does not sound great. All right, so Bakersfield, Missouri here. Holy cow, population 186 in the 2020 census. This is a very small rural community of Missouri just over the border. There is a radar indicated tornado heading your way. This is not confirmed on the ground. Which radar am I using? Maybe we should switch to Springfield. Let's see if that gives us a better shot there. Yeah, I mean, and you can see where it's trying to hook around there. Oh boy. Yeah, so we're in business, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that is a yep. Okay, so Jordan, I can't hear me. Here we go. We got a live one, right? So right here you can see this hooking around here. This is again hook echo, telltale sign. It's down here, it's over Norfolk Lake. You're starting to see kind of these little gaps. That's, again, it's not well and truly a BWER, a bounded weak echo region. But right in here, can you see what this right here? This is the rear flank downdraft right here, like the rear part of the storm again. And hooking in is the drier air. Now, you got this storm behind it that is going to try to take its energy a little bit, but embedded within that line, southwest of Bakersfield, you got the spin here. Right? I see the folks in the chat that are asking about Southern Illinois. Guys, when there's something to talk about, we will talk about it. I assure you. Okay? But right now, we got a little something going on here southwest of Bakersfield, Missouri. This is just over the border in Arkansas, over Norfolk Lake. It is right now moving toward Bakersfield. Make sure we're not going nuts up here. Yeah, the folks up here in Illinois, there's a line of severe thunderstorms coming your way right now. It's about to get loud too in St. Louis. Well, we got to jump around. Again, I'm just one person, but right now, look, if I zoom out here, look how clear that velocity signature is, right? This is the one to watch right now. So we're going to be here. Again, download the MyRadar app. That's what I'm using right here on the Windows PC. You can download it, follow along with me. I've got it up right here too on an iPad. Got my phone. It's completely free to download. Okay. There are, of course, premium features in the app, but all of the alerts, you can watch the storm chasers. For example, here's Jordan's camera, right? You can watch storm chasers in the app in the video storm chasers layer. Oop. Go away, Siri. I don't need you. What did I do? All right, we're good. But either way, this is the one to watch right here. If they just added this guy here, this little triangle, 23 minutes to go here. That's in effect until 9 o'clock Central Time. But it's this guy right in here, this velocity signature that is of greatest concern right now. We are going to stay on it. And again, for the St. Louis Metro, you've got that line of storms heading your way right now. Sorry, just jumping around looking at a bunch of stuff. But that's the storm that we're going to keep an eye on. Got some rotation in that one to the south now. That's one to keep an eye on. For St. Louis, switching back up here to this radar, just going to check our velocity signatures here. You got this one here near New Haven, Marthasville, Innsbruck. That is worth watching. We've got a little rotation here near Leesburg, Missouri as well, just east of Cuba. So, Mike, what's going on? You serious? It's a lot. Justin, is the app free? Yes, it is. There are premium features in the app, but the app is completely free to download. There is MyRadar Pro, which right off the rip eliminates the ads for life in the app. So if you want to do that, hey, that's great. But otherwise, there are premium features in the app. If you click on the little settings wheel in the app, right here, premium subscription, you can either do monthly, yearly, or of course you can try a free trial and try the features out for yourself. I think if you try it, though, you're really going to like it. You get the per station radar, you get the hurricane tracker, the ads are gone. So much good stuff. The historical radar. We're adding new stuff all the time. Yeah, let's jump back down here. Which radar site were we using? Were we using Memphis? No, I was using Springfield. Springfield. Shout out to the Simpsons. All right, let's go back here. So this guy is still over Norfolk Lake, about to work its way toward Bakersfield here. Says you have the app on your iPad. Shout out. I love the iPad version of the app. It's great. I'm a big fan. I mean, of course, it's great on your phone, and it's very quick, which I like. But on an iPad, there's something about, touching it, on that large of a screen that's really nice. And I'm going to be honest, the PC app is awesome. I love it. Using a keyboard and mouse. I know Jack can hear me. He's a big PC guy. He's upset at AMD right now. Hashtag not a sponsor. Okay. Bakersfield. Again, small population, 186. Bakersfield, you folks need to be in your safe place. This thing is right now just to your southwest of State Route 101, or Missouri Route 101, and State Highway, is that C-O? Sorry, I can't see. State Highway O. Bakersfield, very small right here. Oh, thank you, Brittany. Says, I used... Oh. Yeah, all right. Sorry, my whole chat just crashed on me here. I'm good. I got it all. So someone on TikTok just said, you think Alabama will get tornadoes? Tomorrow? Yeah. Uh-huh. Yes. I'd say bet the house that you're going to see a tornado. And I'd be shocked if Alabama didn't see a tornado tomorrow. I mean, you're talking a high risk tomorrow. Nuts. I mean, I myself have covered, I've been in meteorology now for, since 2000, trying to think when I first started doing TV broadcasts and whatnot. It would have been 2008. So, oh my God, 17 years. Holy cow. I can't think how many high risks I've covered. Quite a few. But yeah, tomorrow's got, that look. Scary stuff. But I tell my team all the time, it's batting practice until it's a live game. And tomorrow it's the World Series tomorrow. All right, so this guy's moving fairly slow, but it's large. And we're going to look again at the CC here. CC, of course, the correlation coefficient, showing us if there's anything being lofted vertically. It's going kind of linear there near Bakersfield, meaning that the storms behind it, they're kind of coming together here, but there's still that embedded rotation. It's absolutely worth paying very close attention to. Meanwhile, I'm going to go check on what's going on up here near our friends for St. Louis. I don't know about you guys. I'm not a big Kroenke guy. The former current owner of the Rams that was born in Missouri and took the Rams away from you and moved you to California. It's crazy. I'm a big Arsenal supporter myself. Not a big fan of the Kroenkes. Just throwing that out there. But hey, hashtag not a sponsor. Shout out to Kroenke Sports and Entertainment. So just southwest of Union here, you got this very little small area of rotation here west of St. Clair Parkway. Gonna keep a close eye on here. Someone said tornado sirens going off in St. Louis. I believe it. You got tornado warned storms. That's a big issue with tornado sirens, that people hear them and think, oh my God, there's a tornado on the ground. It's effectively, it's trying to get you into the mindset to to act, right? Again, weather apps, you know, are the future, right? Being able to get that information at your fingertips, being able to manipulate it. We live in an age where, you know, my wife works in local news. I used to work in local news. Big love for local news. But people don't want to wait around for news anymore. They want it now. They want it right now. And weather apps are able to give that to you. So Union, St. Clair, Gray Summit, you are all under a tornado warning. St. Louis proper is not yet, but parts of the metro are. Maryland Heights, Chesterfield, Baldwin, Wildwood, Harvester. You are all under a tornado warning. Thank you very much in TikTok, by the way, for all the gifts. Shout out to you guys. I'm trying my best to answer as many of these questions as I can, guys. I'm seeing them on all of the platforms. Things are rocking and rolling fast right now, and I'm just by myself tonight. Tomorrow we'll have myself, meteorologist Erica Lopez. Cappucci will be out in the field. Jordan will be out in the field. We might even have Will Cano join us tomorrow. Jack is here. I don't know if we're going to have Mauricio here as well, but it's all systems go tomorrow for the high risk. All right, so we got a new tornado warning now. That's Paducah. I don't need to go out that far into Kentucky. New tornado warning here on the southern edge here. And you can see some of the rotation there. Remember, velocity is showing us the wind direction. Red representative of winds going away from the radar. Green representing the winds going toward the radar. So when you start to see something like this, like the whitish, and there you can see a little of the green, it's showing us a little bit, again, of that embedded spin just north of Salem there. As it stands right now, that tornado warning for Salem, you got 14 minutes to go. It's just radar indicated. Thus far, all of the tornado warnings that we've had so far are not confirmed yet. This guy here just got extended. Okay, so this is confirmed. That is a confirmed tornado. This is what, I hit that. That's what I was trying to tell you guys. This guy here it's got it for sure. So this is a confirmed tornado. And new from the National Weather Service, this is a particularly dangerous situation. So that is reserved for, wouldn't you guess it, particularly dangerous situation. If you live in Bakersfield, this thing is right on top of you right now. Folks, I told you before, Bakersfield, a community of 186 people. They are going through it right now. This thing is as large as their town, effectively, right on top of Bakersfield. So there's not much for the folks that you can, that in Bakersfield, the people can do there other to be in their safe place. Very concerning for them. Folks in South Fork, you need to be in your safe place. This is on its way toward you next. I'm going to get some locations for you here. If you live in Amy, Ardita, Caulfield, Hokomo, I'm trying my best with the names here, guys. Hokomo, if any of these locations are familiar, you need to be in your safe place. For the people that are watching on social media that are in the app, please share the stream out. You never know if you know someone that knows someone that lives in one of these places, and you could be that guiding hand to get them into their safe place. Again, a storm shelter is going to be the safest place. If you don't have one of those, that's cool. A basement is going to be your best option beyond that. If you live in a mobile home, you should not be in that mobile home. Mobile home becomes mobile, right? You need a place that has a firm foundation in the ground. That is the safest place for you to be. If you're in the second floor of your home, not a good place to be. If you're in a room on the first floor that has windows, not a good place to be. The rule of thumb here is you want to put as much of the interior of the house around you as possible. For me and my home, it's underneath my stairs. My home is 2 stories, so on the first floor there, right underneath the stairs is a small closet, enough to be able to fit my wife, my 2 kids, my 2 dogs. It's going to be cramped, but better to be cramped and to be safe than to not. So all that we can do now for the folks in Bakersfield is keep them in our thoughts. Not great for them there. Again, I was telling you this minutes ago when you started to see the rotational couplet here. So concerning, right? So if you live in South Fork, again, Ardita, Hokomo, Amy, you need to be in your safe place next. Out ahead of that, we've got West Plains and Brandsville. You still have time, but time is running out. I would say roughly 15 or so minutes until this thing is to you. 15, 20 minutes, right? Just based on how it's moving here. Yep, radar confirmed tornado. Again, all you gotta do is read this. You are in a life-threatening situation. Mobile homes will be destroyed. If you didn't know, tornadoes are not rated in the moment because they're rated based on they're rated based on the damage that is found, right? So if a home is wiped off of its foundation, you're talking a fairly significant tornado at that point. We're talking EF3 and above. When trees are being debarked, literally the bark of the tree being the wind so strong that it's ripping it off of the tree, we're taking that next step, right? There hasn't been an EF5 tornado in quite a long time in the United States. It was Joplin, if you recall that EF5 here. Joplin, Missouri. Hasn't been one since. That was 2011, folks. So the images are nuts from that storm. It takes a lot to get an EF5, and there hasn't been one since. I don't want to put that out into the world. All I'll say is tomorrow, the law of averages alone, just from the amount of tornadoes we may see tomorrow across Mississippi and Alabama. But anywho, moving back to this. South Fork, Missouri, West Plains. We're working on getting Jordan back, I think, into the stream here. Jack, let me know when we have him, because I know that he is driving to this right now from the south side. Gauchark, yeah, El Reno. That was before Joplin. But El Reno, an incredibly famous tornado, the widest in history. Let me make sure I get this right here. The El Reno, Oklahoma tornado. That was in 2013. That was not an EF5. Yeah, that was an EF3, the El Reno. But what made El Reno so significant was its width. Yeah, that tornado was 2.6 miles wide. That's bananas. And unfortunately, a very famous storm chaser, well-known Tim Samaras, along with his son and his longtime photographer, were all killed in that hurricane or in that tornado. Just goes to show you that even the best, it can go wrong sometimes. And what happened with that tornado? It was very wide. It was a wedge tornado, right? So it's about as wide as it was tall in that sense. It wasn't like your stovepipe, right? Or your rope kind of tornado. And it was coming down, and it hit an incredibly unstable air at the low levels and rapidly expanded by the time it came down. 2.6 miles wide. You're talking about the length basically of a 5K run, the size of a tornado on the ground. That was an EF3, right? It's all about the wind speed when you're talking about the enhanced Fujita scale. So we're going to keep watching this guy here. So now the worst is kind of over for Bakersfield. It's too early to tell what happened there, but can't imagine anything good. So we're looking at South Fork here, right? Again, for the folks here that live in South Fork, again, Hacomo, Amy, these are the communities right down in here. This thing is coming right to you. A large and dangerous confirmed tornado. Again, a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. South Fork, you're next. You need to be in your safe place. Let's see here. Again, from the 2010 census, 241 people, another very small community. Yeah. Cappucci just said, call me if you want. Is Cappucci, he landed already? Text me right now. Why? I have landed and can talk. Well, if he's listening, Cappucci, I will call you in just a moment. Someone's saying, how do I see rotation in the app? So it is a premium feature in the app. In the layers menu here, it's the per station radar. And then someone just gave us something on TikTok. Thank you very much for that. It's in the per station radar, and then you select the velocity. If you'd like to check it out, there's a free trial for the premium features. If you go into the settings menu under premium subscription, you can unlock the free trial. I believe it's for 3 days. So that'll get you through today and tomorrow as well. And I think you'll really come away pretty impressed here. So again, we're watching this guy here. Jack, can you reach out to Cappucci and see if there's any way he'd be able to join the Zoom? That might be better to pull him in that way rather than me holding up my phone. Someone said the power's out in Union. I can't believe I haven't showed you guys this yet, this feature. We have a power outage layer here in the app. Again, it looks like a stack of cards in the app. That's the layers menu. You turn on power outages here and we zoom out. All of these little polygons represent counties, and it will show you the power outages. So here's where that tornado just went through in Ozark County. 1.9% of total customers, so 111 customers. Remember, a customer could be a house, right? It could be an office building. The human impact is largely much higher than 111. Yeah, I can't believe I haven't showed you guys this feature. Again, that's the cool part about this app. I'm not saying that because I work for the company, but there's so much great stuff in here. Avalanche danger is brand new. Orbital track, you want to track objects in space? We do that too. But that is not going to be something that we're going to find much use out of right now. Real quick, we're going to jump over here to St. Louis. We've got, again, the embedded rotation over here near Gray Summit. But as it stands right now, that is that is not as significant as the one we got south. We got this one up here. Let me get you the deets here. 20 minutes to go on this one in Illinois. So it's radar indicated as it stands right now. Walnut Grove, Bushnell, Bardolph, Macomb. You've got, what was that, 20 minutes? Yeah, 20 minutes to go on that tornado. So we'll keep a close eye there. For Illinois. So for the folks that were asking about Illinois, things are getting going down there, but oh my gosh, there's even more of them now. All right, let's jump back. I told you guys that things were gonna get busy. I hear you, Cappucci.
Awesome. Once we are good to go, just let me know and I'll start talking.
Okay, Jack, can they hear him? I can't hear you, Jack.
Jack,
right,
just let me know when we're good. Give me the green light, and I'll start.
I hear him, but Jack, as soon as you tell me that he's on the air, we'll be good to go. So again, we're watching this tornado here. Again, this is a... Oh, Jason is watching. He said we can hear Cappucci. So Cappucci, we got you here. Just let me... I don't know why my alerts are coming through. I turned all this off. Anyway,
yeah,
this is a PDS here, this tornado warning.
So that one you're showing right now, if we can, is there any way we'd be able to show correlation coefficient for that circulation in far southern Missouri, the one you're talking about right now?
Yep.
Awesome. So point out to folks, there's a lot of blue, and Mike, you've been doing a great job all evening long pointing out what the radar means and all these kind of crazy colors. But the blue appears in two different splotches. One is just south of South Fork. That's the actual tornado itself. But then look south of West Plains, Brandsville, northwest of Koshkonong. That's actually debris fallout. So what you have happening right now is the tornado is lofting debris upwards of 10 to 15,000 feet, and it's surfing the jet stream. Very strong southwesterly winds at the mid-levels, and that's pushing the debris downstream. So folks near Brandsville, north of Thayer, and eventually Alton in southern Missouri are soon to see debris fall out of the sky, even if they don't get a tornado. But as you've mentioned, this is likely going to be a long track tornado. It'll be in the ground for a decent amount of time, and for that reason, I dare say, folks will get rain, hail, maybe some debris coated with ice because of how high that debris is being lofted into the atmosphere.
Cappucci, real quick, just to jump in here. Just wanted to bring this to folks' attention. We told you that things were going to be fast and furious. We've got a confirmed tornado now that is just to the west of St. Louis, Missouri. It's this guy right here. We're going to jump to this radar here. Let's read the warning here. We've got 32 minutes to go here, but it is confirmed by weather spotters southwest of Union. So it's right in here. I've got to switch to another radar. Of course, the terminal radar there is down. So I've got to switch to another radar that's going to give us what I'm looking for here. Probably this one up here. Stand by. Cappucci, I assume that you're getting your rental car. You're going to start driving soon, right?
Yeah, most definitely. I'm actually just touched down about 5 minutes ago in
New Orleans. But yeah, to your point, we have like 3 or 4 supercells heading towards St. Louis as we speak. And the metro
There it is.
itself
Got it
is
right here.
just yes, the metro itself is just beginning to get tornado warnings, but regardless of where you are in the entire St. Louis metro, the time to seek shelter is now, especially for the elderly, those with mobility challenges. If it takes a few extra minutes to get to your safe place, do it now. Don't wait for your phone to buzz. Don't wait for a tornado warning to pop up on the TV. It's time to go now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of whatever building you're in, avoiding windows, trying to put as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. Now, my best friend Tess has a great aunt who, she's a little older, she has some mobility challenges. We texted her about 15, 20 minutes ago and said, yeah, you know what, you're not under tornado warning yet, but regardless, now's a good time to go seek shelter. And that's kind of going to be the thing tonight. If the storms are approaching, it might be good, if you need a little extra time, gather the kiddos. If you're older, you have some walking issues, whatever, it might be a good idea to try to seek shelter early before you need to. But yes, Mike, 3, 4 different circulations moving into the greater St. Louis metro area right now. And it's going to be a long night for St. Louis, especially considering at least one is confirmed. And I wouldn't be surprised if we have more.
So let's do some forensic meteorology here real quick. For the folks that live in Gray Summit Pacific, this is along County Road 100 and Interstate 44. Let me get you guys some landmarks here. So Gray Summit, another small population. Again, 2,700. These are very small communities that are being impacted tonight. So they're just to the southwest of Gray Summit. So this thing is just to the north of the Shaw Nature Reserve, west of Guffey's Pizza. Boy, does that sound good right now. South of Purina Farms and west of the Gray Summit United Church. You've got a confirmed tornado on the ground here to the southwest of Wildwood. We know this because looking at the velocity, which again is showing us winds going toward the radar and away from it, right? Green represents toward the radar, red away from it. Right here, when you start to see it really standing out, effectively that's showing you the spin, right? If we switch to correlation coefficient here, holy cow. We switch to the correlation coefficient to Cappucci's point here. The actual tornado is right here, west of Gray Summit. But what's happening here, as it's lofting the debris, and you can see a small return here on the CC product, correlation coefficient, which is showing you objects being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. What's effectively happening is you're getting things getting pulled up. And by the way, that could be anything. It could be now that updated real fast. It could be anything. In fact, we're really close to the radar site. Anything being lofted and chucked out of it, right? So that debris outflow. And we told you that this was going to be an evening where things were going to develop so fast because of that low-level jet coming in off of the Gulf. So it is getting supercharged right now. A night that began rather quietly is now business has picked up pretty considerably here. So again, you need to be in your safe place. Let's switch back to reflectivity. There is the supercell, but the actual tornado is right here. Gray Summit, west of Wildwood. I called out all those locations again, just to the southwest of the Point Labatt Brewery, real close to Guffey's Pizza there, was it? Yeah? Pizza and beer. Boy, does that sound great right now. But you folks need to be in your safe place west of St. Louis Metro. It is on its way there. Let's jump to another here.
Hey, Mike.
We've got...
Mike,
go ahead, Cappucci.
Real quick, I'm so sorry for interrupting, but I just want to point out
more.
that tornado, that tornado you just mentioned on the west side of St. Louis, based on the radar returns, based on how high the debris is, and the gate-to-gate shear, so the changing winds over a short distance associated with the tornado, we can hedge a guess that it's at least a low to mid-end EF3, winds likely in the 140 to 160 mile per hour range. And so that's enough to level well-constructed homes. So the tornado in the St. Louis metro area right now is enough to level well-constructed homes. I do also, if we can real quick, let's switch to that other PDS tornado warning that is ongoing right now near West Plains and South Fork in far southern Missouri. So if we go down to that one, we can see the tornado is obviously moving northeast. Everybody in the polygon has to be in shelter now. But let's switch to correlation coefficient real quick. The correlation coefficient shows us the shape of whatever's in the atmosphere. All that blue y'all see at home on your TV screens, on your computer screens, whatever you're watching us on, all that blue is debris that has been lofted by the tornado. So what happens, ordinarily if there's a tornado, you see a little blue splotch, and that's where the tornado is actually occurring, a little bit southeast of South Fork. But the issue, all that debris, it's clearly hit something big. All that debris has been lofted to 10, 15, 20,000 feet and is now surfing the jet stream to the northeast. Remember, jet stream has winds of, gosh, 80, 90,
So
100 miles an
Cappucci,
hour at
it's
10,000 feet.
I know you can't see it, right? Because you're getting ready to head to the deep south. For folks that are looking at it, this is the actual tornado right here on the CC.
Yep.
But this, what he's referring to off to its east, that's whatever is being lofted up and chucked eastward there, right? Because we have that jet stream, which I'll turn on for you right now in the winds layer. Stand by. Let me make sure that I've got jet stream. And you'll really get a good illustration of just how powerful those winds are aloft. I mean, look at that, right? Those winds are coming in hot from the southwest. So whatever is being lofted to a quite high level of the atmosphere is having absolutely no problem getting picked up. It's like chucking a paper bag out into a gusty wind. It's just going to get picked up eastward. It's impossible to know what exactly this is on the correlation coefficient. It doesn't discern that, but we do know that there is debris, right? That is the actual storm here a couple of radar scans ago, and the tornado's still on the ground southwest of West Plain.
You know, one thing that I think is worth mentioning too, we can do something at home called mesoanalysis, which basically is looking beyond the radar at the downstream environment. What are the parameters like, where this supercell and where this tornado are eventually going? And I got to say, it's looking like this supercell will be able to charge on easily. It's in something called steady state right now, meaning the air coming in balances the air that's going out. It's spinning. There will be no change in the next 30 minutes to an hour as to how much spin there will be. And so for that reason, I do think this supercell will likely charge on for a while. It's impossible to say if we'll have one very long track tornado. That certainly appears to be a possibility right now. Or if we're going to have cyclic tornado genesis, meaning this stays on the ground for a while, lifts, and a new one forms. But for anyone downstream of Brandville, heading towards Rover, eventually Highway 160, you want to be in shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. It's too late now if you are in a mobile home, but still near Brandville. And Mike, is there any way, we're taking a look at the Springfield, Missouri radar, correct?
Sorry, I'm switching around to a bunch of stuff. Let me get back to Springfield here.
Yeah, if we can real quick.
Oh, no,
I want
that's
to show
Springfield. Oh, wrong one. There's so many darn Springfields. Shout out to the Simpsons. All right, we're on the Springfield, Missouri.
That one near Mountain View. By the way, Mountain View got a tornado back on May 22nd, 21st, 22nd of this year. But anyway, or rather of last year. But yeah, with that West Plains storm, the one a little bit south of South Fork and southwest of Brandville. Brandville has to be in their shelter now. But if we can switch to just regular reflectivity, we see the hail core, we see the purple over West Plains. They can probably
the hail core here on the Ville. It's pretty big. Yeah, right over South Fork.
But if we go back to regular reflectivity, I want to point out real quick. So there's the hail core, but look a little bit south, east of South Fork, west of Brandville. You can just barely see within the hook echo. There's a little teeny, almost void, if you will. Can you kind of see that? There's like a little donut hole, if you will.
The BWER. We've been talking about them.
Yep. So for the folks at home, that is a BWER, a bounded weak echo region. Basically, it's an area where the tornado's updraft is so strong that it's suspending rain, preventing rain from falling inside the tornado, and you see a donut hole. It's like the eye of the circulation, if you will, and it is soon to pass Brandville. It is just about to hit the Highway 68 corridor. So please, if you're on Highway 68, right near County Road 9030 or County Road 9370, you want to be in shelter now, putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. But Mike, that is a mean tornado, likely EF3 plus, and I know we are tracking a lot throughout the evening. We're going to be here for the long haul.
Yeah, so again, the wording here that's very specific from the National Weather Service, this is a particularly dangerous situation. There's one thing about the National Weather Service, they do not mince words. And those are only reserved for the worst of the worst. Damaging tornado, of course, radar confirmed, all that. And then they say in the impact, you are in a life-threatening situation, period, full stop, right? So mobile homes will be destroyed, considerable damages to homes. Very, very significant tornado on the ground there. To even think that this is the preview of what's to come tomorrow. I mean, a very long weekend for a lot of Americans. One where you need to take the weather very, very seriously. Let's jump back to what's going on there in St. Louis. I've got to find the right radar to give us a good idea. We've got that one right in St. Louis here. but it's so darn close to the radar here. I've got to switch to one. Yeah, we'll use Paducah. Here we go.
Hey, Mike.
It's this one right in here. Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had to step away for a sec. Which cell are we taking a look at right now? Is that the
we're looking at
St.
Louis right now. Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. So one thing I want to point out too, given the orientation of the storm, for folks who are in the direct path of the tornado, we're talking right along the Missouri River near Chesterfield, the county of Lake, Creve Coeur Park, Maryland Heights, Bridgerton, and eventually the St. Louis Lambert International Airport. For folks there, you're actually going to see a drop in rain right beforehand. You're going to see next to nothing. You're going to be in something called the vault. The vault is where rain, hail is suspended by the updraft. It's kind of that notch within the hook echo. So if you get rain, hail, and then suddenly it stops, that's not a sign to come up out of your safe place. That's a sign the circulation is just about on you. So it's going to approach the next 5, 10, 15 minutes. I'd say south of St. Charles, Chesterfield, Lake, the intersection of looks like 141 and 364. That's the Maryland Heights Expressway. The quarry at Crystal Springs, golf course there, very popular one, in the direction of Rural Ave, Pheasant Run Drive, and over towards some of the busier areas. Pattonville High School, Hollywood Casino. Anyone knows that area? That landmark is kind of red line, center line for this potential tornado. Actually, it's confirmed. It's on the ground. And then, of course, the intersection between Interstate 270 and 70. That is a very busy interchange right near the SSM Health DePaul Hospital. That's a big hospital in St. Louis. And then, Mike, my concern, it's heading right towards Lambert International Airport. So for folks who are there right now, even if they're not under tornado warning yet, it's time that if anyone's listening, if anyone has any decision-making power, don't be boarding planes. You do not want people caught on the ramp, on the jet bridge, on whatever, as the tornado's approaching. We saw that back in 2011 as that EF3, EF4 tornado sideswiped the airport. We do not want a repeat of that. We can hope it lifts, but until then, anybody flying out of St. Louis International Airport, either pause, don't get on the plane, or talk to the gate agent real quick, because I can tell you that circulation is a strong one, and on nights like tonight, it will likely hold together pretty well. The tornado right now is just west of Wildwood, north of the town of Pacific, south of Defiance, and it's heading towards Chesterfield, Clarkson Valley, and Wildwood in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Mike?
Yeah, as Cappucci touched on, I mean, boy, a lot of planes in the news here lately. That would certainly not be a fun one here. But you can see it right here. It's sticking out like a sore thumb just to the west of Wildwood there. This is, again, just to the west of the St. Louis, the downtown area and the metro there. We're going to jump back real quick. We've got another one down here west of Cedar Hill and Cedar Lakes. I don't know if this one is confirmed yet. It is still radar indicated. We've got this one all the way down here. I've got to switch to another radar. We'll come back to that St. Louis one. This one over West Plains, we know that this is another PDS damaging tornado. We know that that's a fairly large one that went over the top of Bakersfield. Right now, you can see it right here. If I switch to reflectivity, you can see that there is the supercell behind it that is kind of leeching from it a little bit, but boy, this guy's having no problem chugging along. Splitting the difference between West Plains and Brandsville. Alton is east of this, but is right now not in the tornado warning. It's about to go into a fairly unpopulated part of the state here. Pull it up here. So West Plains. So working its way toward Rover on is that Highway 160 and the Victory Mission Church, Carson as well. It is effectively right on top of you, right in here, just to the northeast of Highway 63. Let's jump down here to look at what's going on to this tornado warning as well. This one here is just radar indicated as it stands, but you can see that there is a lot of embedded rotation in it. We got this new one down here, 32 minutes to go. On this one here, this is radar indicated as well. This is in Arkansas. Searcy, Stone, Izard, Baxter. But you can see the rotation right here, west of Mountain View, southwest of Mount Olive. You need to be in shelter. It is, as it stands, just radar indicated. But boy, things are cooking now. And of course, real quick, if I go back out here and I pump up the moderate risk area, I mean, look, folks, we are still in the early days, really. This is going to continue for at least the next several hours and overnight. We know that there are tornado watches that are in effect. If I pull that up for you, too, we go into the app, we go into weather alerts. I've got the watches just turned off for right now. I can toggle them on and off as I so choose. But you can see these yellow colors here. These are tornado watches. They extend all the way up into here, into Terre Haute, west of Indianapolis, just west of Bloomington and Indiana University. They now extend eastward into Evansville, Illinois, and Owensboro, Kentucky. More southward down near Hopkinsville as well. And look at the time here. This is supposed to go until 3 o'clock in the morning. Mind you, this is a particularly dangerous situation, meaning that supercells capable of producing very strong tornadoes are likely to occur overnight tonight. We're talking a nocturnal tornado, not a fun time. If you live in any of these places, you need to have multiple ways to receive alerts. If you have a NOAA weather radio, awesome. Make sure it's turned on. If you don't, of course, the MyRadar app will send you alerts. All of the tornado warnings will go right through. Of course, you have a phone, which means you got the EAS alerts coming through as well. And hey, mind you, you can get alerts coming in through your local television stations, watching the television. So many ways to receive alerts, but look how far south these tornado watches go, all the way down to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So a very long night ahead for these people. And again, tomorrow, an incredibly significant severe weather day set to unfold. Truly, truly a weekend where I think meteorologically, folks are going to be talking about this one for a long time. And this is kind of the appetizer, if you will, to how crazy things are likely to get tomorrow. But as it stands right now, we've got this confirmed tornado here splitting the difference between Brandsville and West Plains. This is a particularly dangerous situation. And then up here, for St. Louis, we've got this tornado here near Wildwood, heading toward Chesterfield and the Spirit of St. Louis Airport. That is an international airport, folks. Boy, trying to get you a radar site here that's going to give us a good look at things. It's just so darn close to the radar, to the airport radar. Let me go up here. Of course, the terminal radar is out, but it's down in here, right? Right here. And you can see that. Let me switch to the correlation coefficient. If I bring it back a little bit, it was coming in this way. Switch back to velocity. You can see it right here earlier. Okay. And now it's so close to the radar. But boy, things are moving fast and fierce. Let's switch to Paducah. Get a real good look at it here. This is it. So folks, again, in Wildwood, Ellisville, Chesterfield, you need to be in your safe place. Big shout out to everyone watching on social media tonight. TikTok up to 1,000 people. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Hey, if you would be so kind as to follow us on TikTok, again, we'd really appreciate it. All you got to do is click that follow button, and it's a great way to make sure that you're always in the know. Whenever we drop a new TikTok or whenever we go live, we will be live tomorrow as well, a very early start for our team early tomorrow morning. Cappucci, literally on a moment's notice, he was supposed to be a part of this coverage. You're supposed to see his beautiful face, but he flew down to the Deep South. He is driving to be in position for the high-risk day tomorrow.
Yep, I'm here real quick. I'll just say hello to everyone real quick.
No worries. Go
I'm
ahead.
just about to pick up the rental car, so I should be good to go in about 10-ish minutes for our continuing coverage.
Man.
But
You're good. You're good. Take your time.
Yeah.
Amazing that we started the stream. Cappucci was boarding an airplane, and then we're still continuing the stream, and Cappucci is now on the ground. Crazy. Man. All right. So again, if I zoom things out, you can see that we are really up against it right now with the number of tornado warnings. They stretch from Illinois through into Missouri and now down into parts of Arkansas as well. We're waiting on Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. He's out in the field. Oh, right. Thank you. Spirit of St. Louis. Lambert is the airport. I'm getting them mixed up here. Thank you, Jason. Jason's the new Andy, always watching here. So again, very, very busy evening out ahead of us for the folks here in this part of the world. So again, we really appreciate it. If you're watching on TikTok, tap on the screen, show some support that way. We really appreciate it too. Up to 57,000 likes. And hey, follow us. We're going to be live pretty much this entire weekend as things really get cooking. If you're watching on YouTube, hey, we really appreciate it as well. If you were to subscribe to the channel, that's completely free to do. And hey, hit that like button. It really helps us break through the algorithm. I know there's some huge creators on this platform that do a phenomenal job, but we like to think we offer something a little different. Not to mention, you can download the wonderful MyRadar app for free. It is available on all major mobile platforms. I'm using it here on the PC. You can use it on iOS, Android. You can take it in the car with you now, a premium feature called Routecast, which is awesome. Will give you turn-by-turn directions and route you around bad weather. So big shout out to our hardworking development team that made all of that possible. All right, so there again is the tornado there I got to switch off that silly radar. It's too close. Switch to Paducah, Kentucky here. It's right in here is that tornado. Okay, let's go take a look at the big one over here. Got to switch to Springfield. And this feature that I'm using here, the ability to switch between the individual radars, is a premium feature. It's called the per station radar. It's right here at the top in the layers menu. The layers menu at the bottom looks like the stack of cards. You click on that and you can get in here and mess around with so much great stuff. In fact, I'm going to turn on the power outages layer and see how things are developing. So go figure where West Plains and Brandsville is, Howell County. We've got 128 customers there without power. Remember, customers is not a representative of the true human impact. A house could be a customer, right? It's just it's reading the meter. So the meter is just the one. There could be 4, 6, 10, 20 people in a single house, right? A long night, especially a night without power, something I haven't mentioned at all, it's in my bag, I can't find it right now, is having a mobile power bank. Something that you can have charged up in the event that you lose power. That way you can keep your phone juiced up, your iPad or whatever, to make sure that you still have that lifeline to the outside world. Make sure that you've got all that stuff prepared. Again, for the folks here, you need to be in your safe place. This is a large and confirmed tornado on the ground. This tornado warning set to keep running here for 39 more minutes. Again, the folks that are at risk here, we're talking very small communities here west of West Plain. That's the Victory Mission Church along Highway 160, and it looks like County Road 17. Peace Valley, where's 60? Stand by right here. We've got Peace Valley Chapel, the Canine Corral, White Church. You all need to be in your safe place. If you can hear me talking right now and you are in any of those communities, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Birch Tree, Winona. This is the storm that Jordan Hall is on. I can see his shot. Jack, we got to take Jordan. And we can take him on TikTok as well, being that he's not driving. Can we take Jordan's shot here? I just want to show you guys, this is, again, the danger of a nocturnal chase here. What's truly frightening out of this is the only way that okay, we got to go off Jordan's shot here on TikTok, Jack. Now that he's driving, I didn't realize. Perfect. So TikTok, if you want to see Jordan's live stream there, you got to go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/myradar. But for the folks elsewhere that can see this, you saw those lightning flashes, right? Just to on the right-hand side of the screen there, those lightning flashes likely to illuminate a very strong tornado. That's the real scary stuff, folks, when you can't see it, right? It's one thing when you're watching, the monster movie that you can see the monster, but it's another when you can't. And filmmakers use techniques like this all the time where they let you see just a little bit of it, and then you truly see what you're up and dealing with. I'm going to keep an eye on Jordan's stream there. Jack, if you want to take the app in full, and then maybe we put Jordan above my head there, it looks like he's trying to get a shot of it there, so we'll see if he's able to pick it up. But that's that tornado that we're looking at right here east of West Plains. That is, again, confirmed on the ground, a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation. Confirmed by emergency management near Rover, Missouri, that is tracking its way north and eastward up toward Highway 60 here, Winona, Birch Tree, some of the smaller communities, Chapel near the Hutchinson Rack Attack, and the Pleasant Grove Church. You all need to be in your safe place. The Black Pond Church as well. So we got so much going on. I'm going to look back here at this storm over Mount Olive, and now this one here really starting to show up here. Again, I feel like those of you that have been with us for a while now are really starting to pick up on some of the telltale signs, right? And when we're looking in velocity, which radar am I using again? I'm using the one up near Springfield, right? So green is representative of the winds going toward the radar, red away from it. So when you see this, we call it a couplet. When you start to see kind of the twist there, just west of Mount Olive, this is something here. Let me see in the tornado warning here. It is right now just radar indicated, but you need to be in shelter anyway. If you live in Mount Olive, I'll get you some. You need to be in your safe place. This is Arkansas, right? Is Arkansas. Sorry, guys. Okay, Mount Olive. This is another population of 17 from the last census in 2020. So again, very small rural communities that have been affected tonight, other than that storm in St. Louis. Okay, we just saw that tick ahead here in Mount Olive. Let's take a look at the correlation code. So there is a tornado on the ground west of Mount Olive. We really see that here on the correlation coefficient. That's this blue dot. So that is significant and showing you that there is something on the ground. There's debris being kicked into the atmosphere, right? You need to be in your safe place if you are in Mount Olive. I know there are very few of you there, literally 17 according to the census in 2020. This is a tornado on the ground here. It's right here west of Mount Olive. We really can see it on velocity, but you can definitely see it right here on the correlation coefficient. Boy. All right, so this is, again, it doesn't say in the alert, in the warning yet that this is a confirmed tornado, but I can tell you just from looking at the correlation coefficient there that that is a tornado on the ground. Someone is texting me here. So again, shout out to Jason who's watching. A really great feature here in the app is that if you are watching in the MyRadar app, you can actually put the video, the live stream that I'm talking to you on right now, you can put it into a minimized window and a picture-in-picture and follow along right with me here. Again, this is the per station radar. You can activate the free trial. It's, I believe, for 3 days, so that'll get you through today and tomorrow as well. So it looks like this thing is lifting north of Mount Olive, but boy, is it close. It's right there. Yeah, you need to be in your safe place if you are in Mount Olive here. Shout out to the people here that are watching us on all of the other social media platforms. Trying to jump around as best I can here, folks. Jack, if you see any, I see Jordan's stream above my head there on the vertical, on the horizontal landscape platform. Let me know if you see anything pretty significant there. I'm just trying to keep an eye on things. Again, west of Mount Olive, oh boy, right on top of them now. Let's switch to the correlation coefficient. Boy, that is a large tornado, folks. I mean, if I zoom out, it stands out, huh? Boy. Melbourne, is that Melbourne? Melbourne, Arkansas. Sorry, I was just trying to grab my bearings here, folks. Sorry about that. All right, so, oh boy, lifting right to them. Okay, so Melbourne, Arkansas, a larger community, 1,800 people from the census in 2010 there. Ozarka College in Melbourne. If you can hear me, you need to be in your safe place. This is south of Calico Rock. You are not in the tornado warning, but this is passing just south of you. Mount Olive right here. Along the White River, this is lifting just to the north of Mount Olive, but being that this town is very small, this is a very large tornado to your west here. Again, you can see it on the correlation coefficient and most certainly on the velocity scan. So we're going to keep an eye here on that storm. Let's take a look on what's going on up there in St. Louis. Didn't forget about you guys up there with your Emo's Pizza. Let's go up there. There's another one. This guy right here has moved out of the area, so we'll see if that is reissued, because we do have the rotation right there. This one here is radar indicated. They extended this one, the one in Crevecoeur, southwest of Overland. So again, here's Lambert, right? Here's the airport, the international airport. There's a tornado right here over this smaller airport. Radar confirmed there. Let's look at the CC. Okay. Yeah, for those of you that are watching us at the St. Louis Lambert International Airport, be in a safe place. Tell the gate agents, I mean, you should not be on an airplane. Let's go back and look at this one here. I can't get it out of my mind. Let's go back. Hang on. We got to switch. Go here. CC. Holy cow. All right. Here we go. This one over Mount Olive. We're going to keep a real close eye on this one here. Okay. For those of you that are watching in the app on social media, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm streaming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. It's a very busy start to the weekend here on Pi Day, 3.14, March 14th. A lot of these communities under a moderate risk for severe weather. That's a 4 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. And this is verifying thus far with the forecast. Numerous strong tornadoes. One of which that is on top of Mount Olive right now. We are watching that. It's going to continue to be a very long night for folks. Tornado watches in effect, some of which are PDS tornado watches. That meaning particularly dangerous situation until 3 o'clock in the morning Central Time for folks here in southern Missouri, western Tennessee. We're talking Memphis at that point, and southward toward Louisiana. Louisiana not under the PDS, but under a tornado watch nonetheless until 10 o'clock Central Time. That being said, this is likely going to continue through the overnight hours. So you need to have multiple ways to receive alerts. Download the MyRadar app. It is completely free to download. Of course, right, completely free to download. And we will be with you streaming live tomorrow as well. A high risk of severe weather issued by the Storm Prediction Center. It's the third time ever they've issued a high risk for a day 2. Day 1 being today, day 2 being the next. There have been 3 times in history that a day 2 has been issued. 2006, 2012, 2025. 13 years since that happened. So to break glass and press that button, it's not something that the SPC does all that often. That should tell you what tomorrow is likely to entail. That's Mississippi, Alabama, Birmingham, Jackson, Meridian, all of those counties, or cities rather, under the gun for an incredibly intense 24 hours. Okay? So we'll be streaming live tomorrow morning as well. Boy, oh boy. So we're watching this one here that's lifting north of Mount Olive. It looks like that the community of Mount Olive did not take a direct hit. But boy, is it close here, west of Melbourne here. Radar confirmed, again, my estimation just from what we saw there with that correlation coefficient, just right there. So interesting. You'd see it if it were a larger supercell thunderstorm and a really defined blue dot there. It's what we call a debris ball. That isn't necessarily what this is, but you only see that on that correlation coefficient product when you are talking about a large and powerful tornado that is on the ground. Remember, a funnel cloud and tornado are very, very different. A funnel cloud and tornado, there's a huge difference between them. And it's that one touches the ground, one does not. A tornado, when it touches the ground, is sucking up things from the ground and lofting it vertically into the atmosphere. So that's why when you see this on the correlation coefficient product, that right there, this blue dot north of Mount Olive, that's debris. That could be, you name it, parts of a roof, fencing, animals. I mean, it doesn't matter. The radar isn't going to be able to discern exactly what that is. But you see the signature that is showing up here, right? That is a large tornado on the ground. Jordan is on it here. You can see it above my head if you're watching on YouTube. TikTok, I'd love to show that to you, but for whatever reason, that platform doesn't like driving stuff. So we're just not going to show it on TikTok. So come join us on YouTube, youtube.com/myradar. That being said, this is, again, when you see that kind of signature, it's indicative that there's a tornado on the ground. Everything else that's kind of spitting out from it, north of it, east of it, southeast of it here, that's debris that's being lofted and kind of surfing the jet stream, as Cappucci touched on before, the jet stream coming in from the southeast, or southwest, I'm sorry. All right, we're going to come back to that. That's a large tornado on the ground here. So I'm not just going to forget about it. We've got a couple up here going on in Illinois. We're going to work our way from north to south here. So let's take a look here. First at Lewiston. This is radar indicated rotation. Again, not confirmed. Got 10 more minutes on this one. I'll tell you one thing. This line here that's kind of working its way towards Springfield, Illinois, Peoria, Peoria, am I talking about? And Galesburg here, all of that is very linear in this sense, where these storms want to be by themselves, right? They do not want to be sharing with storms around them. They're very selfish in that sense. So if I go and we look at velocity here, you can see that there is embedded rotation here, north of Lewiston, especially up here near Cuba, but it's very linear in the sense where the winds are blowing in, not necessarily strong enough or tight enough. Yeah, I see it. Jordan is on it. It's just super hard to see. Jason, my supervisor here, who is watching, always watching, right above my head. Again, if you're watching on YouTube or in the MyRadar app, you can see Jordan right above my head here. Not to mention, Jack, real quick, if you want to take the iPad real quick to replace the PC here, I want to remind folks that in the MyRadar app, and remember, you can do this picture-in-picture with me here, that you can follow along for yourself. Right? So tap on the Storm Chasers layer, tap on the layers menu, I should say. It looks like the stack of cards. And then right here, Video Storm Chasers. And you'll see all of the feeds that come in from our partners at Severe Studios. All of those, right, are Storm Chasers. And all you have to do is tap on it. There's Freddie McKinney. Here's Jordan Hall. And you tap on it, right? And we can take it in full here. So here's Jordan Hall's live stream, right? You can watch this for free in the MyRadar app, again, courtesy of our partners over at Severe Studios. So we're going to follow up with Jordan here. Jack, take it back to the PC and put Jordan above my head here. But just wanted to make you, everyone aware of that feature, that you can, again, watch all of these Storm Chasers in the MyRadar app. And again, you can even do it picture-in-picture and follow along with me. Oh, there's Cappucci above my head there, Jack. So again, let's keep working our way south here. Let's move to this one here. Near Chanderville. Boy, if there's one thing you learn about meteorology when you're tracking all this, you're learning all these names of places in and around you. This one here, again, not much going on in terms of rotation. Got 7 minutes to go on this one here. Again, just radar indicated, but very straight line at that point. Let's go down here to St. Louis, where we did have a confirmed tornado west of the city. We're going to have to switch to Paducah, Kentucky there. Okay, let's switch here. So we're going in here. So let's see if Lambert took a direct hit here. And it's very possible that a major international airport just took a hit from a tornado. Right now, near Blackjack and Florissant, Old Jamestown. Let's look at reflectivity here. It's embedded within this line here. What's going on here near downtown? Let's take a look. Okay, here we go. Here's another one. Oakville, Arnold, Melville, Concord. Got all these on top of each other here. Confirmed tornado near Arnold. Yep. Confirmed by weather spotters. Okay, so here we go. Here's another one. You can see the rotation. Again, red showing you winds going away from the radar, wind going toward it. Again, if you're watching on TikTok, share the live stream with people that you know that live in St. Louis. We want to make sure that they are aware of what's going on here. There is a strong tornado on the ground. You can see, oh boy, there's another one. Yeah, so we have a couple here. You've got this one here near Webster Groves and Shrewsbury. And then this one here, this is confirmed too. Holy cow, man. Okay, so it's this one here west of Oakville. So if you live in Melville and Oakville, you need to be in your safe place right now. Let me get you some landmarks here. So this is right near 270. So this thing is basically right on top of Chick-fil-A and the Dave Sinclair Ford car dealership, Sam's Club, and Costco there on the other side of 270. No, but it's right here. Okay, so the St. Louis County Revenue Department Kids Castle, Above and Beyond Learning Center, Teacher Spring Service on Mell Avenue, Kinswood Lane, and Forder Street. That's right here. You can see Forder Street right here. So you need to be in your safe place. Again, you need to be in shelter. That is going to be, again, a basement. If you don't have a basement, that's all good. I don't have one here in Florida, but my safe place, I know where it is. It's under the stairs on the first floor. I can fit there with my whole family, the kids. That's the place to be. You want to put as much of the house between you and the outside world as possible. If you are in a room with windows, you are in the wrong room. If you are on the second story of your home, you are in the wrong place. Okay. Boy. Things ramped up fast, Jack, huh? So this is near Oakville. All right, so that's another one. Let's go and look at this guy down here to the south. Firing up like crazy over here. So the one near Winona. We can see Jordan. If you're watching on YouTube and in the app, you can see it above my head here. That's the storm that Jordan's on. Let's switch to Springfield. Okay, and we're going to switch to boy. Okay, let's look at this one here first. We'll work our way north to south. Okay, so this one is southwest of Van Buren. This is, again, a confirmed tornado on the ground here. South of Highway 60 and Winona. Van Buren, you need to be in your safe place right now. What do I want to look at? We want to look at velocity. You can see it right here, okay? So that's south of 60. Let me get you some landmarks here. So Winona, population 950 as of 2020. Looks beautiful there. This thing is passing just to your south, right over Brawley's Powderhorn and Turtle's Hulls and Guns. Passing right over that part south of the Douglas Saw Shop and Sarton's Towing. It's right south of town. Right now, just south of the Bigfoot Burger there, just to the south of First Street. Heading for Van Buren to its east. Van Buren, another small community here in Missouri. Okay, so that's another radar-confirmed tornado. We got this one here that's moving through Brandsville and Koshkonong. This is radar indicated right now, but you can see on velocity it's fairly defined. Remains to be seen whether or not we got something on the ground. But then there's this guy down here. This one, boy, looks to be another one. All right, we're going to key in on this one here. This one went over Mount Olive. Still on the ground. and in Melbourne. I told you about 10 minutes ago, if you live in Melbourne, that you need to be in your safe place. If it's Melbourne, apologies. We have a here in Florida, 30 minutes, an hour away from us, we have a Melbourne. I know there's Melbourne in Australia, obviously. Franklin, Horseshoe Bend, you need to be in your safe place. Now is the time to seek shelter. Okay, let's get Franklin. Let's get some landmarks for you here. It is on its way. Okay. My gosh, another, again, unincorporated. 70 people as of the 2020 census. These are very small rural communities, folks. So again, odds are that they're watching one of these streams small, but you may know somebody that lives in any of those places.
And Mike, one thing I think that's worth mentioning too, sorry, I'm back, by the way. Good to see you. But one thing I think that's worth mentioning too is that, so many of these really small communities rely on sirens because sometimes they have very poor cell coverage out there. We don't want folks tonight being in the habit of waiting for a big loud noise to let them know a tornado may be coming, because realistically, on a night like tonight, there'll be so much other stuff going on, you probably won't hear it. And the other thing too, when the tornado severs power, the sirens die. So please, that's why we say on a night like tonight, have multiple redundant ways to receive critical weather information. The MyRadar app, especially if you're connected to your home Wi-Fi, is a great way to get location-based tornado warnings. TV's good too, but TV will go out when power goes out. We don't lose
Not
power
to mention,
because we're a mobile
Cappucci,
app.
not to step all over you, Cappucci, but not to mention a mobile power bank. It's 2025, right? Everyone has a device that in some way, shape, or form plugs into a USB charger, right? In some way. So these mobile power banks where you can charge up, effectively, it's just a battery that if you are to lose power, you would still have a way to be able to keep your phone charged, to be able to call emergency services, to watch, a live stream such as ours. Something pretty critical that I would argue you need to have in your emergency kit this time of year. Cappucci, I know that you're driving just south of Horseshoe Bend here. Unless, Cappucci, you're able to pull over at any point, but I don't want to slow you down. The correlation coefficient return here is a fairly significant one. This went right over the top of Mount Olive, passing north and west of Melbourne now, and working its way toward Horseshoe Bend here. Again, this is a radar-confirmed tornado, large and extremely dangerous. Just based on, if I jog you back here, this correlation coefficient return, that's a big one, right? A long night, a long, difficult night, to say the very least. Cappucci, where are you right now, by the way?
Yeah, so I just left the New Orleans airport. I'm actually en route right now, but fortunately stuck at a traffic light. Mike, to your point, it is radar confirmed. And, now that I have this is the world's longest traffic light, I'm taking a look at correlation coefficient as you just did. You showed the debris, but it's up to 5.8 kilometers, which if I do the math real quick is close to 20,000 feet. That to me tells me we're talking probably an EF3 plus tornado. And the fact that this is happening at night is pretty alarming. Cherokee Village, Horseshoe Bend. You guys are next in line. As you said, it just passed over Melbourne. And
Franklin, another one.
Too, what was that?
I was going to say the community of Franklin, just to the southwest of Horseshoe Bend. They're up first. It is just to the. We're talking minutes away.
Yeah, a lot of folks are red line, center line with this, and I'm almost wondering, just looking at the circulation, if the circulation is obviously extremely strong. It's just about to hit Franklin dead on, as you said. All indications this tornado likely has winds in the 160 to 180 mile per hour range. And, Mike, we always try to be very careful about rating tornadoes ahead of time. On a night like tonight, however, we know the atmospheric dynamics. We know sort of the character of the storms that will be forming. We can look at radar signatures. We can look at proxies. There's a pretty good relationship between the strength of a tornado and the height to which debris is lofted. All of those things to me point towards an EF3 plus tornado. Closing in on Franklin, Horseshoe Bend is next in line. It's passing near or just north of Melbourne. But Mike, the latest radar scan came in. Can we throw up velocity real quick?
Yep, we're on it. We're looking at it.
Okay, awesome. What is the timestamp that you have?
10:46 Eastern, bear in mind.
Okay, same. I have the same one here. Just want to make sure we're looking at the same image. Okay, so one thing I'm worried about too, I think there is a second tornado. I think there's something called a satellite tornado. So you see Franklin, you see the big tornado west-southwest of Franklin. But then just a little bit south-southwest of Franklin, east of Melbourne, there's a second area where there's pink and blue pixels right next to each other. I'm looking at the Springfield radar. And so my guess, if I had to guess, I think there's a second tornado, a satellite tornado, that is likely kind of whipping around the main tornado. And sometimes you get that. Sometimes there's so much vorticity, spin in the air, that you get a second tornado near the main one. And that looks to be the case right now. So even though Franklin will likely be hit by the main tornado, I do think there could be a second one east of Melbourne, passing south of Franklin too. So really, Mike, that's just a test of how strong this cell is and also how dire a circulation it is.
Yeah, when you start to see the big, blue dot here on the correlation coefficient, like if I go back here to right here, right where it was going near Mount Olive, I mean, that is a very concerning correlation coefficient return, right? When it's the size of these smaller towns, right? It's, again, it's passing north of Melbourne, heading for Franklin. Again, folks, this is... Let's see here. They just added more to this tornado warning here. The remaining in effect. Again, a PDS, that's a particularly dangerous situation. Large, powerful tornado, as Cappucci touched on. You can't rate a tornado in real time. Of course, you can look at its gate-to-gate wind speed, but it's not necessarily going to be a true indication of the damage on the ground. That's why you need to survey it after the fact. This is why the National Weather Service and NOAA is an incredibly vital arm of what we do. Shout out to all of them. But you can see that this thing is not given up. The environment is incredibly favorable. You have the dew points that are rather high this late in the evening. You have the low-level jet stream coming in off of the Gulf that is just pumping the air with moisture that is just allowing for these storms to continue to remain rather powerful. So again, Franklin, Horseshoe Bend, you need to be in your safe place. If you can hear my voice and you live in these communities, you need to be in your safe place. Again, for those of you that are watching us in the app on social media, please share the live streams with anybody that might live in this neck of the woods, being that this is a critical time to make sure that they are aware and paying attention to what is coming their way. Jack, did we lose Jordan above my head here, that shot? Is it coming in and out? I can't tell. Either way, Jack,
And
if you yes, Cappucci.
Yeah, so one other thing that I'm concerned about too, it is a decently rural area. The circulation, however, looks to be passing right along Highway 56. Highway 56 is where most of these towns are, and even if you're not in a town, there are a lot of small houses, a one off here, a one off there. It's passing right along a comparatively populous corridor. So beyond Franklin, Ash Flat, Highland, Cherokee Village, and Hardy, a pretty decently populated area, are going to be in line for that circulation. Now, let's consider if the circulation lifts, great, but you're still going to have debris falling down. And if the circulation doesn't lift, you have a strong to potentially violent tornado. There's no good news here with the circulation, and there could be a second one off to the east-southeast. I do think right now the satellite tornado, the secondary tornado that I think is there based on radar, is starting to wrap to the east of the main circulation, and either one of two things will happen. Its vorticity or spin will be ingested into the main tornado, or it will replace the main tornado. I can't tell based on radar if this is a satellite tornado whipping north or it's a handoff. But regardless, there's still a very powerful tornado en route to that area right now. Ash Flat, you have to be in shelter right now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. It's one of those things, too. If you're in a mobile home right now, get out and hit the ditch. I'd rather you cling to a tree stump down in a ditch than a mobile home, because really, mobile homes, they don't have anchors. Mobile homes do not have foundations. Trees have roots below ground. I have, and it's a very sobering thing to think about, but I have it sort of drilled into my brain that if I, while chasing, get into a really dire situation, I would be more likely to, get to a ditch and hold on to a tree stump, because there have been people who've survived doing that, than I would be to seek shelter in a non-permanent, like non-permanent, whether it be a gas station or an outbuilding, something like that. I'd rather a tree trunk. Ash Flat next to Franklin, it's hitting Franklin right now.
Real quick, we got to move over to St. Louis. There's a radar confirmed tornado right now in city center, downtown St. Louis. Right now, pretty much right on top of downtown. right on top of downtown, west of Washington Park, East St. Louis. Looking at the correlation coefficient. Oh man. So let me switch back here. You can absolutely see this here on velocity. Again, radar confirmed. Golf ball size hail confirmed from this. As Cappucci alluded to, folks, the key word with mobile home is the word mobile. Mobile homes become mobile. It is the most unsafe place to be in the event of a tornado. I mean, simply put, a gust of wind, a crosswind, can tip it over, and you can die that way from it falling over, things inside the mobile home hitting you on the head, let alone the mobile home being torn to pieces, lifted. I mean, there's so many things that can go wrong. The fact that it doesn't have a permanent foundation in the ground is the biggest concern. Yes.
So I have an example of that alludes to exactly what you just said. Back during the April 12, 2020 outbreak that impacted Easter Sunday and the following day across much of the Deep South, Nueces County, South Carolina, had multiple tornadoes come through. One was only an EF1 tornado, so like a low-end tornado, hit a mobile home. 2 people died in the mobile home. The mobile home was just gone, and the deck was still standing. So a mobile home is weaker than a conventional patio. They're like sails in the wind. So you're exactly right. A mobile home is like a death trap, and they succumb to even winds of 90 miles per hour, which really isn't that high compared to what a house can sustain. So
this is why real quick,
if we're on velocity,
real quick, though, before we get to that, really quick plug. Jack, take the PC real quick. Just want to bring it up again. Big shout out to our buddy, Dr. Craig Cece. He has a website, findyourtornadoshelter.com. If you live in a mobile home and you just heard what we had to say to you and you're getting concerned about tomorrow, being that there's high risk, this is a fantastic website, knowyourtornadoshelter.com. All you have to do is find where you live, click on the shelters near you. It gives you the location. In some instances, it will give you the capacity of those storm shelters. You can get directions right to it. So knowyourtornadoshelter.com. Critical if you live in a mobile home park or in an area in which you don't have a reliable place to seek shelter from a tornado. Go ahead, Cappucci.
Yeah, so if we zoom out just a little bit and take a look at velocity, the cells in the St. Louis metro area are taking on something we call an LEWP, like a line echo wave pattern. It's a loop. And really, you're seeing like multiple Boeing segments. See how there are these two sort of, big surges of wind if we're taking a look at the St. Louis radar? Let's zoom out a little more. And which radar are we taking a look at?
This is...
Can we do a STL?
I'm using Evansville, Indiana.
LSX. Yeah, let's look at LSX. That's the closest one.
Yep.
Yeah. So if we do that, we'll see. So yeah, those two big sort of surges. What you're seeing right there is the two cells are beginning to merge into a line, but they're becoming outflow dominant, meaning they're putting out more air than they're taking in. So these surges of cool wind, we call the rear flank downdraft, bow out ahead of the main line. But then you see in green, that's warm, moist air kind of rushing up and around, rushing back in and kind of curling backwards. And you get these little areas where the air masses chafe against each other, and those spin up quick circulations. And so my concern is that as we transition to more of this squall line with kinks of spin, we're going to see much more quick hitting circulations, little things that are on the ground for 2-3 minutes at a time. They're very tough to warn because they don't look as stout on radar, but believe me, they're mean. They're usually EF1s, EF2s, and we'll see a spattering of those on the east side of St. Louis. So that's my big concern now. If we can we jump back to the south real quick over southern Missouri and northern Arkansas? And
yes,
let's just try sort of can we actually do
the right radar here?
Yeah, can we actually do the high def radar for a second? I want to show folks big picture. So when we do that, we'll be able to see in just a sec how all these storms are kind of lined up. I mean, look, we have 5 tornado warnings in a row stretching 50, 60, 70 miles. There's that obvious tornado near Horseshoe Bend, Cherokee Village, but then also Van Buren getting hit by a bad tornado right now, Alton, a tornado, but then multiple tornado circulations in a line. That is bad for 2 reasons. Number one, it forms something called a confluence band, a band of gathering air. Sometimes long ahead of the cold front, you get air that gathers, and it's kind of forced together at the surface. It kicks air upwards, and you get a line of storms. So you get one cell after another cell after another cell. So there are folks out there who might be in their tornado shelters. A tornado might pass them. They'll say, you know what? Coast is clear. And then they have to shelter again. That's just the kind of night it is. Back on April 3rd, 1974, the super outbreak of the 70s, the National Weather Service in Huntsville got so overwhelmed with how many tornadoes were passing over the same area, they issued a blanket tornado warning for their entire area. They just said, you know what, everybody in northern Alabama, stay in your basement until further notice because there are too many tornadoes to keep track of. That's how tomorrow might go. The other thing, too, sometimes you get these little favored zones, and my concern is that if you have a zone with a more activity than other areas, you're going to put down something called an outflow boundary, or the leading edge of cool air exhaust. And wherever those outflow boundaries set up tomorrow, we'll add sort of a focal point for the air to gather, produce tornadoes tomorrow, and there tends to be more low-level helicity or spin along outflow boundaries, which could support additional tornado genesis. So there are multiple reasons why these lines of storms, lines of supercells, are bad. It's like a conga line, and every one that goes by could produce a tornado. Mike?
Cappucci, that's exactly what the folks at the SPC were saying in their outlook for tomorrow. We talked about that a lot earlier before things really started blowing up. Again, Sunday is going to, or Saturday rather, going to be a truly historic day, I think, weather-wise. We can talk more about that in a minute. But again, this tornado here that's pushing over Ash Flat right now in Horseshoe Bend in Franklin, this is a big one here, heading for Sharp County Regional Airport. Let's call out some areas here. Rather, let's look at the CC. Again, you can see it right here. Sticks out like a sore thumb. It's right now pushing right, a direct hit to Franklin. Moving to Ash Flat. If you can hear my voice, you live in Ash Flat, you need to be in shelter immediately. The time is running out considerably. Oh my gosh. All right, so let's leave it here on CC. Again, I'm going to get you some locations here for Ash Flat so I can get down to the real nitty-gritty here. This is Ash Flat, Arkansas, mind you, heading for the Sharp County Regional Airport. So this is just south of what is that, Highway 62. Let's see here. Meacham's Family Restaurant heading right for you there. Right near City Hall on South Circle Drive.
It's going right up the
Cappucci?
highway. This is, yeah, it's going right up the highway. This is the worst case scenario for Ash Flat. Highland, Cherokee Village, Hardy. It's going right up the highway.
Yeah, looks like there's a Walmart Supercenter just to the east of Meacham's Family Restaurant. Again, following, it's I believe that's 412, 167 and 412. Yeah, 167 right here, and then it turns into 412 there. It says 62 in the app, but either way, it's right here, just west of 167. I got to get you some locations here. So we've got there's a Thai restaurant right there in Ash Flat there. Chakti Thai Kitchen. It is just to your west, just to the west of the county courthouse, as well as City Hall, right there along Ash Flat Drive. And again, 167. Cappucci, were you going to say something?
No, I was just pointing out, just as you said, it's right along the highway. And so every sort of major settlement.
Way in or out?
Of that entire area, it's going right down the highway. And the fact that we can see the circulation is so extensive in the clouds, the radar site is far away. Ordinarily, if we see circulation this strong, but this high up because we're scanning so high into the clouds because the radar is so far away, we wouldn't necessarily know what's happening down at the ground. It might be really strong in the sky and not down by the ground, but the fact that we can see debris lofted so high tells us there's an incredibly powerful vortex. And so the fact that we have a mesocyclone, the rotating column of air in the storm, extending up to 25, 30,000 feet at this strength is very telling and attests to the power of the atmosphere tonight. The dynamics are through the roof, and Mike, I can't believe that this is only the appetizer round. It's going to be worse tomorrow. This is just a preview of what's to come. And we have rotating supercells all the way from Texarkana, Arkansas, all the way to west of Chicago. It's wild how long this is. And one other thing I'm concerned about, too, if we can real quick, and we'll get back to tornado warnings for the folks at home in just a sec. If we can real quick throw on the high def radar and just zoom out big picture, we obviously see the big line of storms. But Mike, my worry, do you see that stuff in like western Mississippi getting going? It looks to me like we might be seeing another little confluence zone. That area, and by confluence zone, we mean a band of gathering air that might be trying to kick up more supercells. And That's why the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center has issued a PDS, or a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch for part of Mississippi until 3 o'clock in the morning. And they may have to extend that further too. And so the dynamics tonight are so strong that even though the
Cappucci, it
sun's
has been
gone down.
extended. 5 a.m. It has been extended.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so that's the fact that we're only at 10 o'clock Central Time and they're already pushing it that far out in advance is also pretty telling. I mean, normally when they make watch extensions, they do that right as the watch is about to end.
So the one for Tupelo and Memphis, that is the PDS. That's until 3 o'clock in the morning. But for the folks south of that in Jackson, Vicksburg, Canton, Greenwood, that's the one that goes until 5 o'clock in the morning. Not a PDS, but I mean, I feel like Cappucci at this point, given just the way that the atmosphere has performed and overperformed, particularly down here, you might as well just treat it all the same. This is not something to get caught up in verbiage, in the sense where these things mean business with a capital B. And again, there's still so much more to come heading into tomorrow, unfortunately, for this part of the world. You can see all these
100%.
tornado warnings that are firing up here. Look at how many do we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 active tornado warnings. And to your point, Cappucci, these out ahead of them, these little guys, we talk about it all the time, discrete supercells, ones that are alone, that do not have to share. These are concerning. Right? And they are, of course, you see, the Storm Prediction Center are the Navy SEALs of severe weather forecasting. They are the tip of the spear, the best that we can offer. Look at the moderate risk zone that they drew earlier today, right? It's shrunk a little bit now because, of course, the western side it's kind of over with, but you can see that they nailed exactly where all of this was going to blow up. Still so much more to go. Let's
And Mike, one thing I want to point out too is, you know, we see these big scary colors. Oftentimes, one thing that really complicates forecasts is when there's a high parameter space, but not confidence on storm mode. What does that mean? Parameter space is basically the assemblage of all the ingredients we have. And we know tonight that parameter space, the combination of ingredients, is top tier. I mean, everything there, and especially tomorrow, everything there is going to be sort of at the top of the scale. But it's just like if you're baking something. You can have all the ingredients and they combine in the wrong order and you don't get your tornadoes. That normally only happens.
You certainly know about baking with the wrong ingredients, Cappucci. Talk about trying to make homemade bread.
Oh yeah, it didn't come out good. But anyway, yeah, I mean, you can have all the ingredients and the stuff doesn't combine together right. And that happens sometimes. I mean, I've been in high risks before where the storms merge, they get blobby. But there's reason to believe that won't be a factor tomorrow because of something called a cap. A cap is a little layer of warm air about a mile above the ground that kind of tamps down some of the storm fuel, tamps down the juice, and sort of tempers how quick all the storms can form. And with a little bit of a cap and a little bit less oomph, you're actually going to have slightly fewer storms form. And that's bad news because if you have all the storms go up at once, they interfere and they kind of, weaken each other. But if you have a slightly lesser number of storms, then they're more likely to be able to charge on, not interfere with neighbors, take full advantage of that volatile parameter space, and be long track rotating supercells. And that's the forecast for tomorrow. That's why the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center was confident enough to issue that day 2 high risk. They haven't done that since, I believe, April 14, 2012. High risks, issuing that takes a lot of hailstones. It takes a lot of guts. You're saying, this is as bad as it gets. To issue that a day beforehand shows you not only the severity of what's anticipated, but the confidence with which the forecasters are producing that forecast.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, you said it best. I mean, it's really something to pay very close attention to. Folks, again, this tornado we're watching, you're starting to lose it a little bit. I mean, it still is there, right? Hitting now the Sharp County Regional Airport, heading toward Highland, Hardy, Cherokee Village. You need to be in your safe place. Frontier Lanes, the bowling alley there, this thing is right on top of you. If you can hear me, you need to remain sheltered until this thing is exited to your east. They're near 63. Let's get you some landmarks here. We got St. Michael Catholic Church, Casey's Restaurant, Village Bible Church, Cherokee Village. You need to be in your safe place, if you can hear me. Imperative that you seek shelter. Harp's Food Stores. There's a Taco Bell and KFC right nearby there in Highland, right here. You need to be in your safe place. This thing has continued to follow the highway, which is not great for these smaller rural communities that absolutely depend on that thoroughfare.
Beautiful.
And that tornado warning has been extended here to include Ravenden Springs, PDS Tornado Watch, Pocahontas, Imboden, Ravenden. I apologize if I'm not getting the names right. Please let me know in the chat if I'm mispronouncing any of these. I'll try my best to pronounce them correctly here. Okay, there's a lot happening right now, folks. Let's see what's going on up there in St. Louis. So we still have that rotation up there that went through downtown near Troy, Maryville, heading for Marine, Grand Fork, and Highland. You can still see a little bit of that CC signature right here, north of Interstate 55, 270, and 70, south of Edwardsville, west of Marine. As well as the rotation up here just above it. Okay. Now, everything up north, other than this one right here, has seemingly begun to die off a little bit. This one west of Bloomington, I'm not as concerned about. It's just radar indicated as it stands. How much time we have left on that? 20 minutes? Yeah, we'll see. I'm not as concerned about that one by comparison, of course. It's a tornado warning. You should take them all very seriously, obviously. But it's the ones that we've got confirmed tornadoes like this one here. And then the one here that went through downtown over Belleville. This one here. Okay, let's move down to these guys. There's the Paducah radar. Got this one right here. That's about to go here into Iron and southeastern Reynolds counties. Right now, this is just radar indicated rotations. Take a look at the CC. Not much pop in there. But again, it does have the embedded rotation within it. So these, again, are very small communities. That's just north of Van Buren. That's the one that Jordan was on. Jack, can you replace above my head with Jordan's live stream here? We just want to make sure that we're showing him.
Do we know if Jordan has seen anything yet? I know obviously it's dark and it's nighttime, and
It's been the lightning. It's been the flashes, right?
Yep.
But he's on the Cherokee Village one. He's been following that one.
Ugh. And the crazy part, I mean, if you're
Yeah.
in Van Buren, once the circulation passes to your north, you got another one coming 20 minutes down the road. And it's like we were saying earlier, you know, when these things line up, they train to pass repeatedly over the same areas. You get a tornado, and you might get another one. April 3rd, 1974, Tanner Crossroads, Alabama, in Limestone County, was hit by an F5. They start picking up the pieces. They are rescuing folks, and another F5 barrels right into the Swan Lake Mobile Home Park. Well, back then it was called Lawson's Trailer Park, but now it's the Swan Lake community. I've been there, and you still see these fields without trees, and it's a sobering reminder of what can happen when you have a volatile night. And I do dare say tonight has an appetizer look, but tomorrow, the real day, you're going to see a number of occasions when you have multiple tornadoes passing over the same area within the same hour.
Yeah, I mean, the training, right? These storms take the path of least resistance. And in this instance, when these storms have the history and they're following along those bands, for them to just fall in line right behind them, this is not anything new, right? It's similar in the sense, right, Cappucci, where if you're in the eye of a hurricane, people go outside and go, oh, it's over. Meanwhile, the eye wall winds are coming in fast and furious right behind you. It ain't over till it's over, right? This is why multiple ways to receive alerts. Of course, to be able to track the weather. The MyRadar app, again, I'm not just saying this because it's on my shirt here and we're in the studio and Andy's taking good care of us. It is free to download. I cannot emphasize to you enough how important it is to have multiple ways to receive alerts. The MyRadar app will send those alerts to you. Of course, you'll likely get the EAS alerts as well. Hold on one second. I got to switch to my other AirPod here. Stand by.
And Mike, while you're doing that, I'll say real quick, you know,
Right,
when
I
we
think we're
have
good now.
a sale that goes through. I was stalling for you for a sec, but to your
No, you're
point
good.
a
Go
moment
ahead.
ago, you said that, you know, sometimes these storms one will pass over, another will come through. You know how every time we're in a thunderstorm, it kind of gets a little cooler after? So what happens with that is that you have the cool air that produces something called an outflow boundary. And that outflow boundary is a source of spin that the next storm can ride along. It's like train cars on a train track. And Mike,
right. Go ahead,
I think
Cappucci,
we're
you're good.
hearing, I think we might be hearing your AirPod, where there's a lot of static coming on the stream right now, just to give you a bit of a heads up. But
Okay.
yeah, so when you have one storm go through, it leaves a little cool breeze behind it, and the next storm surfs along that cold breeze. And that's why it's very easy for storms to be what we call boundary riders. And if a boundary stays in place, it's like a train track, and each storm will ride right along it every probably 45 minutes to 70 minutes.
All right, we should be good now. Jack, Cappucci, let me know if you're hearing any interference coming through.
Much better, much better.
Sweet. Okay. Yeah, I've been switching between left and right here. All right, so we've got Jordan's shot there. Again, if you want to see Storm Chaser Jordan Hall's live shot here, you've got to come join us on YouTube, youtube.com/MyRadar. You can also check out his stream in the MyRadar app as well. Jack, just take it in full just for a moment here. I want to see where he's at. Again, it's these nocturnal chases where, oh my God, big lightning flash here. I want to see if we're able to see anything, Jack. Don't take it for TikTok. Again, I'm sorry, TikTok folks, I can't show you any shots of driving. We just don't want to run the risk of any kind of suspension. So he's in Alton. Let me make sure that I'm on the right storm here because there are a lot of them. Let me make sure here. He's on that Cherokee Village one. Okay. Let's see. Someone just said day 2 tomorrow. Ohio is in a marginal risk around Columbus and Cleveland. Well, Anna, I got news for you. Florida, where I live, Central Florida, was under a marginal risk earlier this week, and an EF tornado touched down 10 minutes from my house, hit my wife's workplace while she was at work. Marginal day, right? Just saying, right? Anytime, anywhere. Don't get caught up in the risk categories. Of course, it's worth paying attention to, but Mother Nature just has a way sometimes of taking your best laid plans and just chucking them by the wayside. So what you're seeing here with Jordan's shot. Go ahead, Cappucci.
I'm sorry. I was going to say to your point, you know, on March 3rd, 2020, Nashville, Tennessee was in a marginal. Cookeville, Tennessee was in a marginal.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you're right. That tornado, my gosh,
Yeah.
the one in Nashville, that was crazy. I had a friend whose house was hit by that tornado. Wow, I completely forgot about that. Right.
It was an EF3. It killed 5 people. It hit the John C. Toon Airport at 12:46 in the morning, middle of the night, just like tonight. And then another one dropped in Cookeville. They only had 1 minute warning with the tornado warning that came out. That one killed 18 people on a marginal night. And so sometimes you have situations like this where the warm air makes it a little farther north than you otherwise expect. That could happen in a place like Ohio. If the warm air sneaks a little farther north, it's very easy for an event to overachieve. And so even in a marginal, with an atmosphere that is this dynamic, expect dynamic results.
All right, so real quick, I'm just going to mute. I see this person in TikTok that's talking silly nonsense about government manipulation of weather. You're on the borderline, my guy. So be very, very careful. We're just simply not having that tonight. But looking at Jordan's shot here, again, if you want to see... So long story is yes, or short story, I should say, is yes, but the TikTok studio is misbehaving on me a little bit, so it's a little non-traditional, but either way, working on it. Someone just joined, I guess, said, has there been any tornadoes today? Yeah, yes, there have been. Our storm chaser, if you want to see one, go to youtube.com/MyRadar. I think I just saw it there on the on the left side of Jordan's shot. Now, as you can tell, it's freezing up here, and Jordan's vehicle is well equipped with not only cellular connectivity, but he also has a Starlink satellite. And you're seeing, again, the signal that he's dealing with here. This is a part of the world. Just look at how he's driving, just weaving. It's not like the plains, right, where it's flat, big open spaces. It is not for the novice storm chaser. Jordan absolutely knows what he's doing here, and I believe that he's in a convoy with some of his other storm chasing buddies here, so they're all kind of looking after each other. But unfortunately, when you're tracking something like this and you're simply relying on, let alone radar, but just the lightning, right, to kind of light things up, you know, pun intended, to be able to see what you're looking at, it's that true monster movie stuff where you can see the storm, but just briefly, because it's illuminated by lightning here. So, Jack, if you want to switch it back, let's go back to the app here, being that we've got to talk about this tornado warning for folks, again, just east of Cherokee Village. You can put Jordan above my head. But this is, again, a PDS tornado warning. Again, PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation. This is the storm right here that's been tracking all along the highway. It hit the Sharp County Regional Airport, or at least went right by it there, and is heading for Ravenden Springs. It could be Ravenden. Apologies. I'm trying my best on the pronunciations in real time here. So this is a very small community here in Arkansas, population 119 as of the 2020 census here. This storm, or this tornado, I should say, is running parallel there to Highway 62. And that, I believe, is 90, right? Route 90, yep, near Maple. Okay, so the tornado's just to its west. It's effectively right over the top of Morgan's Mill and the Bristol Church, Martin Creek Volunteer Fire Department, but heading just east for Ravenden Springs. Again, right over the top of the Bristol Church and the Bowen Family Cemetery, heading eastward for Ravenden, apologies, Springs. Pocahontas is east of that in the polygon here. You need to be in your safe place. Again, seek shelter if you can. Folks that are, someone said they're Dominic watching at Chicago O'Hare Airport. Now, Chicago, you're in an enhanced risk up there. Certainly, it's nothing to ignore. But needless to say, up there is mainly a wind threat. The tornadoes are largely down here now. It's a very bimodal severe risk, meaning we've got two kind of areas to watch for. The one up north near you in Chicago, that's mainly now a damaging wind risk, larger hail. But now down here, in the southern zone here, we're entering into, again, where there's particularly dangerous tornado watches in effect through the overnight hours, effectively into tomorrow morning. So just keep an eye on things. Download the MyRadar app there, Dominic. It's completely free to download. I highly suggest you do. Okay. So we're watching, again, this storm here that's pushing its way eastward toward Ravenden Springs, but you can see there are several more tornadoes here that we are tracking. Let's switch to the Little Rock radar and see what we got going on down here near Arkadelphia and west of Roston. You know, truth be told, as it stands right now, it's very linear. Again, you can see that it's kind of forming a line. One thing I always like watching out for here is, like, do you notice how if I go all the way back to roughly an hour ago, you see the supercells popping, right? These individual discrete storms. But just as Cappucci said all night long, these confluence bands, it's effectively like the interstate for these storms to kind of follow along, the path of least resistance here. And notice how we start to advance and that line just kind of begins to filling in all the gaps. Now, this is a twofold thing. On the one hand, this is likely going to produce some very strong winds as it pushes its way eastward. If you live in the Deep South, you know what I'm talking about. Just a couple of weeks ago, an event that did underperform, where there was the expectation of some stronger tornadoes, didn't exactly verify because everything went rather linear, rather quickly. So you got, again, those strong damaging wind gusts pushing eastward rather than the discrete storms. And you're kind of seeing that here if you advance advance things out where things are becoming pretty linear, filling in the gaps here between Prescott and Gum Springs. So, of course, that I'm not saying that you need to ignore these tornado warnings, not at all. There is still some embedded rotation within the overall line, but if you're looking for the big bad tornadoes to get put down by this, it just kind of these storms are working against it in that sense, Cappucci.
Yeah, with that Arkadelphia, y'all can hear me, right? That Arkadelphia
Yes.
cell,
Yep.
I'm a little worried about, just because, to your point, the one to the south is a little bit more liney, but the Arkadelphia cell, it to me looks like it's just isolated enough and maybe beginning to turn right just a little bit, that it may have an easier time tapping into the atmosphere's volatility and rotating. And so right now, like near and east of Donaldson, I'd be preparing for potential tornado. There is obviously that tornado warning in effect. The circulation is on the east side of Arkadelphia, but still, it's one of those ones that, because there's not much to the northeast, I mean, yeah, there are a couple junkie cells north of Little Rock, but because there's not much to the northeast near like Hoyen, Sheridan, and East End on the south side of Little Rock, I think this one's going to be the next one to really ramp up in the next 30 minutes to an hour. And that's kind of what we have to do. Something called mesoanalysis for the folks at home. It's when we're not looking just at radar, but we're looking at the overall environment where the storm is heading. The Storm Prediction Center staffs a mesoanalysis desk 24 hours a day. And so based on the parameters, we can say it's likely this cell will hold together and it's likely the cell will intensify. And I do think that tornado risk with the Arkadelphia cell near like Loyola and Prattsville, Arkansas, will ramp up markedly in the next 30 minutes.
Cappucci, are you familiar with the nudging theory? I guess this was brought up at the Storm Chaser conference. Jordan was talking about it earlier.
Yeah, so for the folks at home, Cameron Nixon is a renowned atmospheric scientist at the University of Oklahoma. He is phenomenal when it comes to wind dynamics, but what he's found research-wise is that sometimes supercells need a little bit of help. Yeah, you can have a supercell that's spinning, but sometimes you need a cell behind it to put out a little bit of cold air and nudge that circulation to become a little bit tighter. And on days like tomorrow, honestly, you might not even need that much. But for example, with the Arkadelphia cell, there's a little thunderstorm popping up near Gum Springs, southwest of that cell. May produce enough of a cool air wraparound to sort of surge east and help tighten the Arkadelphia cell's rotation. Spin in a storm is a perfect balance between warm, moist air rushing in from the south to fuel the storm and cool, dense, dry air in the backside of the circulation crashing out of the northwest to sort of squeeze that warm air and tighten it into an area of spin. The two have to be in perfect balance to get a tornado, and they have to remain in balance in something called steady state, or that perfect balance, to get a long-lived tornado. That's likely to happen tomorrow, but for the time being, the presence of the cell near Gum Springs, to your point, I think could offer a little bit of a nudge that will help tighten the Arkadelphia cell's rotation in the next hour.
So we're watching Ravenden, or again, Ravenden Springs. This is kind of the most potent velocity signature that's out there right now. This is already, again, this is a PDS tornado warning. A large confirmed tornado on the ground here. The National Weather Service referring to it as extremely dangerous. I mean, yeah, that checks out here. So we're going to keep an eye on it here on Ravenden Springs. That's the storm that Jordan's on. Again, it's the middle of the night now, so it's very difficult to get a good look at it here. Folks, bear in mind, we've talked a lot about it. Tomorrow's going to be a high-risk day, a 5 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. It is only the third time in their history they've issued a day 2 high risk, meaning day 2, if today is day 1, right? Day 2 tomorrow. And they issued that earlier today. I think that was around 1 o'clock, Cappucci, somewhere along those lines. So
yep.
The first time they did it was 2006. Most recent time was 2012. We're talking 13 years. That is not something that, that they just throw around. 13 years, right? That's a teenager's time.
And Mike, one thing to say about that too, you're exactly right. The last time was April 14th, 2012. During that event, 83 tornadoes touched down, including some EF4s. And so with this particular event, I do think that we'll likely wind up with between 70 and 100 tornadoes tomorrow. Maybe 50 and 100, but I put my guess around 70 or 80.
Yeah, I was saying earlier when someone said, "Are there going to be any tornadoes tomorrow?" And I said, "You can go and bet your house that there will be a tornado tomorrow in Mississippi or Alabama. If there weren't one, I mean, we're talking about the busts of all busted forecasts. But I just don't think that that's going to happen. I think you and I have a better chance of winning the lottery than that happening tomorrow, given all of the dynamics at play." But again, we're watching this storm here that has crossed over Highway 62, working its way toward Ravenden Springs. Again, for those of you that are watching, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm also joined by meteorologist Matthew Cappucci. Jack, it looks like the monitor, by the way, right behind my head here, went out here. If we can fix it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you, Jordan.
Awesome. I'm just gonna give you a quick update. I don't have a whole lot of time. I'm on
Hang on,
my way
let's
to
take.
Donovan.
We're gonna take you in full. We're gonna take you in full. Stand by. Gotcha. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm on my way to Donovan, Missouri, getting in front of this next PDS tornado warning. Had a large wedge of all earlier. We got pretty close to that. Full-fledged nighttime tornado outbreak ongoing here in southern Missouri.
You're going in and out, Jordan, but I largely heard what you said here. You said that you're on your way to Donovan?
Correct. Donovan. Yeah, Donovan, Missouri.
Right.
Jordan, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome, Jordan. Amazing work tonight. One question, the storms tonight will be sort of an indicator of how tomorrow's storms may behave. You've chased a gajillion tornadoes. What was the characteristic of these storms? Were they rain wrapped? Were they, Great Plains-esque supercells just a little farther east? Did you have an easy time locating the circulation, or was it sort of messy? How would you sort of characterize them, and what do you anticipate tomorrow?
It would have been an easier time locating them if I wasn't surrounded by trees. I do feel like if you have a good clearing, you can see them. But once they get strong, they are wrapping rain all the way around them like a curtain. So you can't see them once they get super strong.
Have you had a good look at one yet, Jordan? I mean, we've been looking at your feed here, and I thought I saw one on the left side at one point. I mean, again, it could have largely been a tree, to your point. But have you had a chance to see anything here yet?
Yeah, I've seen a large wedge tornado already tonight. I can send a screenshot. It's very hard with the lightning, but we had one earlier. It was pretty. We got really close to it. It was loud. Barely made it out of the way of that one. Got caught in the RFD outsurge on that, but that was.
Oh, there he goes. He's going in and out. I mean, you folks that can see him driving. Jacket just went out behind me again. He's driving in a part of the world where the road network is very windy. There's lots of trees around him. We've got his cellular connectivity here, but again, you're relying. This is a part of the world where things are. It's not the plains, right? And Cappucci can tell you that from having chased in the Central and Great Plains for 2 months, basically, last year. It's wide open. It's easier to get around. Their sight lines are far greater. Of course, it's drier considerably to get started going early on. But the Deep South is not for the rookie storm chaser.
Yeah, no, I had an issue. I was up on stream. I'm shocked you guys weren't rolling it. When I had to turn around and get out of the way, I had two newbie storm chasers that clearly didn't know what they were doing, and they got stuck in the middle of the road. They couldn't turn around. They were trying to do a 40-point turn, and it got pretty sketchy there. So I just kind of had to fly around them and just get out of the way. So that's kind of the problem you get with these little 2-lane roads.
Well, we're going to keep watching you for those.
Thing, Jordan, too,
go ahead, Cappucci.
I was going to say, Jordan, as you know, chasing the plains by comparison is a piece of cake. You got the gridded road network, everything's a mile grid, and so it's like trying to chase on graph paper. It's honestly a piece of cake in comparison, as you know. Whereas out here, the roads are so circuitous, they bend in every which way. You have trees blocking everything. I mean, this is going to be a massive hurdle, even for storm chasers. The general public should not rely on seeing or hearing a tornado, because if you and I are going to struggle to be able to get visuals, imagine what the general public's going through. What would you say to them?
Don't go out and drive. Just take shelter immediately. Like if you're in the path of one of these, you just need to make sure you have a safe place to go.
And that's why we're telling folks, get to your safe place before the storms even threaten. 11 o'clock noon Central Time tomorrow. You got to be in a shelter, or you got to be at least in a building with a shelter. You want to be at a location where you can duck and cover if you need to. Nobody should be on the roads after noontime tomorrow. It's going to be one of those red letter days, and you do not want to venture out on the roadways because Jordan's been dealing with more than just tornadoes. He's been facing damaging winds, probably encountered some hail. He's been dealing with heavy rain. I'll be dealing with the same thing tomorrow. And so imagine
Bad drivers.
imagine trying to pack your kids into a minivan, panicking that you only have 12 minutes warning before a tornado hits your location, driving down the road, oh wait, a pine tree falls in front of you, and you have kids screaming in the back. You can't see anything because you either partially dented your windshield, chipped your windshield in the hail, and you have blinding downpours. Do not put yourself in that situation. Get to the place you need to be by noon tomorrow at the latest, please.
Tree in the road.
Okay, we're watching Jordan. Again, if you guys want to see Jordan's live stream, for those of you that are watching on TikTok, thank you very much for joining us. We really, really appreciate it. Again, if you haven't already, follow us here on TikTok. We hit 110,000 followers earlier today, which is really exciting and cool. Let me pull it up here.
I don't like that we don't have a very good radar here near Donovan. I'm about 12 minutes out of Donovan, and this storm's flying in here, so...
Yeah, and actually, the tornado warning just expired there, and they didn't extend it, despite the rotation there.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that, because there's definitely something there. So I'm curious how that's going to go. I bet they extend that very shortly.
They might pick it back up. It's certainly possible. There is some rotation just to the southwest of that near Cushman and Cave City. It's certainly not the signature that we're seeing here over Ravenden Springs. But perhaps, Cappucci, this is along the thought process that we had before, where it's starting to become fairly linear now. Like if I zoom out, you can see that all the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warned storms are kind of, at this point, seemingly becoming fairly linear into that QLCS, despite earlier having a little bit of a gap.
It's still discreet in a way.
Yeah, I agree with. Normally I'm pretty much in line with the Weather Service. In this case, I fully agree with you guys.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
They've got to
they
keep
put
the
it back
tornado
up.
warning going. It sounds to me like they.
I thought it was strange. It's back up. That's yeah. 40 minutes. Here we go. No, go ahead.
We're dealing with so much. It can, sometimes when you have the meteorologist facing so much and trying to warn a million things at once, it can be easy to unintentionally let something expire before issuing the next one. In this case, there's obviously a very strong circulation just northeast of Ravenden Springs. We can only see high in the clouds because the radar is far away. We can't see close to the ground, but on a day like today, it's very likely the tornado is on the ground. Maynard is next in line, and eventually Donovan and northwest of Success. But those tornado warnings are in effect right now. And even right now, the circulation is intensifying as it heads towards Maynard. So if you're in that area below ground, hit the ditch, do what you got to do, but be in a site-built location away from windows on the lowest floor and putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. Mike?
Yeah, I figured. Almost as if these offices are short-staffed, huh? Kind of interesting the way things work out. So looking here again at that storm, we're going to continue to watch it. If you guys want to see Jordan's live stream, again, for the folks that are watching on TikTok, we love you, but I certainly don't love the way that TikTok deals with footage of, a professional storm chaser driving on the correct side of the road. For whatever reason, you put up this content and we run the risk of suspension. We're just not going to deal with that. So if you want to see it, download the MyRadar app and go into the video portal. You can see our live stream there. You can also go to youtube.com/MyRadar or go over to the Purple app. Guys, they were telling me before I can't say Twitch.
I'm going to hop off here for
TikTok.
a second. I'll be back.
You're good, Jordan. You're good. Do your thing. But you can also watch us over there on Twitch as well, twitch.com/MyRadarWX. So we're over there. We're on YouTube. You can go into the app. You can look picture-in-picture in the app. That's actually pretty cool. You can take the video stream, shrink it down to the corner, and then you can follow along as we are to look at these storms. And again, you can also, Jack, if you right above my head here, want to pull the what am I calling the iPad? I just want to show folks here. If you go into the layers menu, again, it looks like the stack of cards. toward the bottom is the video storm chasers layer. And you can watch a whole host of storm chasers streaming live through the Severe Studios network. Big shout out to Corey and our partners over there. You'll be able to even isolate and watch Cappucci's live stream there tomorrow as well. But all you have to do is find the chaser that you want to watch. Like here, for example, here's John Pusillo. And you tap on him and boom, there we go. There's his live stream, right? Pretty cool stuff. So again, that feature is completely free in MyRadar. Can't recommend it enough. So again, we're watching this particular storm passing north and east of Ravenden Springs, heading for Maynard. As Cappucci had said, you certainly need to be in your safe place. Being outdoors, not a good idea. But as the point that he made before, if you're in a mobile home, not a great place to be. And again, another feature in MyRadar here in the layers menu, we're going to scroll down to the bottom. We're going to click on the power outages layer here. And notice that these storms that have pushed their way eastward have knocked out power considerably to some of these smaller communities. Howell County here, 58% of customers in Howell County are without power. That's roughly 4,000 customers. Remember, a customer it doesn't necessarily represent the human impact, right? A customer could be a house, right? It's just the electrical meter, right? So there could be several people in that house. Cherokee Village, just to the west here in Fulton County, 42% of customers without it. Let's check out what's going up there in St. Louis. Of course, we did have a tornado go right through the metro. Still unclear whether or not it hit the airport. It certainly went right past it there. Let's look at St. Louis County. Roughly 12%, that's 59,000 customers without power in one of America's more populated cities here. So again, that's the power outage layer. And you can see that from Texas, where these storms kind of began, of course, there's wildfires burning out that way. As we trek our way eastward here, these storms are knocking out power easily strong enough to take down power lines and to take out the power. Hopefully emergency crews, they have a long night ahead of them, right? So be patient. But yeah, let's keep on trucking here. I'll tell you folks, we're going to keep streaming, but at some point, once things are not as high end necessarily, we are going to, at that point, wrap things up, being that tomorrow, as I've touched on, is going to be a fairly significant day. I think one that will be high end, right? It's a high risk day. Only the third time in the SPC's history they've issued a day 2 high risk. Today being day 1, tomorrow being day 2. 2006, 2012, and now 2025. 13 years it's been since that was the case. So that means that they are very confident. And when I say they, I mean the tip of the spear when it comes to severe weather forecasting. They are confident that there will be some form of a severe weather outbreak tomorrow. Significant long track violent tornadoes are the words that they are using. Those are words to pay attention to. Okay, so let's go look here at Maynard. This storm here, again, not necessarily seeing the signature on the correlation coefficient, which again would be debris. But we can, of course, see the rotation there. It is starting to lose it compared to what it looked like here as it went through Ash Flat and Highland, right? And then we got this one over here near Cave City and Cushman. Really tight couplet there, east of Cushman. But as it pushed its way toward Cave City, it's still there. Then we got this guy all the way down here, just to the northeast of Little Rock. Yeah, and they're looking at this right here. You guys can see my mouse cursor, you should. Right here. And again, it's very close to the radar. Gosh, then we got this other one. Excuse me. Near Arkadelphia, but I might have to switch to Shreveport. So there's this one right here. Just radar indicated. Radar indicated. So again, you can see the embedded rotation within. But fairly linear here. Okay. I don't know if we still have Cappucci. I know that he's driving. It's very possible that he stepped out to get gas or what have you. But tomorrow, again, a big day for severe weather. We will be here streaming. So make sure whatever platform you're watching us on to follow us. If you're watching on TikTok, hey, we'd really appreciate if you were to follow us. It's completely free to do so. That way you always know whenever we drop a new TikTok or whenever we go live again, that will be tomorrow. If you're watching on YouTube right now, hey, we'd really appreciate it if you gave us a thumbs up. We're really trying to grow on the YouTube platform, and don't get it twisted. We know there are some huge content creators out there that are doing a fantastic job at disseminating weather information, but we think we offer something unique in the space. So we really appreciate your support. Again, a like and then subscribe to the channel. That's free as well. And hit that like or hit the bell, the notifications. That way you always know whenever we drop a new video, whenever we go live, whenever we post a new short. There's so much stuff. Again, if you're watching on Twitch, we'd really appreciate if you were to follow us there as well. You certainly don't have to subscribe on Twitch, but again, we greatly appreciate your support as always. Really, really appreciate it. Okay. Hang on one second, guys. Great. Someone said, you won't kick me. Well, enjoy being silenced. How about that? All right. So it's mainly this line here. Jack, you can still hear me, right? All right, cool. How you doing over there, Jack? Okay. Just hang in there. I know. I told you it's going to be involved. All right, so we're looking at this one here, east of Annapolis. What's going on here? Okay. So you guys can see this, right? This blue splotch just to the west of Desark. That is, that's an interesting one. Yep, PDS, tornado on the ground. Yep, as I figured. So let's keep an eye on this one here near Fredericton. Oh, it says Cappucci is still talking, but no one can hear me. Do we hear Cappucci? I do not hear him. Again, spotty service down there. Let me know in the chat. Were you guys hearing Cappucci speak right there? Oh, they weren't. Okay, so Jack, we can't hear him either. Cappucci, yeah, we can't hear you. Perhaps maybe you need to disconnect from the, again, it's this service down there. Cappucci is driving to the high risk to be in place for tomorrow in Mississippi and Alabama. Oh, go ahead and try again, Cappucci.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test.
Gotcha. There he is.
Awesome. Hey, thank you, Jack, for straightening that tech out. You know, you've been crushing it this evening.
Jack's the man.
Obviously, well.
Jack's the man.
But so, Mike, you know, a little while ago, we talked about that Arkadelphia cell that was looking pretty good. And I said 30 minutes from now, 30 minutes from then, about half an hour ago, it'd be pretty mean. Now it looks to me like there's a strong tornado developing west of Loyola. So that's that cell in central Arkansas for Grant County, Dallas County, and Hot Spring County. That's in southwestern Arkansas.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, it's coming together real good. It's northwest of Carthage, heading towards Prattsville. It looks to me like the circulation is really beginning to tighten, and I do worry that in the next few minutes, it could produce something pretty mean. But then also, now the north side of Little Rock is under a tornado warning. It looks to me like there may be a tornado on the ground. It's tough to tell because the velocity is so cluttered, but I almost see a little something on correlation coefficient. I'm not comfortable calling it a tornado yet, but there's a possible tornado north of Little Rock, south of Vilonia.
Yeah, I see what you're looking at.
Yeah, it looks kind of messy. I mean, it's sort of collocated with the wannabe couplet, but it's messy. But I'm much more concerned about that southern cell near Loyola because that'll pass on the south side of Little Rock. It's going to impact areas north of Pine Bluff near like Hensley and Redfield in the next probably 45 minutes, and by then it could be a nasty storm. It's also going to cross right into Sheridan, and Sheridan, Arkansas is sort of at a crossroads right there. It's a highway intersection, and I'm worried about that because, you know, by then it'll have another 30, 40 minutes to intensify, and that's what worries me. That's the seat of Grant County, home to the intersection between highways 167 and 270. It's in the Arkansas timberlands, so you won't be able to see it coming. You won't hear it coming. But like we said, the seat of Grant County, it's home to about 5,000 people, give or take. And Sheridan, you guys are going to be in line in the next 45 minutes. You're just on the edge of the tornado warning for that intensifying cell west of Loyola. Mike?
Yeah, it's still tornado, or it's still radar indicated rotation, so we don't have anything confirmed. We're going to come back to that one. We've got all these here. There's the Donovan one that Jordan was on. Let me switch. There's so many of them here. I want to make sure that we're tracking the right one. Donovan, this one right here. Yeah, Cappucci, check out this one near Annapolis if you are able. Southwest of Fredericktown, west of Markhand. This is, it's a PDS, right? 42 minutes to go on this one here. This is up in Missouri, Iron County, Madison County. Again, Markhand, it's effectively running perpendicular to Highway 67. This
yeah.
right here, yeah, I mean, if you look at the earlier scans on the correlation coefficient, I got to find it here where it was, right there, west of Des Arc, passed right over State Highway 49. I mean, that's it right there.
That is a mean one. And, Mike, that part of Arkansas, I'm sorry, southeast Missouri, you're getting down towards the boot heel. That part of southeast Missouri is home to the Mark Twain National Forest. And so the terrain is very hilly. The terrain, I mean, in the wintertime, it's an area where you see a lot of cold air damming, and you get some ice storms in southeast Missouri for that reason. But in this case, it's passing over some very hilly terrain. So not only is it nighttime, not only is the terrain rough, there's not a chance in heck anyone's going to see it coming. And radar, we're able to see 25, 30,000 feet in the storm and see such an intense circulation. It's very likely a powerful tornado, probably a significant one.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on this one here. It's easy now, Cappucci, to get them all mixed up, right? Being that it's just one after the next, seemingly. And I don't want to say it came out of nowhere, right? But this was the expectation that once these confluence bands started firing up in the most favorable part of the risk area, I mean, it was only a matter of time until it just got going, and here we are. There's another cell southwest of that one near Markhand, Cappucci. I don't know if you see it. It's near Piedmont and Mill Spring. Teeny little velocity couplet there, just to the southwest of Piedmont. Again, let's pull it up here in reflectivity. I question
and
whether or not
just to clarify, which cell is that? I only ask because we have so many of them. Which state?
It's just south of the Markhand one, right there. It's right next to it. It's just radar indicated. It's not on the ground, but it's running just behind the one to the east of Annapolis.
Oh, gotcha. I'm so sorry. We have, how many tornado warnings do we have in effect right now? Let me count them real quick.
I'll count them up.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tornado warnings right now. The most I've seen back on, I think it was March 2nd, 2012. I saw 23 in effect at one time, and I wouldn't be surprised if we beat that tomorrow. But yeah, that's southern cell right now approaching Mill Spring. That's a nasty one too. And Mike, one thing I'm a little worried about, these cells look to me like they are passing, okay, so what I'll say right now, do we have velocity up?
Which one do you want to see?
Can we throw on Paducah's velocity?
I had to get my bearings straight. We're there.
Yeah, so let's throw on Paducah's velocity and then animate it. And one thing I'm noticing right now, that second cell, the Mill Spring cell, is literally riding the outflow boundary, the cool air exhaust from the first storm, the Des Arc one. And so that's kind of what happens. The first one is basically paving a highway, leaving a boundary, leaving these train tracks for the second one to ride right along. And so there's even a chance that the Mill Spring one winds up becoming dominant rather soon, because as that first cell continues passing to the north, it leaves that little outflow boundary. That outflow boundary, that cool air exhaust, has a little bit of twist along it. So the southern cell, the Mill Spring one, can say, hey, you know what? Not only am I going to ride this boundary, but I'm going to gobble up that extra vorticity, that extra spin, and tilt it vertically and produce a tornado. And so, that northern one has a PDS. I think that southern one is likely to either have a tornado on the ground or have one form any minute now as it approaches Mill Spring. But, both, I treat them as potentially significant tornadoes, just given the magnitude of the circulation. I almost wonder if the northern cell, the one northeast of Des Arc, is cycling. It looks to me like the main circulation is dissipating a little bit as a new one begins to take hold. It's tough to tell because the radar is so far away and we're looking so high up into the storm. But yeah, I mean, that's a mean possible tornado. And the one near Mill Spring, south of Piedmont, looks pretty nasty too. For the folks who wonder, I'm actually, so I finally crossed into Mississippi. I'm approaching Poplarville, and in about 40 minutes, we'll be in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, which, back in 2020 dealt with 3 EF4s within 30 miles of Hattiesburg during the month of April. So, yeah, I mean, it's that time of year. The deep south is getting hammered, and unfortunately, tonight's just the appetizer for what's to come tomorrow.
The good news is, right, that for the deep south, by Sunday afternoon, this is over, right? And Monday, it's over for even the East Coast, right? So we will get through this for sure, but it will certainly be a bumpy ride through that. And to your point, tomorrow, I mean, we'll see how many active tornado warnings we have at one time. I think it will be a lot, right? So we're going to keep a close eye on these two here. We got Jordan's shot. Jack, can you switch the take Jordan in full here? Because the rain where he is coming in sheets. I don't know if he can hear me. Holy cow, look at that. Jordan's got to be right up on one here. He's not in the street. He's not. Jordan, are you here? He's not? Okay. All right. So let's keep an eye on this here. Jack, he's still on the Donovan storm?
Gosh, look at those lightning rates, Mike.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Look at the rain. Look at the rain.
So speaking of which, the cells he's near, the Storm Prediction Center posted a mesoscale discussion basically saying, hey, these things aren't going to outrun their pristine environment anytime soon. Long-track supercells with a history of tornadoes will continue to pose the threat of significant tornadoes over the next several hours. And they're saying through at least midnight to maybe 12:30 Central Time, likely to have some significant tornadoes.
Yeah, if you guys want to see Jordan's stream, I cannot show it to you on TikTok because of the chance that we'd get suspended because he's driving. But if you guys want to see it, you got to go to youtube.com/MyRadar, or you can come into the MyRadar app, into the video portal. You can see it there as well. Just tap on the button on the bottom bar that looks like the YouTube play button. Hit that, and you'll see our live stream. Or you can check it out over on our Twitch channel, twitch.tv.com. Twitch, MyRadar WX is also over there. So you can see that he's coming in and out of the signal here. And again, Jordan's car is equipped with pretty strong cellular connectivity, a Starlink satellite. But this is just a part of the world here where, just look at the roads. He's just winding left and right, left and right. There's trees everywhere, not to mention all this rain. My gosh. It's one thing about storm chasing Cappucci that I just could not do. Just the rain and the incredibly limited visibility from that, just not for me.
Yeah. Mike, one thing that's interesting too, could we throw
hail on the ground too?
I know we're going to depart briefly from all the gajillion tornado warnings, but could we throw on the Jackson, Mississippi radar, just regular reflectivity? I want to point out a couple things.
Jackson, Mississippi. Gotcha.
Yep. All right, so let's throw on regular reflectivity. So number one, you see that one lone cell that's popped way ahead of the main line of storms? That's near like Isolia, Belzoni, and Sunflower, Indianola, Iverness. I believe I've been there once before, way back in the day. That's for Sharkey counties, Washington County, and LaFleur County. That's quickly becoming a rotating supercell, and that could become tornadic too. So even though we're out ahead of the main line, you're thinking, why is one random storm forming? Little confluence bands. But then let's look a little bit to the south of where the radar is. Look over like south central Mississippi, even southern Mississippi. You see all those like little teeny rain pockets, just, little teeny cells. We'll give it a sec. Yeah, right there, exactly where you have it. You see all those like little teeny things? That's literally the atmosphere scooping north moisture. There's so much moisture in the atmosphere that some is falling out in these little teeny showers. This is something called isotropic lift. You're having warm, moist air ride north up these density surfaces, squeezing out a little bit of rain. And it just goes to show you the atmosphere is literally like loading itself with moisture ahead of tomorrow. We have southerly winds out of the Gulf pumping moisture northwards, and that's going to be the pattern. You know, we scoop the moisture northwards, it becomes storm fuel, storms use it, but oh wait, we scoop more moisture northwards. And so all these little things we have here, it's warm air advection. We are literally scooping north moisture to fuel all these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tornado warned storms.
Yeah, I mean, look at the. I mean, it might be hard for you to see, Cappucci, but I've got the jet stream winds turned on here, and you can just see again jet stream air with height. So we're talking the air upstairs here. I mean, look at it just coming right off of the Gulf, and go figure, we have the line of storms that pretty much aligns perfectly with some of the strongest winds from the jet stream, right? And they're just riding along that line here. Not to mention, again, as Cappucci just alluded to, right here, popping just to the west of Hattiesburg here, there's just so much moisture surging in from the Gulf right over the top of New Orleans that is just priming the pipe, right, for tomorrow. And again, interestingly, in the MyRadar app, if we go into the winds, again, looks like the stack of cards, the layers. I'm going to switch to the ground-based winds. So again, the jet stream coming out of the southwest. But when we switch to the winds at the ground, again, this is a perfect example of wind shear, how it exists when we're talking with winds differing speed and height. Look at the winds here at the ground, coming in from almost the southeast over New Orleans, right? So you've got winds differing with height, intensity. All the ingredients are there. Not to mention that if you've watched any of our streams, when we talk about this big old body of water right here, the good old Gulf, it's warm, and there's a lot of water or moisture that comes from it that fuels, whether it's a developing tropical cyclone or, of course, severe weather. And unfortunately, we're at that time of the year here where all of the nastiness, bringing that stickiness from the dew points. Tomorrow, I know that the Storm Prediction Center is talking about 60-degree dew points across most of the deep south. That's rough when you're talking about the storms that could be coming tomorrow. Let's go back. We're going to take a look here. I'm going to switch back to Memphis. I want to watch these. Switch to Paducah. This one here near Fredericktown, west of Markhand. Okay. And thank you so much for all of you that have stuck with us, that are watching us across all of our social media platforms, watching us in the app. We really, really appreciate it very, very much. Of course, if you were not aware, this is the MyRadar app, the app that I'm using right here on my Windows PC. You can download it for free on Windows, iOS, Android. There are, of course, premium features in the app. You can activate a free trial of those premium features in the app by going to the settings menu. It looks like the little gear on the bottom. And right here under premium subscription, you can sign up for a trial so you can take the per station radar for a spin. You can use the hurricane tracker. I'm not going to be much to you right now, but there are historic hurricanes in there. You get access to historical radar, which we were looking at earlier. Here's a look at, let me switch to, check this out. This is really neat. You can go back in time here. So I'm going to pick the year. We'll go back to 2011. And I'm going to show you April 27th, 2011. Of course, this is when the super outbreak, right? And look at this. You can go back in time and you can look at historic radar. Pretty neat, right? You can put it into motion as well. There we go. Really neat stuff. This is a premium feature as well. So there's so much that you can do that you get access to. Of course, the per station radar right here as well. So we're going to keep an eye on this storm right here. 28 minutes to go. It confirmed an extremely dangerous tornado. PDS, particularly dangerous situation. This is west of Markhand. You need to be in your safe place. If you live in Fredericktown, you need to, again, be in that safe place in Madison County, Missouri.
And Mike, you're still there, right?
Oh, I'm hearing someone coming in. Is that you, Cappucci?
Yes, you know, Mike, one thing I worried about, I think the National Weather Service is unintentionally forgetting a tornado warning just because they're so busy. But the cell southwest of Maynard still has very strong rotation northwest of Pocahontas. There are so many tornado producing storms that it's tough to keep track. But that one northwest of Pocahontas needs to have a tornado warning on it. It's rotating very quickly and it's feeding off the spin from the first storm near Donovan. So if you're in Pocahontas, if you're in Maynard, if you're east of Ravenden Springs, that second cell is coming through. You have to be in your tornado safe place. Uh, I'm even struggling to describe it because there are like 5 different tornado warned cells in the area, but the one northwest of Pocahontas does have a possible tornado with it. And so I'm hoping that they'll issue tornado warning soon. But I know they're all attention is on the cell in Donovan heading towards Naylor and south of Poplar Bluff. And that one, yeah, probably has a violent tornado with it based on
Well,
all
the
the
one
radar
just to the
aberrations.
south,
But
the one
that
just to
one
the southwest of
near
Pocahontas,
not to
Cappucci,
be forgotten.
the one just to the southwest of Pocahontas, there is a radar confirmed tornado here that has 11 minutes to go. It's on its way toward Highway 63, south and west of Black Rock and Portia. I mean, it's sticking out like a sore thumb here on velocity. You can also see the return on the correlation coefficient, right? Remember that correlation coefficient is measuring objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. And yeah, there's something here.
Oh, you want to see something kind of crazy? Are you on
Oh, look
the
at that one,
Memphis radar?
strawberry. Memphis, let me make sure. Yes, I'm on the Memphis radar.
Okay. Let's take a look at that cell in a little bit southwest of Jonesboro, Arkansas. It's tornado warned. It's near Pleasant Plains, heading a little bit south of Oil Trough towards Newport.
Yep.
That tornado warning in effect until 11:30 Central for Independence, Jackson, and White counties. Let's take a look at just regular raw reflectivity. And you're going to be able to see, once again, a very prominent donut hole south of Pleasant Plains. That's that BWER we were talking about earlier on, the bounded weak echo region. Basically, the rain is falling all around the tornado, but within the tornado itself, oh, that looks phenomenal in the app. I wonder, you know, Jack or Erica, if we could actually screen record this
real
and
quick,
hopefully
hang
put
on,
out a
real
little
quick,
clip for
real
folks.
quick. Let's take Jordan real quick, Cappucci. I'm sorry to cut you off. Jordan is parked. Let's take him real quick. He's on that Donovan cell. Sorry, Cappucci. Hang on one second. Jack, take that in full if we can. Before he starts driving.
Wow, that lightning's nuts.
Yeah. Let's just stay here for a second here. If we can, we on the stream haven't gotten a good look at one. Jack, if you can take this and put this on TikTok as well, being that he's not driving, that would be great. Oh, just as I say that. Okay, disregard. Don't show it on TikTok. Don't show it on TikTok. I'm just so nervous that we're gonna. Whoa, that was a big lightning strike. Holy cow. Okay, hang on. Let's stay here. For those of you, again, Sandy Rose knows Jason. Said Jason pushed some buttons. That's funny. Yeah, so I can't show you guys on TikTok. I'm very concerned about showing footage. I mean, Jordan is following traffic laws here. Is on the correct side of the road. Each time we've showed driving on TikTok, it doesn't end well. I just don't want to run that risk as well. If you'd like to see what we are looking at right now, head on over to youtube.com/MyRadar and watch with us there. You can also watch this in the MyRadar app as well, which of course you can download for free on all major mobile platforms, Windows, Android, iOS. You get it. Jack, if you can, in picture, just make sure you have the app up too, just so we have some radar imagery there. I want to stay on this as long as we can. Because we might get a chance to see the storm. So let's, my gosh, there's so darn many of them, Cappucci. Where the heck is it? Like I'm losing my, here, it's right here. I'm losing my, I don't have my bearing straight. Here it is. And the rotation seems to be tightening up a little bit here. So it's Donovan, Cappucci called it earlier here that it was going to work its way toward Naylor and near Neelyville, Highway 67. So that's where Jordan is. We're watching that storm right now. Let's stay on this here, Jack. Again, it's going to be real hard to see, folks, being that there's a lot of lightning. How do meteorologists work with once refer to that as LOL, lots of lightning. And we're simply relying on the lightning to illuminate the tornado as best we can see it. It's very possible that, let me see in the reflectivity here, this sucker might be pretty rain wrapped. It might very well be, but there is potentially, go ahead, Cappucci.
Mike, I think there might be two tornadoes. I think one is taking a left turn into Donovan right now, but I think there's another one west of Naylor. I think if we...
I lost Cappucci. I don't hear him. Yeah. Oh, okay. Remember, folks, Cappucci is he's driving to Mississippi. Not the most reliable cellular networks. But shout out to Cappucci, who's like been with us here this whole stream. Planes, trains, and automobiles. Well, I guess no trains, but he was on a plane. And here is, man, look at that lightning. Let's see what we can get here, Jack. For those of you as well that are keeping score here on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Melissa says, is there a tornado in Donovan? Yes. A PDS, in fact. Again, particularly dangerous situation. We're trying to see if we can see it, Melissa. I mean, if you're here on YouTube, you're watching it with us. We can see here. I'm just trying to see whether or not we can get one here. I get a good look at it. It's going to be so tight to get a look at it here. This is the storm that Jordan is on, that we have the app you can see in the bottom right-hand corner that we're looking at here. This is the storm for Donovan. Naylor, Neelyville, you need to be in your shelter immediately. Again, storm shelter ideal, basement will work. Let's see if we can see it here. Jordan is pulled over a little bit. Oh, he's back on the road. Okay. A little play-by-play for you guys. So difficult to see, obviously. Man, that is a lot of lightning. All right, so he's pulling over. Let's see what we can do here. Again, if you guys on TikTok want to see this, come to youtube.com/MyRadar. That's where you can find it. Okay. I can't see it. But, woo, that was close. Oh, Jack, pull up his audio. Can we do that from his camera? Hang on, working on it. youtube.com/MyRadar. If you want to see this. Is the audio jack not coming through his chaser feed? I don't hear anybody. Fun. Well, I'm here with you guys. We're going to keep watching Jordan's stream here. See if we get a look at this tornado. This is right here, a PDS tornado watch for Donovan, Missouri, pushing toward Naylor. I think Cappucci's inclination might be right that there could very well be two tornadoes in here. Just looking at the velocity signature, again, west of Neelyville and Naylor, south of Donovan. Oh no, did we lose his shot, Jack? Yeah, I think his feed is out. Jack, can you hear me, Jack? I see Cappucci's levels. That might be what Jack is trying to resolve here. Oh.
Test 1 2 test 1 2 3
Gotcha,
testing.
Cappucci. I hear you.
Awesome. Hopefully the folks at home can hear me too. But Mike, yeah, I mean, it looks to me like there are 2 tornadoes right now.
Oh, I
on the
saw it.
ground
I saw
or,
the. I
or
saw
at
it.
their formative processes.
Hang on, Cappucci. Hang on. So
Oh, you saw the tornado on Jordan's feed, or
oh
you see it
yes,
on
yes,
radar?
yeah. There it is, right there. Okay. So Jordan's looking at it, and ironically enough, it's frozen right. So folks, I mean, you can see it. It's right there. It's on the right-hand side of the screen. It's right behind the trees. Oh my gosh! Of course, it's froze right on it. Okay, he's driving again. He's driving again. Jack, can we pull up Jordan's audio to hear him?
I definitely hear the roar. I don't see it.
I still don't hear you, Jack.
No, I hear it for sure.
Okay, his feed keeps going in and out. Again, it's going to be difficult right now. We're trying our best to see. Yeah, I see you folks on YouTube saying it's just a blur on the screen. We just saw it momentarily. If you actually rewind a little bit in the stream, you'd see it. I hear Cappucci's levels. Oh, and they went away. So I assume Jack
testing
is...
1 2. Yep.
Gotcha,
Mike, awesome.
Nope.
Mike, I think you're exactly right. I think there were 2 tornadoes on the ground simultaneously, or at least one forming, handing off to another. One is west of Naylor. The other is almost Fujiwaring back into Donovan. There's a chance this might be like, you know, a situation where we have multiple circulations kind of wrapping around one another, multiple individual tornadoes dancing around each other. And so for that reason, if you're anywhere between Donovan, Naylor, Neelysville, and even a little bit south of Poplar Bluff towards Gillen, I'd say, you know, anywhere in the warning, you got to shelter now, because these tornadoes might be doing what we call deviant motion. One might be kind of wrapping around the other, going backwards, spinning the wrong way it's not supposed to. For that reason, this is sort of like the dance of the tornadoes. And not to change gears too much, I know we're paying attention obviously to the PDS warnings, but that one rogue cell ahead of the main line in northern Mississippi right now does have a tornado warning near Belzoni, Sidon, Gruger, Greenwood in that warning, as is Iverness. Circulations passing east of Iverness. That is for Carroll, Holmes, Humphreys, LaFleur, and Sunflower counties in Mississippi for the next hour.
Okay. I'm sure Jack is trying to work on getting the audio resolved for Jordan's stream, but Jack, I still can't hear you. So I don't know if I'm off on an island. Now I hear you. There you are. Okay, I hear you now. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, you can, I guess, take it in a picture-in-picture for now. Go back to the app here, and we'll keep on keeping on. But hopefully we're able to see Jordan again. That was great. All right, so we've got those 2 tornadoes, as Cappucci alluded to. There's that one near Pocahontas that is big. Holy Moses. Southwest of Pocahontas here, west of 67, and College City. Let's take a look here. So, yep, PDS. Go figure. I mean, listen, this PDS tornado watch is in effect till 3 o'clock in the morning. For some spots, and this is right along it. This is a big one, Cappucci. This one right here. I don't know if you can still hear me.
Yes, I can. Are you talking? Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking a watcher warning. I'm just a little behind. So
no, you're good. You're good. I'm talking about the tornado just west of College City, southwest of Pocahontas. It's kind of splitting the gap here between 67 and 62. Can you see it?
Yes. Sorry, I've also been paying attention to the cell in Mississippi just because it's a little closer where I am. I won't obviously be chasing that one because I'm still trying to get my life in order. But yeah, I definitely think, I would issue tornado warning for areas northeast of Donovan, because I think there might be a second circulation just based on the radar I'm seeing. So I'd say, even if you're not in the tornado warning in Donovan, I'd be sheltering. There are so many circulations that I don't blame them for having a tough time keeping up. I wonder if staffing's an issue tonight. It'd be interesting, but Yeah, in my mind, there's definitely a tornado northeast of Donovan outside the tornado warning. Somebody right now is getting a tornado that's not in a warning.
Cappucci, the little storms here, way in the south here, are popping as well. We've got 2 of them here. Is this Louisiana? Hang on. Hard to tell. No, it's far southwestern Arkansas, just to the east of Texarkana. Here, I just want to check things out.
Right
See how
along.
we're going there.
Yeah, it looks like mainly along and east of Interstate 30. There's that one near Sheridan. That's the one we talked about earlier on that now has the tornado warning in the south side of Little Rock. Remember earlier on we talked about Sheridan? The seat of Grant County has about 5,000 people in it. Sheridan right now is at the tip of that hook. So whatever's going on, it's going on in Sheridan. And then there's a slightly messier circulation southwest of Sparkman with that cell in far southwest Arkansas. But then look at that random one in northern Mississippi. That's just a little random one that right now has a pretty impressive hook.
Let's take a look. The one near Greenwood, right? Or Isola, Belzoni. Yeah, you called that one out earlier.
Yeah, I see nothing yet on correlation coefficient. It's kind of messy. It's tough to tell, but the circulation looks decent. I suspect maybe it needs a nudger. It's tough to tell, but maybe it needs a nudger. I don't know though. It looks so good that honestly, it's probably producing hail to golf ball size, give or take, and that hail's going to pass over Morgan City. Morgan City will get hail, then a break, and then maybe the tornadic circulation between Morgan City and Kruger.
Okay. Boy, there's a lot. How many are there now? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 right now.
It's almost like, Mike, on a night like tonight, I liken it to whack-a-mole. There are so many things popping up everywhere that it's difficult to keep track and sort of, whack-a-mole with warnings, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great way of putting it. I feel like, I hope the folks are able to follow around here. I feel like I'm jumping around so much, but, it's just a matter of, trying to make sure that we're covering all of this as best we can. Remember, folks, we're going to be live tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, it's already tomorrow here on the East Coast. We're going to be streaming for Saturday's high-risk severe with myself. Meteorologist Erica Lopez will be joining me. Of course, Cappucci is out in the field. He's still positioning. He'll have forecasts in the morning that'll get pushed out to those areas. Big shout out to Mauricio for editing those. Of course, Jack will be back directing. I'll be here streaming tomorrow. So it's not stopping just because the day ticks over. In fact, it's going to tick up in intensity. And it just goes to show you that even though we've lost the sun to help assist things, that just this environment is so juiced up for this kind of development, and it's just not stopping. That low-level jet remains undefeated coming in off of the Gulf there. That storm near Pocahontas, and to Cappucci's point, there's a secondary one, it seems, near Black Rock and Portia, near 63 and Highway 412. The one near Pocahontas now really showing up on correlation. Can't even speak, folks. Correlation coefficient south of 62 and west of 67, west of Okene and south of Pocahontas. So right here, bingo, right there near Pocahontas. Let's get you some landmarks here because this is certainly one to call out. We're just jumping around tonight, huh? So Pocahontas, Arkansas. All right, so we've got 6,600 people here going back to 2010. Yes, Cappucci.
I'm so sorry to bother you. The Pocahontas, I'm sorry, not Pocahontas, the Belzoni cell in northwestern Mississippi now is a confirmed tornado that's heading towards Greenwood. So the one we were just taking a look at, it looks like it passed right over areas north of Belzoni. It now has a confirmed tornado with it, and it is moving northeast. So Morgan City is next in line. Yep. And there's a confirmed tornado per the National Weather Service. It looks pretty nasty on radar.
Yeah, the hook, and it's all by itself, right? All by itself. There's nothing around this thing. So this is going to be one to continue to watch here. We've continued to tell you it's the storms that are by themselves that are the most at risk. Someone just said something really not nice on TikTok about the National Weather Service. They're working hard, and unfortunately, with the way things have been going back, I don't know, a couple months ago to where we are now, they are incredibly short-staffed, and it truly is a bummer knowing that these days are coming. We're here now. So we're talking about a critical backbone of the weather enterprise. MyRadar, any of your other weather apps that you might use, your local television station, emergency management, they are all relying on the National Weather Service and what they do. So someone said, tell them. Yeah, you're damn right, I'll tell you. And those people work hard. And all of the arms of NOAA, all of them, down to the people down in the Florida Keys at the National Marine Sanctuary down there. They're all amazing and incredibly smart people. So shout out to the folks over at NOAA. Sorry, Cappucci, I'll get off my soapbox here. There's just so much going on severe weather-wise. So yeah, that storm that Cappucci talked about here, the one over Mississippi here, is all by itself. Again, a confirmed tornado. Is it a PDS? It is. Wouldn't you know it? A particularly dangerous situation. Here we go. So this is, I'm not trying to rank things, right? Tornadoes are not great. But if I'm going to zoom out here, there's nothing around this storm. A lot of the other ones have something going on nearby. This is all by itself. We haven't really seen this tonight. A lot of them have been they've had something close by. We've talked to you about the nudger effect. This one here is by itself. To Cappucci's point that he brought up, again, all alone. Here's the hook on the back end here. Out ahead of it, you have this V shape. That's what's called the V notch, to the point where this storm is just chugging along, right? It's hit as high as it's going to go. It overshoots. That's how you get that anvil. So that's what's going out ahead of it. But the worst part of it is back here, right, in the rear flank downdraft. Here, coming in, you can see that kind of green color there. This is that cooler air wrapping in around it. Cappucci, unclear if you can see it. It looks like we are getting a little bit of a BWER in there. Again, a bounded weak echo region. Yep. What that means, again, folks, I love how Cappucci talks about it as like the evil donut hole in the storm, right? What's happening here is that the updraft, which is, again, the inflow to the thunderstorm, is so powerful that it's not allowing the precipitation, because there's a lot of it in there, is not allowing it to fall. It's suspending it in midair. It's how you get larger hail cores. And I'll bet you if I switch over here, you're going to see a pretty big hail core here on the vertically integrated liquid product. But if I go back again to the velocity, bang, that's there. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. Messy to what Cappucci brought up. But if you look out ahead of it, all these little splotches in here, being that it's out ahead of it, it falls within the V notch there. It's possible that this is something being kicked up and pushed east and northeastward. But it's all here, right? It's all here. And all of the signs point to powerful tornado. Go ahead, Cappucci.
So in addition to a radar-confirmed tornado, this is also a weather spotters-confirmed tornado. It was over Swifttown at 22 past the hour, now a little bit northeast of Swifttown. 10 miles north of Belzoni, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So looks like Morgan City and Moorhead are next in line in the next 5 or 10 minutes. The cell is producing decent-sized hail, golf ball size, maybe hen egg size now in Morgan City. Morgan City, you guys are red line, center line. So if you're in Morgan City, I do believe that you are going to encounter a tornado in the not too distant future. It is red line, center line into the city of Morgan City. It is almost right over the highway into town right now. It's very concerning. So Morgan City, you need to be in your shelter right now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows, mobile home, vehicle, outdoors. You want to be in a site-built location and protecting yourself from flying debris. And remember, only about 255 people live in Morgan City. But we can't say only, because those are 255 people in the path of a direct hit from a tornado. And so Morgan City, y'all are next in line. In the unlikely chance that anyone knows anyone in Morgan City, give them a call, give them a ring, let them know that this tornado is en route to them. It will be there soon. Weather spotters can see it. This is not just a radar confirmed tornado. People can see it. It's big. It is heading into town, and Morgan City is next in line. And Mike, I think down the road, Sidon in Greenwood could be next, because keep in mind, there's nothing to really stop this thing from continuing to chug along. And so folks like Roebuck, Rising Sun, Highway 49, the Roebuck Lake area, Murdoch Crossing, small communities, but they're in the direct path. I would be really trying to hasten to a basement right now, because with the circulation this strong, a mobile home just will not cut it.
Yeah. So I see Jordan's feed there. It looks like I think, Jack, he's still in the Donovan one. I can see it here. You got it up on the left. So we're going to keep an eye on Jordan, being that I think that he is dead set on getting this Donovan storm here, tornado, I should say, on camera. But he's in Neelyville. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So we're going to keep an eye on this Morgan City one, just given its size, given the fact that it's all alone. This is the first, quote unquote, big one, I think, that we've seen, given that it's alone, right? It's already a powerful tornado. It is quite large. Yeah. And this is down here in the south. Cappucci, I don't think you were here for this. I think you were airborne when we talked about this. The storms that we're going to fire up this late, of course, the fact that they're overnight, incredibly frightening, right? But then beyond that, it's down here in Mississippi, where we're now into Saturday, at least on the East Coast, where we already know there's a high risk in place. This is the environment down here for, given its proximity to the Gulf, it's not a great place for a supercell to, if you're a supercell, you're loving it down here. But for those of us that don't want to have to deal with this kind of thing, not ideal. Again, Morgan City, Kruger, Sidon, Greenwood, Itabena, all in the path of a very large tornado as it stands right now. CC still super messy, but we can definitely see it on the losing my train of thought here, Cappucci. We can definitely see it on the velocity scan.
Yep.
Okay. Not forgetting about that one. We're just going to take a look at what's going on elsewhere. So many of these things, and they're all verifying. I don't know how many tornadoes we've had so far. It's been quite a bit. Now, there's this one here near southwest of Jonesboro, near Tuckerman and Campbell Station. Let's see here. Yep, confirmed tornado. There it is. Radar confirmed tornado. Looks like it just picked up a little head of steam there. It's running parallel to Highway 67. If you are in Tuckerman, if you can hear my voice, you need to be in a safe place right away. You need to be in your shelter, the lowest floor of your home, away from windows. Tuckerman, it is knocking on the doorstep here. Okay, correlation coefficient. This is a big one here. It's right over the top of Campbell Station right now. South of Tuckerman, running parallel to Highway 67 there. This is a big one here, folks. I don't think that it is a PDS, but don't get caught up in that, right? Let's see here. Let me switch back to velocity. Yeah, that's
and Mike,
a biggie
the folks
there.
at home wondering, that blue splotch, the reason we know it's debris for the folks at home, correlation coefficient shows us the shapes of whatever's in the atmosphere. Raindrops are kind of like hamburger bun shaped. Snowflakes have an easy shape. Anything blue, that's the unnatural shape, something spiky, jagged, weird. The inference is, of course, that is debris being lofted by the tornado. And so that's what we're seeing right there. Anytime you see that on radar, that's the way we can confirm that this is a tornado that is on the ground. So if you're in the path of it, please seek shelter now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoiding windows. Mobile home, vehicle, outdoors. You want to be in a site-built location and protecting yourself from flying debris. It's right now just southwest of Tuckerman, west of Grubbs. It is right over Campbell Station. So Diaz, Campbell Station, South of Tuckerman, unfortunately, it looks like it's right over you guys right now. It's moving east-northeast at about 45 miles an hour. And one thing to keep in mind, too, people sometimes say, oh, it takes me 20 minutes to get from location to location. I got some time. Remember, tornadoes don't have to wait traffic. They don't have to drive on roadways. They don't have to go down bends. They can just fly right along as a crow flies. And so don't base your actions over how much time you think you have left. Take immediate action. On a night like tonight, you cannot wait for that secondary confirmation. You cannot wait to see or hear it coming. You cannot wait to try to get a look at it. You have to take action immediately, especially because these things are moving so fast. But Mike, as you said, Campbell Station to Tuckerman, that is right where the tornado is right now, and it's moving northeast. The good news, after it passes Campbell Station Tuckerman, it might have a little while without being over any sort of, major towns. That said, let me see. I'm pulling up the map real quick. Tuckerman, Arkansas, obviously where it is right now. But folks along, it looks like, Highway 37, which is the road that takes you east to Interstate 57, will be impacted. So even though it's not going to cross over any towns after it passes Tuckerman for a little while at least, it is going to pass over Interstate 57. So nobody should be on 57 right now in Northeast Arkansas, because if you're anywhere between, say, the Highway 37 exit and the Highway 78 exit, you guys are directly in the path of a potentially, well, actually, we know it's not potentially, we know it's on the ground, of a serious, significant tornado. And then down the road, Credit, Cache, and Winesburg are next in line for this tornado. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, the CC, again, correlation coefficient signature there is problematic, right? I mean, that is indicative that it hit something, or is, again, tornado is a big vortex here, sucking whatever it's running into up into the atmosphere. So that's why we're able to see this. Again, I'm keeping an eye on Jordan here. As you guys can see, I did a bit of a costume change. Shout out to these awesome hoodies that we have here. Getting a little chilly in the studio here. Again, I'm going to keep dancing around Cappucci because it's just like one after the next, after the next, after the next. I'm going to switch up north here. I think our north, nope. Oh, just as I'm about to say that, here's another big bad one. Look at this one. Hang on, this is Marble Hill, PDS tornado warning. It's up in Missouri. Okay, confirmed enlarged tornado that was confirmed, about 5 minutes ago, west of Marble Hill, southeast of Markland. Is this the one that we were looking at before? I'm getting them all mixed up here. Let's see. It's another one coming through Pocahontas, Cappucci, just to the southwest. Yeah, it's big. Here it is. North and west of Marble Hill. Let me get some other smaller communities out there.
It's to the point now where there are so many circulations in southeast Missouri, so many PDS warnings. I'm counting 6 PDS warnings all lined up. I would say that if you were in southeast Missouri, northeast Arkansas, and a thunderstorm is approaching, assume that it could produce a tornado at any time and shelter anyway. Even if you're not under tornado warning, there is so much going on, Mike. It is such a dynamic environment. Anyone from Carbondale, Illinois, all the way down to Jonesboro, Arkansas, when that line of storms approaches, that broken line of storms, it's a line of rotating supercells. When thunder starts to come towards you, literally get to your basement right then and there, because, Mike, there are so many circulations. There are like 8 or 9 different circulations. It's going to be impossible for everybody to keep track. You might be in overlapping tornado warning polygons because there are so many different cells. I'd say if a thunder in southern Illinois and west of Memphis towards Jonesboro, I would just say shelter, because it's not going to hurt. It's only going to help.
Right, and the fact that we're seeing all of these with the big correlation coefficient signatures just speaks to how strong these tornadoes are, right? You typically would not see correlation coefficient signature like this for your lower end, EF0, EF1 tornadoes. So we're talking some powerful storms putting down some big tornadoes here. Let's keep looking. The storms that push through St. Louis are now pushing into Illinois. Let's see here. I don't want to say anything just yet. Let's see. I mean, again, this is what I talked about before, up into this part of the world where you're starting to get that bowing happening, right? A hook echo, as you've seen before with that little hook coming out where we see the tornado. This is looking more like your traditional bow echo here, where when you pull back on a bow, like with a bow and arrow archery, right? You have the tops and bottoms start to bend in toward the back. And what's happening, of course, as the radar beam goes out and comes back, these storms are moving so fast that as that's occurring, you're getting the radar beam that's making it bending there. The winds here centrally are rushing out so fast out ahead of that bowing that this is the shape that you're seeing return. Of course, powerful winds within this, but as it stands right now, I mean, looking at all of the products I have available to me, not much embedded rotation, maybe a little bit here south or west of Effingham and Watson. Perhaps up here into Decatur as well, hence why they're keeping this one, but nothing compared to what we're seeing to the south there in Arkansas. And again, the correlation coefficient, yeah. Oh, we got this one. Wait a minute. One west of Chicago now. Look at this one. Let's see what we can find. Now, this is
Chicago
a very
soon will be
small
under severe
tornado
thunderstorm
warning.
warnings too.
Yeah, I mean, they're under an enhanced risk, Cappucci. I mean, we had people asking earlier about what Chicago was going to see. So we're looking at a terminal radar here. Let's see what we're able to find.
My guess, Mike, it's you know, it reminds me of a February episode they had last year. It looks to me like this is the batch of storms that's kind of gusting out. So they're exhaling more air. They're beginning to die. But here's the thing. When storms start to die, they take one final gasp and they just spew out all their wind. And so I'd say if you're in Chicago right now, plan for winds gusting 55 to maybe 65 plus miles per hour. Aurora, Joliet, Elgin, Rockford, winds probably 60 to maybe 70 miles per hour as the storms roar through. And then the other thing I'm seeing too, you know, it's warm ahead of the storms. Behind the storms, cooler northwesterly winds. The air masses are chafing a little bit along the leading edge of the storms. I think there might be some quick hitting little teeny circulations that form on the leading edge of the squall line coming through. And they'll be really tough to warn. They might only be producing very quick tornadoes, but I can see, you know, half a dozen little teeny circulations that might only be on the ground for 30 seconds a minute, but they could do damage too. So Mike, it's a really tricky one that's moving into the Chicago metro area right now, at least the west side.
I'm back on Cappucci, the one in the south here for Mississippi, the one that it just moved through Morgan City. I'm seeing two little areas, two little spinnies here, one just to the west of Kruger right now, one south and east of Morgan City. Sidon, if that's how we pronounce it here, that is next up here. Jordan is still on the one in Doniphan. I'm still keeping an eye on his stream here. But boy, this one here is still pretty potent.
So one thing I'll point out real quick, it's going to be really tricky. The one near Kruger, that apparent circulation near Kruger is most likely side lobe contamination. However, it's possible the radar is a little bit off, which I mean, it very well could be given different scan angles. And yeah, it could be a satellite tornado. So I'd say if you're in Kruger, to Mike's point, there might be a second tornado coming in. I would shelter immediately. Even if the main one is heading towards Sidon, there could be a second circulation heading towards Kruger. And so, I mean, Mike, we've seen a lot of little doublers tonight. We've seen a lot of those, you know, wonky side tornadoes, those wonky, like, you know, what do we call them? Satellite tornadoes. Thank you. Satellite tornadoes, which are smaller circulations that orbit the main parent funnel. And it just goes to show you that when you're in an environment with this much in the way of wind dynamics, you can very easily get a second, third, fourth tornado to touch down with some of these cells. And you get extreme tornado behavior.
Yeah, it's been quite a night, Cappucci. Still not over. It's been quite a night. Tomorrow, of course, going to be a big day. You guys, I would suggest if you go into the video portal in the MyRadar app, if you go to our YouTube channel, you'll be able to see the Cappucci's forecast there. We'll have one in the morning as well. I'm just trying my best to jump around here. I would love to. I want to go for as long as we can here. I just want to make sure that we are all ready to rock for tomorrow. Gosh, these ones here near Jonesboro now. Tuckerman, Swifton, Cache, Minton, College City. It's right here. Jonesboro proper even right now. Yeah, that one, though, west of Cache, east of Tuckerman, is the one that really stands out the most to me. Let's keep an eye on it. It's right here. You got the BWER behind it there over Tuckerman. Yeah, there it is, right? Heading right for the Highway 67 and State Road, I believe, 226, just west of Cache. It's pretty much following 67 there if we jog it back, yeah. Of course, the plan would be to be ready to go live here for MyRadar, for those of you that are wondering. Probably sometime between 11 and noon, somewhere along those lines. I say tomorrow. It is tomorrow. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, this guy, there's so much rotation down here over Arkansas. And I'm watching Jordan. Jack, can we take Jordan again, please? There it is. So Jordan is in Neelyville. That would be this storm. I'll pull it up for y'all. Is it this one? Oh, gosh, I'm so...
we can go east further if you want.
Yeah, that's right here. He's on the Poplar Bluff one, right? Yeah. Is it this one for Neelyville? Where the heck is he?
I'm here.
Warning. Okay, stand by. He's really threading the needle there. Yeah, he's on this storm. Okay, let me switch to radar.
All right.
Well, that's going to be the one. So this is actually the one that just came through Pocahontas that we were watching.
Okay.
So if you'd like to see Jordan's live, Jack, if you can pull up the app and have that up in the corner as well. If you guys want to see Jordan's live stream, for those of you that are watching on TikTok, I can't show you guys driving conditions. It makes me very concerned to show driving on that app. We've been suspended before during hurricane season, and I'm just not going to play that game. So if you'd like to see this Storm Chaser live feed, please go to youtube.com/myradar. You can chat with us over there as well. Guys, usually you guys know I'm so good at answering as many of the questions that come in. The issue is that there's just simply too much going on here. So, I mean, there's a lot of tornado warnings, right?
There's nobody coming.
Okay. So go to youtube.com/myradar. Someone said, can you check Illinois? We just did. We'll come back to it. Holy cow. That's a huge lightning strike back there. Cappucci, I don't hear his audio, but... Hang on. Oh, there he is. Hang on 1 second. We're good. I don't want to yawn into the microphone. All right, so we're watching Jordan here. He's been right on that Missouri-Arkansas line. Whoa, big lightning strike. Just these nocturnal events. Cappucci, I mean, you've chased a million tornadoes for us. I can't recall if you chased nocturnal, something like this.
I mean, I did a couple years ago. I chased in Tennessee. This was back when I had an internship in 2018. Chased in Tennessee, and it was a little hairy when I began seeing rotating rain curtains. In the middle of the night, it was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and it was definitely something that left an impression. But, Mike, the fact that it's now coming up on midnight Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern Time, we've been on since when? 4 p.m. Eastern?
It's been about 7.5 hours.
9 hours later.
Yep.
Yeah, and we still have 19 tornado warnings in effect. Yeah. And like half of them are confirmed tornadoes that are large and extremely dangerous. It just goes to show you that even, the sun has set. We've lost that daytime heating, but there's so much moisture in the air that we're holding all that heat. And so as the low-level jet stream ramps up, which it does at night, that tornado threat can actually increase. And so that's what we saw tonight. You know, how many times can we think of where the tornado outbreak got worse overnight? That's what's going on right now. It reminds me a little bit of April 30th in Oklahoma last year when, you know, the cells were kind of well-behaved during the day, then at night, bam, Sulphur, Ardmore. There's a town on the east side of Oklahoma City that got hit. Multiple EF3s and EF4 that crossed the highway, hit a Dollar General distribution plant. The fact that, you know, the storms really strengthened at night goes to show you the role that low-level jet stream plays. And tonight, the low-level jet ramping up as it often does at night. And these storms show no signs of slowing down anytime soon.
All right, Cappucci's audio is going in
It's raining where I am. I just passed.
Oh, there it is.
I'm still seeing, so I actually just saw a flash of lightning, which I'm in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. We're now getting a few little downpours west of me between Hattiesburg and Jackson that are beginning to produce some distant lightning. But that cell near Greenwood in northwestern Mississippi still has the PDS tornado warning. It is an observed tornado. It is a weather spotter confirmed tornado still, so they can still see it. It is right over Sidon, or northwest of Sidon, between Sidon and Itabena. Even if Sidon missed out, which they may have infringed, Greenwood's about to take a direct hit. So Greenwood, Mississippi, direct hit from a significant tornado coming up in the next 10 minutes. So prepare now, but Greenwood, Mississippi, y'all are about to get smacked.
Okay, so for those of you that are looking, so we got a tornado warning just outside of Chicago. It's right there. It's in Aurora. We talking about this one before. I mean, it doesn't seem like a... This seems more like just big winds coming for you. Because nothing is jumping out at me. In terms of putting down a funnel. Not seeing anything on the ground. Of course, we got 3 radars I can choose from over here. We'll keep a close eye on things. Chicago under a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. Until
Mike.
1 Central. Yes, Cappucci.
Just a small brief tidbit to sort of illustrate the overall picture. Where I am right now, it is raining and I can see stars. It's light rain, but it goes to show you the atmosphere is so loaded with moisture that it's literally just falling out of the sky, even though I can still see stars.
So interestingly enough here, I'm looking up into southern Illinois. So we'll talk briefly about this. We got a little line here for Decatur, Shelbyville, down into Stewartson, Shumway, Moccasin, St. Elmo, where there is just a little snake of embedded rotation in here. Let's jump around. Let's see. Okay, so could be something right here just to the southwest of St. Elmo. Let's see. It's just radar indicated. It's in effect for the next 10 minutes. You seeing the same line I'm seeing, Cappucci? This was that Boeing line that I'm looking at. Again, I'm still not convinced necessarily, but it's interesting.
We're talking about the cell on the west side of Chicago, right?
No, to the south into southern Illinois, where there are, what is it, 3 of them? There's 3 near Lake Shelbyville, south of Decatur. The southernmost one, St. Elmo.
Are we talking the ones near in Carbondale? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Effingham. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. There's one southeast of Decatur that doesn't have a tornado warning yet, but I think it should. The one near Bethany heading towards Lovington. And that's from something called the Northern...
Yeah, you found another one then, because I'm even more south than that. Oh, yeah, I see the one you're talking about, though.
The one near Bethany heading towards Lovington, so that's a northern bookend vortex. So the northern edge of a segment of a squall line that kind of curls back on itself, acquires counterclockwise rotation, and potentially produces a tornado. If you're in Bethany or Lovington or even northeast towards Atwood or Bourbon in Illinois, I'd seek shelter now. No tornado warning yet, but frankly, in my mind, there should be. That's probably the tightest of the bunch, wouldn't you say, Mike?
Yeah, in fact, we have people on YouTube saying that the sirens have been going off for the last 10 minutes there in Decatur, up here near the Decatur airport. Oh, it's just not stopping. But that's Illinois for you. I mean, gosh, let's just keep going south, I guess. Let's see what's going on. That Boeing line that, not to say it was writing it off, hang on. Excuse me. But certainly very active. Golly. All right, let's go down here. We're going to switch to the Paducah radar. We got this guy near Perryville. We're still looking at Jordan's feed. Jack, can you switch back to the radar, please? We'll take Jordan in picture-in-picture here.
Mike, you've covered a ton of events, as have I. I can't remember one, at least in recent memory, where there were this many tornado warnings this late at night. Can you?
No, it's more so than that. It's the confirmed tornadoes, right? Like,
yeah,
you have these squall lines that come through that, you know, can certainly possess some characteristics, but just, I mean, I should keep track each time I come across, let alone a confirmed, a PDS, right? It's been a lot of them. So, yeah, I mean, the point you brought up before, the fact that we lost the sun a while ago, right?
Yeah.
Someone said, can we see the radar bigger? Yes, you can. I'll zoom out for you here. And what I'll do is I'll put it in high def so you can just see everything that's going on. Look at that. Look at that comma. And of course, the one here in Mississippi, all by its lonesome, right? And if I go here, I'll turn on the tornado watch so you guys can see that. All of this yellow are tornado watches in effect through tomorrow morning. It's this one here that is concerning, right? That's the word of the day down here until 5 a.m. I mean, effectively at that point, I don't even understand, Cappucci, why you even put 5 a.m. on it. I mean, we're talking, this is just going to carry right into the high risk tomorrow down there. I mean, that's effectively the start of it, from Jackson up into Birmingham, Alabama.
One thing I'm a little worried about, I'm slightly concerned that, just remember April 27, 2011, I hate to name drop that date, but remember when there was a morning band of storms that knocked out power to a lot of folks?
I do.
I'm worried that that's going to happen across northern Alabama before the afternoon round comes in. So just looking at some of the latest data, I think a lot of these storms are going to kind of expand, blow up overnight, and potentially produce a squall line that brings some serious winds to northwestern Alabama, knock out power, and then bam, you get the afternoon round. I'm definitely worried about that.
Yeah, you're breaking up. You're going in and out, Cappucci. I heard what you said. Just letting you know. All right. Someone said, watching from North Alabama, can I sleep tonight? Yeah, I mean, yes. Just have ways to receive alerts. Tomorrow is the biggie for you. I say tomorrow. Saturday. You know, we're still, excuse me, hang on. So sorry. We're still watching this one here near Greenwood, and if you live in Greenwood, you need to be in your safe place immediately. This is still the PDS, right? No, not a PDS. Sorry. Spotter confirmed tornado. Right? So it is actively still on the ground west of the Greenwood-LaFleur Airport, southwest of Greenwood. You need to be in your safe place. I'm zooming in here. It's on United States Highway 49E, right near this interchange here between 49E 82 743. I mean, it is coming up on Greenwood proper here. Quite a small community here. And it is coming up right here just to the south of the Motel 6 there, west of the 49E interchange. It's effectively right on top of LaFleur Steel and the Mississippi Department of Public Safety. Right there, south of all the hotels there. Again, the Motel 6, America's best value inn and suites, and the Sure Stay Plus, all right here, right along 82. Greenwood Middle School is right up in here. Of course, kids certainly not at school right now. People saying north of Jonesboro, west of Poplar Bluff. Let's go take a look here. It's that Corning storm, the one that Jordan is on up here. Gosh, even the one down here near Tupelo starting to get going too. Yep, PDS. Yeah, the Jonesboro one. Coffee. Yeah, you're right. Coffee thermos. That'd be nice. If anything, I just need coffee from around the corner. But listen, I'm at the point now where we move forward, right? I mean, at some point we'll wrap things up, and then we'll be back. I mean, we're going to be back here. And shout out to Jack, the real hero. What's up? What's up, Cappucci?
One thing I briefly stopped and looked at some data. I think the high risk is actually going to be expanded tomorrow to include more of western Mississippi as well. Just looking at all this, I don't know if you've had a chance to take a look. You've been doing 18 million things. The latest 0Z HER run prints out like a dozen rotating supercells with strong tornadoes. It's one of the most, and we know I tend to phrase things rather carefully. It is one of the most compelling severe weather models, convective allowing model run I've ever seen.
What time, Cappucci?
What time? It looks like things will be going. I mean, it looks like the day could start with storms in northwest Alabama knocking out power, but then just seeing, a dozen kidney bean shapes during the afternoon and roaring all the way to the evening hours tomorrow. It looks like things get going around, noontime. And even by 6, 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow night, we still have tons of rotating supercells pushing to Alabama. I mean, this might be one of those days when some folks are dodging supercells for the better part of 8 hours. And I think even tomorrow night, I think the panhandle of Florida could see a significant tornado threat. And I think Atlanta could see a serious tornado threat.
Yeah. Certainly a banner day. Banner weekend, right? Very interesting thought there about the high risk. So again, what time tomorrow you think everything's going to get going?
I'd say probably noon Central Time is when things will start getting bad. We've been saying in all our videos today that folks need to be in a safe location with a shelter accessible by noon, and I think that probably holds.
I'm making sure right now that I set my alarm to wake up for tomorrow. Doing that right now, folks. I mean, I don't know what time we're leaving, but just making sure that all of this is ready to go for tomorrow.
And I also think...
Go ahead.
Oh, well, we're at it. I also think Sunday is going to go enhanced. I think that there will be a greater tornado threat on the eastern seaboard.
Well, I mean, we have that plan. If you're able to make it happen with Mauricio, just let me know if we need any assistance. Obviously, we got Erica tomorrow. Unclear whether or not we're going to have Will Cano tomorrow if he's able to join us, but you got myself, you got Erica, Jack will be here as well. Jack, in retrospect, man, we should have brought sleeping bags here, huh? But this has been overperforming, I would say. We're going to key in on this storm here near Corning. That's the one that Jordan is on right now. Let's see what we got. I mean, it's very obvious on the velocity. Jack, take him in full just for a moment here. We don't have his audio, right? Do we?
Oh.
Okay, as long as you guys can hear it, I can't. That's fine. By the way, shout out to all 1.1 thousand of you that are watching on TikTok. Appreciate it very, very much. If you haven't already, hey, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us. If you've been, we were up to 111,000. Holy cow! We'd really appreciate it very, very much if you were to follow us. It's totally free to do so. That we always know whenever we drop a new TikTok, whenever we go live, of which we will be going live at the high risk on Saturday.
Yeah, it's just those stupid trees we're in our way as much.
Bear in mind, Jordan is chasing this one in Arkansas, and then Jordan is going to drive south. to chase the high risk. Cappucci's on his way there right now. How close are you, Cappucci, to
I can't tell.
where you're going to be stopping?
I'm about 45 minutes out from Meridian, Mississippi, which is where I'll be stopping tonight. I can still see periodic lightning flashes from that cell over north central Mississippi. So that one that has the tornado warning, or the tornado that touched down earlier on near Greenwood, I can see lightning from that way far away. By the way, we had a new tornado warning issued, a PDS tornado warning now on the north side of Jonesboro, Arkansas. So Jonesboro, Arkansas, you're just missing out on a nasty tornado or tornado-producing storm, but it is now on the northwest side of the city near Bono and south of Sedgwick. So, yeah, Paragould, Oak Grove Heights, Leith, and Marmaduke. That's a fun name. And Rector. You guys are next in line for a potential tornado, and the Weather Service does suggest that this could be a radar-indicated significant tornado. They're saying it's a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Bono, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Jonesboro is under a tornado warning. Mike, I think it's likely that the city of Jonesboro just barely misses out. But as James Spann, the man, the myth, the legend says, we got to respect the polygon. If you're in Jonesboro, Brooklyn, or Cache, shelter now as a precaution, because it's better safe than sorry, especially in a night like tonight. Also, Tupelo in not Mississippi, but Tupelo, Arkansas, different Tupelo, has a possible tornado passing just north of town. That's the next one down.
Yeah, that's another one that's off by itself, kind of. Let's go back to that Jonesboro one. I am thrown off. There it is. Okay. Maybe I should switch. No.
Yeah, we're about to get into the flat stuff out here.
It's just never ending. Keep popping up on us here. Jack, you can take the whatchamacallit, the app again. We'll leave Jordan in picture here. Okay. Again, it's this little one, over here, all by its lonesome in Mississippi. Whether it's not PDS, confirmed tornado. I mean, there's a tornado there. Let's move on from that one. Radar indicated on that one. I'm so sorry, folks. All right, let's look at this one here. South of Newport. Radar indicated. You can see it right there near Beataville. You need to be seeking shelter now. It is not anything more than radar indicated.
PDS still? Yeah. Radar indicated PDS.
And the one here near Sedgwick and Bono. Bono? Just north and west of Jonesboro proper. This is the one that Cappucci just alluded to before, PDS. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. How about this one? This one, holy cow. That's the one Jordan's on. The Corning one. It's just radar indicated rotation, yet it's the most pronounced of the bunch. Boy, there's a lot of junk getting kicked up over here, huh? Let's keep looking here. I don't even know where I am. Cape Girardeau. Oh my gosh, look at these. We're back up in Illinois here. Let's take a look. Gotta go back to this radar, Paducah. Here we go. PDS. This is on the border of Missouri and Illinois. PDS tornado watch, 23 minutes. Apologize, folks, if we address this one. It's nonstop here. So let's take a look at what we're dealing with. It's right in here. Okay. It's right here. Altenburg, Grand Tower. What river is that? The Mississippi, just the Mississippi River. And what is that? State Road 3 on Highway A. The tornado's right here. All right. Look, I mean, breaking free from that embedded line here. All right, so let's stay here for a moment. This is our first kind of biggie here in Illinois. So let's see. Is that Grand Tower? Stand by. Yep, it's Illinois. I think my microphone keeps falling over here, Jack. Could be me. I keep fiddling with things. Okay. So this is another small little community, 479 people as of the last census, and this thing's heading right over top of them. Golly. Okay, so this thing is trying to get. So that is, there's Gorham up there. Okay, so this is passing right through the campground there. I mean, so the river splits Illinois and Missouri here. It looks like it's going over the river. Near Market Street and 3rd Avenue. Right in here in Grand Tower. So it's crossing the Mississippi right now. We've still got Jordan on that stream in Corning. So we're watching that guy. There's more embedded spin up here, east of Ava and west of Vergennes. This is just radar indicated, so it's embedded within there. And then what's going? Oh, got this one up here near Urbana and Toledo, not Ohio. All right, I see this one right here, west of Bourbon. It's just radar indicated right now. South of Garrett, you need to be in your safe place. West and southwest of Tuscola. I hear something. It's right here. We'll keep jumping around, folks. There's a lot happening right now. This one right here, this is in Illinois. So if you do live here in Atwood, Garrett, you need to be in your safe place. It's very possible that right here, I mean, there's most certainly rotation. Golly, man. Woo. My kids won't stop waking me up early.
Oh, I think he's contagious.
Cappucci, you're coming in and out. Unless, I mean, it's got to be your signal down there. Yeah, this Chicago one won't give up either. Oh, the warning will be allowed to expire. However, the gusty winds are still there. Yeah, that's what we thought. All right. Okay. Let's go back to Jordan here, the one that he's on. Marmaduke. Shout out. Place named Marmaduke. All right. Let's go back to this Jonesboro one. Bono, again, damaging tornado PDS. It's right here. Again, one of the I'm only one person here, right? But if you download the MyRadar app, which I'm using right here, it's completely free to download. iOS, Android, Windows. You are then able to track everything along with us. You can actually put the video in picture-in-picture and track along with me. Not to mention, we will be streaming Saturday for the high risk. Jack, where's Jordan posted up here? I saw a ton of lightning there. He's on that Corning storm, right? The heck is that? Right here. Okay, I see where Jordan is. Shoot. Yeah, Jordan's on this one. Seems like he's parked. But I gotta imagine at some point here, Jordan is gonna start going south toward you, Cappucci, in Mississippi and Alabama. Being that, I don't know if he's had a chance to check out the models as you were looking at. All right, we got to go back up here to Missouri here near Carbondale. My God, look at that! How many are there right there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all right here in one spot, and then just beneath it, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it crazy? Okay, we're going back up here near Urbana. Again, this is right up in near the University of Illinois. Cappucci, are you still with us?
Yep, I'm here. I'm driving through.
Okay.
Am I driving through southeastern, almost eastern Mississippi, just past Laurel, which, by the way, on April 12th, 2020, Laurel, Bassfield, Soso were hit by the second widest tornado on record at 2.5 miles wide, the EF4 that hit Bassfield. But yeah, I'm going to post in Meridian tonight.
Yeah, we've got here west of Tuscola, Illinois, moving over Garrett. I mean,
Okay, let's see.
I'm just trying to keep up with all of them. It's just radar indicated rotation. This little pocket coming in south of Bemet and north of Hammond, moving right there into Garrett, west of Tuscola, on the way to the University Airport there. Oh, they just threw out another one. There it is, right next to it. Oh, so they're looking at this near Bemet, right here. Okay, this is a new tornado warning. 44 minutes. So the reason, obviously, that they're issuing that, you can see a little bit of the rotation back here, right? East of Lake Decatur. And then, boom, gets up here. So we've got a pair of tornado warnings, both that are going to pass through Urbana. Jack, how long have we been going on YouTube, by the way? If you know. Okay. Okay. All right. All right, so we're tracking these two here in Urbana. Let's just work our way south, shall we? So St. Louis, which was here at the party pretty early, has now, I would say, kind of closed up shop, which is good. Here near Carbondale, there are 3 tornado warnings, none of which jumping out to me. Let's go look at Cape Girardeau. Yeah, that one, this one right here, west of Orin, you need to be in your safe place. This guy right here is a confirmed tornado. What about this one right up here near Whitewater? Just radar indicated as of now. West of Allenville, Whitewater, Delta, and Dutchton. You need to be in your safe place. Yeah, we got people on YouTube saying that the sirens are going off in Urbana. Yeah, we were just looking at that tornado warning. Let's head down here. Gotta switch radar. Standby. Oh boy. Here near Paragold. Wouldn't you know it? Confirmed tornado. Right here, just to the southwest of Paragold. You can see the indication there, or the signature. Let's look at the correlation coefficient. Messy, right? And if anything, when you see all this blue in here, this is indicating that something's getting chucked up pretty high into the atmosphere and riding the jet stream northwest. I'm so sorry, folks. Okay. This one down here, this is the one just east of Campbell Station. Won't quit either. North of Beattyville, radar indicated. Obviously, you can see it. Boom, right there. Cappucci, are you still with me?
Yep, I'm here.
All right. I haven't used the restroom in 8 hours. Any chance you can cover for me just for a moment here? Tell me where you want me to leave it, if you can, and I'm going to go real fast here.
You know, if you wouldn't mind, broaden out the big picture and throw on the high def radar, and we'll talk some big picture stuff.
Okay. Stand by.
Yeah.
Do you want you want the outlook on there too?
No, that's all right. We'll just do radar.
Okay. You got it. You guys are in good hands with Cappucci. I will be right back.
Awesome. So with that, I mean, obviously Mike has been working all day nonstop. He's put in tireless work. He's been going for about 8 hours. But for the folks watching right now, you're taking a look at the broad picture, the big radar. For starters, you can see that big swirl, if you will, almost looks like a comma. That's our low pressure system. So the storms are forming along and ahead of a cold front. But the issue is that they're not just forming along the cold front, it's the out ahead of the cold front too. That's the key, because for that reason, with these things called confluence bands, you're going to have, I hear breathing up. Mike, if you have your AirPods, you may want to undo them before you unintentionally live stream. No pun intended. Anyway, so for the folks at home, as we continue to drive towards Meridian, Mississippi, you're seeing that big swirl of low pressure. Now, that low pressure swirl actually has a dry side too. In the back side, they had 130 fires in 44 counties in Oklahoma because dry air is being pulled in from the west. Oklahoma saw winds 60, 70 miles per hour across the state and widespread blowing dust. The Texas Panhandle saw winds to 80 miles per hour. That's on the dry side of the system. But it's that clash between dry from the west and Gulf moisture coming in from the south and the southeast that's brewing these storms along the front. That frontal divide is that clash of the air masses in between. Now, we have incredible juice from all this Gulf moisture that is helping to spark the storms along that front. But at the same time, storms are grown tall enough that they feel the jet stream. That change of wind speed and direction with height The jet stream is just screaming overhead. We don't have the jet stream up right now, but I can tell you, you go to 10,000 feet, winds 80, 90, 100 miles an hour screaming overhead. And so you have a storm that sprouts near the surface, more moist air rising. It goes up, it feels southeasterly winds at the surface. It feels roaring southwesterlies at the mid-levels. Yeah, that storm is feeling the changing winds with height. It's going to rotate, and everything today is rotating profusely. Now, why is it not one giant squall line? Well, the wind dynamics favor discrete lone supercells. And what I mean by that is they're not merging because they're being kind of pushed off the front. If the storms all form on the front, then they all kind of start to merge. But if they form in the front and then get pushed a little bit off the front before the next storm forms in the front, they can somehow all stay alone, discrete and isolated without merging. And that's the case tonight. So unfortunately, we have upwards of a dozen tornado warnings right now, active tornado warnings. I count at least 17 tornado warnings. Here in Mississippi, I'm actually seeing some periodic lightning from the strong storm in northwestern Mississippi. That's the one that was producing a tornado earlier on near Sidon, Kruger, Belzoni, Greenwood. It's now no longer a confirmed tornado. The threat has shifted east of Little Rock. Jonesboro, Arkansas, however, there was one cell that passed the north. Now Jonesboro, Arkansas is going to see a potential tornado move into town. So that's very concerning. They dodged one supercell. The next supercell coming into Jonesboro, Arkansas right now as we speak. So Jonesboro, Arkansas, you have to be in your tornado safe place. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. That potential tornado is near Waldenburg and Weiner. It is moving northeast. Jonesboro, Arkansas is now in the path of that possible tornado. It's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So tornado, golf ball size hail, both possible with that cell. But yeah, and then north of Jonesboro, there's another possible tornado near Paragould, heading towards Oak Grove Heights. Leith and Marmaduke are next in line. So Jonesboro is in between two tornado warnings right now. But that second one, the one to the south, likely will pass directly over Jonesboro in the next 30 minutes. So if you're in Jonesboro, you know folks in Jonesboro, Arkansas, have them seek shelter now. Lowest floor of whatever building they're in and avoiding windows. Then farther north, okay, northeast Missouri, or rather eastern Missouri, there's a spattering of tornado warnings there in central Illinois. We have kind of a batch of quick hitting circulations from something called a QLCS, or a quasi-linear convective system. All the cells are kind of merging in Illinois, and that means they're having sort of more transient, messier circulations, and that is the case right now. But really, I'm most concerned with the two rotating. For me, is the most concerning situation at this point. We also have one lone little teeny baby tornado warning, if you will, in southwest Arkansas. That's for Dallas, Ouachita, and Calhoun counties. It goes for the next couple minutes until half past the hour, 12:30 a.m., 6 more minutes, for possible tornado near Harlow or Fordyce, heading east at 40 miles per hour. That's a small one, though. So Kingsland, that cell is beginning to weaken a little bit, but really, either side of Jonesboro, the north side, Paragould has that possible tornado, and the south side into Jonesboro, there's that circulation near Weiner that is strengthening. So actually, Weiner, a little bit southwest of Jonesboro, possible tornado approaching you right now. This is a tornado warning for Craighead and Poinsett counties in eastern Arkansas. And the fact that it's moving into Jonesboro, to me, is pretty concerning. So Jonesboro, you guys are next in line. And keep in mind, this is all just the tonight event. A lot of these storms will merge into a line, push through into the wee hours of early tomorrow morning, clear the air, and then bam, we reload the atmosphere. The moisture from the Gulf surges north, and once again, we have a prolific severe weather event tomorrow. We now have a new tornado warning in north central Mississippi for Calhoun City. This is for, oh my goodness, Yalobusha County and Calhoun County in northeastern Mississippi. There's a large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Jefferson, 8 miles southwest of Grenada, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So that's the one we've been tracking for a while. It started near Belzoni, and it is still going. That whole supercell is a long-lived supercell, and it has a possible tornado with it. In fact, a probable tornado. The Weather Service is confident tornadoes on the ground, and the way we know that is based on the intensity of the circulation. I'm not seeing debris on radar right now, but regardless, the Weather Service is confident enough. They've issued proactively a tornado warning for Calhoun City, Bruce, Coffeyville, and Slate Springs, as well as Pittsburgh. Jonesboro. So in central Mississippi, that tornado warning continues. And eventually down the road, it may impact Mississippi. I'm about 15 miles south of Meridian, and what am I, 130, 140 miles away from that storm. So the fact that I can see that lightning already shows you it is a powerhouse storm. Eventually down the road, that Mississippi storm might impact Tupelo. But for me in Meridian, things are, knock on wood, mostly quiet right now. I do have a couple thunderstorms off to my west, likely to evolve into supercells later on tonight. But really, I try to avoid chasing night unless I'm very confident in the visuals. And you just don't get that down in this part of the world. To get a good picture of a tornado tonight, you would have to have incredible luck, incredible skill, and say tonight. Jonesboro, Arkansas, though, if you're in Jonesboro, you know folks in Jonesboro, make sure that you are taking your tornado precautions, windows, putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. This is that tornado warning goes in effect for the next, 32 minutes until 1 o'clock in the morning. Jonesboro, Arkansas, that possible tornado located near Weiner, likely Weiner. It is strengthening. Waldenburg just barely got skimmed by the circulation. You're now getting the cold air wraparound, the rear flank downdraft on the south side of the potential tornadic circulation, but it is heading northeast towards Jonesboro. Jonesboro, unfortunately, red line, center line, and then northeast of Jonesboro, Paragould, that possible circulation right over you guys right now. So if you're in either one, and actually, unfortunately, it is now a PDS warning, a particularly dangerous situation warning, the one near Paragould. This is for Greene and Clay counties. Weather spotters have confirmed a large, extremely dangerous tornado over Paragould, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Near Paragould, there's that possible circulation, or rather possible strong tornado. And actually, it is a confirmed tornado. So Marmaduke, Oak Grove Heights, and Rector, y'all are next in line for a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. But then Weiner, on the south side of Jonesboro, you guys have a tornado passing by very close. North, another one that will impact Jonesboro. So Mike, I see you're getting back right now. We did the big picture. We've had some new developments just to kind of get you up to speed.
All
Let's,
right,
if we
Cappucci, I'm
can,
back.
do the
Your
per station
audio
radar
is
in
rough.
Memphis.
Can you hear me? All right. Sorry, guys. No worries. I'm back.
Per station radar and zoom in northeast.
Jack, why don't you, I guess, mute him or something? I guess you got a power cycle monitor behind me. If you mute him and then reach out to him, let him know that it is struggling here. All right. So I think what he was saying is what's going on here in Mississippi, right here. 29 minutes to go. Radar indicated rotation here. Near Grenada and Duck Hill. Obviously, you can see the rotation. It's radar confirmed. Okay. Thank you guys for staying up late with us here. We are rocking and rolling here. And you've got, it's this one that's by itself, man. The one that started near Greenwood. You can see right here the dry air that's getting sucked into this thing, right? The drier, cooler air. This is a very healthy supercell. If I zoom out, you can see again that the National Weather Service does not expect this thing to stop anytime soon. But if I push it back here, you can see that it is just a little little storm, and then it just, again, has a clear runway. Keep on, keep it 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 on going. Okay. We're going to go up here. Let's now look at Jonesboro. Okay, here's another radar indicated rotation. This is one to watch. It wasn't too long ago that Jonesboro saw one earlier today, right? Earlier today, just an hour ago. Not even, I don't know. Time is relative right now. But here, pushing up 226 and 49, Highway 49 up into Jonesboro. I hear you, Cappucci. Thank you for covering, by the way.
Awesome.
We just started. You went super robotic.
That was weird. It timed out well, though. The second you got back is when I dropped cell service. But yeah, you know, that one up near Paragould in the northeast side of Jonesboro narrowly missed the city and now has a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado seen by spotters. That's moving towards Marmaduke. And then on the south side of Jonesboro, there's a new circulation and a possible tornado near Weiner. And that's the one that looks to me like it's going to possibly bring a tornado into Jonesboro. Jonesboro, a very busy city in northeast Arkansas. And, you know, Jonesboro right now is kind of threading the needle in between two storms. I think the second one, the one near Weiner, is going to march into Jonesboro in the next 15 minutes. So folks in Jonesboro, sirens are blaring, tornado precautions right now. This is not for the one that already passed. This is for the next one coming in. I know it can be overwhelming. If you're in Jonesboro, you probably think, hey, I just got out of my shelter. The last one passed by. This next one is likely going to pass over Jonesboro.
Yeah, there's two of them there. Real quick, I'm seeing folks in the chat here asking about what's going on up here into Illinois. So let's pull that up here. Oh, wrong one. So Urbana, right, home to the University of Illinois. As it stands right now, I mean, there's embedded rotation within this. Do we have a confirmed tornado here? Just radar indicated. That's what I thought. This one here over Sydney and Philo, Savoy. I'm hungry, man. Philo and Savoy. Hungry. Not seeing anything there. I mean, there's rotation within it, but it seems like this is just going to be some wind up this way. Let's see. What do we got down here? This one's radar confirmed down here, east of Charleston, west of Kansas. Let's see what we got. Boom. Right there. Right there. Just as I zeroed in on, did they expand it? They did. Right here. By the way, whatever platform you're watching on, give me a W in the chat for Jack in the back here. He is the director of the live stream and has been going steady with us this whole time. We will, of course, we got so much more to do on Saturday, so let him know that you appreciate him, because he is, yeah. He's a gamer, so like long sessions, pushing buttons, not anything new to him, but he's laser focused here. But you know, maybe we'll get Jack on camera for the stream, for the high risk stream. We'll see, maybe.
And for the folks at home, just to give back, Jack, I can't even pronounce his name, Jack, a little bit of extra kudos. This morning he was supposed to start late. The weather got so active, he started early, edited a fire video, did all the preps for the stream, has been streaming for 9 hours. So Jack has been working for almost 16 hours tirelessly. It just shows his dedication. You know, for the folks you see on camera, yes, it looks like we're working, but for every person on camera, there's someone behind camera who's doing as much work too. And Jack has been crushing it. So we extend our appreciation to Jack and Mauricio.
Crushing it, everybody. All right, so we're down here in Missouri. Again, radar indicated on most of these. Radar indicated. We're going to keep trucking south. Let's check Paragould here. So again, dangerous. These are the ones that Cappucci was just talking about. These are, I would say, the two biggest shows in town here. We do have, I'm not missing one, right? We do have these here. Ooh, whoa, wait a minute. That one in Mississippi is picking up again, huh?
Yeah, which surprises me because the signature, I mean, it looks bad, but they're saying radar confirmed tornado. I am struggling to confirm it. I mean, it
Cappucci,
looks
it's a
bad, but
particularly dangerous situation, confirmed large and
oh,
extremely
actually,
dangerous.
yep, new debris ball just popped up, or new correlation coefficient. It was taking a little while, but yeah, so it's definitely on the ground. And you know, the reason you see like 3 different tornado warnings is because it's in between different what we call CWAs, or county warning areas, from different National Weather Service offices, but they're coordinating beautifully. And so now that tornado warning extends all the way to Bruce, Pittsburgh, Calhoun City, and Slade Springs. So it is still chugging on. It's about 130 miles away from me, so I will not be able to reach there. But down the road, Mike, this thing could impact Tupelo. I'm
Almost as
especially
if these
concerned about.
you're going in now, Cappucci. I don't mean to cut you off here.
No worries. I'll let you know. I'm only about 1.5 miles away from my destination, and so for that reason, I probably will have to duck out soon, just to begin pulling in equipment, preparing stuff, etc.
I can't hear a word you're saying, but I heard mile from your destination. Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do.
Gotcha.
All right. Let's start back from the top here. All right, let's go up from the top. For one, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. The voice you're hearing is meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, who literally earlier today was producing content from Washington, D.C. His parents are in town and jumped on an airplane, left his parents, and flew to New Orleans, drove from New Orleans to Mississippi to be in place for this historic high risk for our Saturday stream. It's been quite a day. We're continuing on here. Jordan's camera feed. It's a lot of rain. Those of you that are saying that in the chat, I mean, you can see it if you're watching here on YouTube. These is this one radar? Radar indicated. Yeah, I mean, up here, it's so messy here, pushing into Indianapolis. Sorry, into Indiana, I should say. Whether or not this continues to push its way into like Bloomington and Indianapolis, I think you're starting to see it kind of coming together more into that squall line there. People asking about Kentucky. I mean, there's nothing in Kentucky right now. Like someone said, like Western. Okay, different story, right? Near Paducah. Yeah, different story. Again, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings to your west here. But it's really starting to come into this line here, right? There are a few spots, though, that jump out at you. One right here over DeSoto, east of Murfreesboro, right? Again, just radar indicated rotation. Right up in there. We jump down here, again, here down to Jonesboro. This is radar indicated. Radar indicated. And again, by radar indicated, it means that you can see what we're seeing here, right? The right here, right down into here, maybe a smidge there and down into here. You've got those areas, the little pockets of spin, right? But it's not confirmed necessarily because we need emergency management, a police officer, something, a storm spotter to be able to confirm that kind of stuff. Now, if we look here at this product, again, the correlation coefficient, which again is showing us objects that are being lofted vertically, the only real one that jumps out at me from here is down here. So we just have to look at multiple things here. So you've got this guy right into here, just to the west of Commerce, southwest of Thebes. Radar indicated. And if I pull it out here on the reflectivity, you can see that there is a gap between this storm down here and this one here over Scott City and Benton and Morley. Let's see if I jog it back a little bit, what it looked like. So again, more of that bowing line, although this atmosphere is just trying to make everything spin. But again, if you widen it out, you're not seeing as many of the storms that are alone. More of them are all kind of kinks in the line. It's these down here, though, near Jonesboro, that jump out, right? Particularly this one heading into Marmaduke. You need to be in your safe place right now. Jack, if you can move the screen behind me here, I'm just now realizing. Oh, don't worry about it. It jumped. It's already, it jumped to tomorrow. How about that? I guess if you could, whatever, just leave it. You're good. It jumped to tomorrow already, the day one. Boy, crazy stuff. We'll take a look at that in a moment. But this guy here, PDS, again, if you live in Marmaduke, if you live in Rector, this is Arkansas, you need to be in your safe place immediately. A PDS tornado warning, again, a particularly dangerous situation. We got this guy here coming in to Jonesboro. As of right now, it's just radar indicated. Really? Okay. I mean, the one up here near Marmaduke, you can see the debris right here, just to the west of Marmaduke. I mean, yeah, they just extended it. That doesn't shock me, right? So Rector, Greenway, Kennett, Holcomb, Bragg City, Sanaf. You need to be in your safe place. The one here, I'm shocked that there's nothing on the ground there. We can see it, right? Right here. It's trying. It's certainly trying. All right, let's go down and look at our buddy down here in Mississippi. Folks, I'll tell you though, things are, to say winding down, it's still nuts out there, right? Let's take a look at what's going on here. Is this? Yeah, PDS, damaging tornado, emergency management confirmed. Yeah, this is on the ground. This is one that, let me look at that CC. Yeah, so it's spitting up debris. If I jog it back, you'll see that, again, its whole journey here has been alone. These are the ones that here on Saturday, with this high risk, that are going to be of the highest concern. Being that you look at what's going on around it, you're starting to really see this line come together up here. But this is the only one down here that's just off on its lonesome by itself, right? And it's these storms that are alone that are the problems. Because, you got to cut, the ones up here near Jonesboro are filling in a little bit, like in here. Of course, this storm up near Marmaduke, this is a PDS. This is a tornado on the ground here. Sorry, the one over Marmaduke, right? Weather spotters confirmed tornado, right? PDS damaging tornado. That is on the ground. Out ahead of it, not just yet. We'll know here soon as it heads into Kennett. What the heck? Am I picking the wrong radar? Yes. Okay, so we're using this one now. Yeah, you got, again, debris being lofted. So there's a tornado on the ground moving through Marmaduke there. You need to be in your safe place. That shelter is an interior room in your house. And then this one near Jonesboro, man. Look, right? All the signs. You got the V-notch, right? Which is effectively, as the storm is progressing forward, it's growing, but it's moving forward so fast that it hits the point in the atmosphere in which it can no longer condense, slams forward, and it's that overshooting top, right? The way that we see it on radars like this. But out behind it is the dry slot coming in here on the rear flank downdraft, right? So this is that cooler air that's coming in on the backside of the storm. And right here, this little nodule off on the bottom is very likely our funnel cloud. We can really see that here on the velocity, right? This is going right over the top of Jonesboro here, but this on the back side, it's possible there's something up here too, mind you. But back here, right? Green is representative of the winds going toward the radar, red away from it, okay? So when you're seeing something like this, aligned with this, these are kind of the check marks that you have to hit in order for you to really take that next step here. So that's developing. And then we got to go back down and look at our buddy down here in Mississippi, because Mississippi guy is here by itself, right? So there's nothing getting in the way. It doesn't have to share any of the energy. We know that the atmosphere is juiced up. The sun set hours ago, but the atmosphere is so primed, right? So this is a damaging, where is it? Damaging tornado, PDS, to repeat. I don't think I've ever seen that before in one of their advisories. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado. So that, by the way, potentially deadly, that means that there's reports coming in that someone may have been killed by this, okay? I've been trying my best to pay attention to things going on social media here, but I would think that that is our first reported fatality today. Interesting. Whoa. That's what Jordan saw earlier, Morgan City. Check this out, guys. Jack, take the web browser for a moment. Pause this silly GIF. This is from Brad Arnold on X. Can you see it? I showed you earlier when we were looking at Jordan's video. Hang on one second. Got someone on TikTok that's gotta go. Look at that, huh? That's a biggie. That's the wedge, right, that everyone was talking about. Folks, you got to understand something, and TikTok see it too. Good. Okay, so you got to understand. Tornadoes come in all different shapes and sizes and forms, right? So you get the rope tornadoes, which are your, for lack of a better term, the ropey ones that might come out this way, come back a little bit this way, right? They're more wispy, for lack of a better term. This is a wedge, okay? Meaning big fat top, and then at the bottom, it's more narrow, but it's still very wide, right? That's a crazy tornado. And the fact that it's at night too, right, is the real terrifying part, right? Again, folks asking about fatalities, I don't know. These are things that are going to have to come in over time. But the fact that if you can pull the app, right? Pull that back up here. The fact that, again, if you can see down here where my mouse cursor is, that might be covered up by Jordan's stream here. Right down here, it says, to repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. So the wording in there is chosen very carefully, right? And yeah, Craig on YouTube talking about Poplar Bluff. I don't see that, right? I'm gonna have to look here in real time at some reliable sources here, because things that happen in real time like this aren't always reliable, right? When I worked in news, you were able to, there's a whole team, right? We are mainly concerned with tracking the weather as it's developing. Okay? But I can tell you here that this storm continues to get stronger as it crosses toward Big Creek. Okay? Let's go back and check on what's going on in Jonesboro here. We'll come back to that. Still just radar indicated. That's wild. And then the one up here near Marmaduke. Oh, look at that. Okay. So we're just at radar indicated rotation. You sure about that? Coming together a little bit. You can see it kind of connecting right here. They're shaking hands right through Paragold, right? We talked about these convective bands, right? It's the path of least resistance here, right? So separated pretty considerably. They start to kind of grab onto each other right here over Jonesboro. And then we start to kind of make that connection right into here. Now, of course, that all being said, that might weaken this one up here a little bit. But this guy back here near Jonesboro, again, folks, right here, this little hook. They're still fairly discreet. But I mean, you're starting to see right here some of that debris getting kicked up south of Jonesboro. Right here, that's that blue color. Remember, correlation coefficient is showing us objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. Okay? Real quick, I haven't mentioned this in quite a minute. Let me just re-rack it from the top real quick. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. We've been streaming now for roughly 8.5 hours. It's been an incredibly busy evening. There's going to be more of this on Saturday, if not to the nth degree. I mean, it is going to be a banner day for severe weather. A high risk, in effect. Did they expand that now? They being the Storm Prediction Center. Stand by. No, it's still the same drawn out risk. I'll show you in a moment. But it's going to be a really nutty day. 3.5 million people at risk for the high, 9.5 at risk for the moderate. Ugh. Okay, anyway, my name is Mike Linden, meteorologist, MyRadar. I'm streaming live from the studio here, beautiful studio here in Orlando, Florida. I got Jack behind the scenes running things. Matthew Cappucci was in Washington, D.C. this morning. He flew to the Deep South. He will be storm chasing for us, along with storm chaser Jordan Hall. Meteorologist Erica Lopez will be joining me as well. Big day for Saturday. But that all being said, if you have enjoyed the coverage here, we would really appreciate it, whichever platform that you are on, if you are to follow us. It would just be very helpful to help us continue to grow. Of course, the app has been downloaded many millions of times, that being MyRadar. I'm using it. You can see it right here on my shirt, my hoodie, right? I'm using it right here on Windows. You can also download it for free on iOS and Android. Of course, there are premium features in here. In the settings menu, in here, the little wheel. If you go in here to premium subscription, you can unlock a free trial that'll get you through this weekend to allow you to use the per station radar functionality like this. And I'm sure you'll come to like it after that. Of course, that was extended. I mean, just look at it, right? Here near Jonesboro. We're going to keep an eye on this guy here. That being said, if you're watching on TikTok, again, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us. That way you know whenever we drop a new video, whenever we go live. I mean, there's over 1,000 of you in here. Again, thank you very much for taking the time to hang out with us tonight. We really appreciate it. It really goes a long way. Again, if you've enjoyed the coverage, please follow us. Tap on the screen, send us your likes. We're at 86,000 likes. If we can get up to 100,000 by all said and done here with this, that would be just incredibly awesome. I can't see any of the darn gifts coming in because the TikTok live studio is not behaving for me. I see that we've gotten 66 of them, whether they're roses or galaxies or whatever they are. Thank you very much for your continued support. I don't know if I've missed any super chats either on YouTube, but again, greatly appreciate all of your continued support. It truly means a lot to us. If you're on YouTube, we'd appreciate it as well. If you were to subscribe to the channel, it's free, right? Turn on the notifications. That way you know whenever we're going live next, which is going to be here in a couple of hours, and whenever we drop a new video too. Lots of stuff coming to YouTube. Of course, we're streaming live on Twitch right now as well. You can follow us there. You don't have to subscribe. You know, that'd be great. Use a Twitch Prime. If you have Amazon, it'd be great. Shout out to, to you guys. Use Jeff Bezos' money to subscribe to us, We'd appreciate it. Anywho, my little spiel. I'll stop plugging here. That one up in Jonesboro, guys, that's like the one right now. This guy down here in Mississippi, it's still embedded in there. Again, this is the one down here. Heavy rain may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. Yeah, so this one is fully wrapped in rain. We know this because, again, the rotation here, if I switch to reflectivity, right? The rotation is in the middle. It's not like the one up near Jonesboro where the hook is coming off the bottom, right? This one's wrapped up in rain. Scary. I was broadcasting, it was my birthday, June 13th, when I was up in Pennsylvania, my last TV job. I was, the heck was that? Siri over here trying to talk to me. What are you doing? Go away. EF3 touchdown while I was live on the air. Knocked out the power to the TV station. I was terrified. I thought I was in deep trouble. I just had a baby. It was scary. Wrecked the financial center up there. I was in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Scary stuff, man. That was wrapped up in rain. Couldn't even see it. And again, this is northeastern PA. You guys got to understand, tornadoes can occur anytime, anywhere. It is not limited to the plains out in Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska. Okay? As you will see, as you have seen today, and especially so for Saturday, things are going to get real dicey on Saturday. High risk is no joke. Let's go back to this one here in Jonesboro because, I mean, come on now, right? Look at that. Okay, so a couple radar features to point out to you here. Right here, this is our rear flank downdraft, the back of the storm. The rear flank downdraft is where that cooler air is getting sucked in on the backside, right? Cooler, drier air. This thing is chugging along. If I bring it back, you can see that it was trying back here, right? That was about an hour ago. You see right here that it had a little bit of a BWER, a bounded weak echo region. And what happens there is that this storm is off on its lonesome. The updraft is so strong, right, that it is not allowing for any of the precipitation to fall. It's suspending the precipitation midair. You're kind of seeing it right here a little bit too. This means it's a very powerful, healthy supercell thunderstorm. How is this still radar indicated? Is it because it's the one on the backside here? What is going on? I mean, folks, it's right there. If you live in Monette, I mean, Lake City is south this, but you need to be sheltered as well. Brooklyn, Leicester, along the St. Francis River, Craighead, 510 Road. These are small rural communities. Macy Road, you need to be in your safe place. The fact that this is not indicated, I mean, there's so much going on. These offices, I'd imagine, are slammed. And I don't know, something changed a couple of months ago where now here lately, these National Weather Service offices are becoming more and more short-staffed, which is truly a shame. NOAA and National Weather Service prop up every single meteorologist or weather personality that you've ever known. They're the backbone to all of everything that we do. So it sucks, truly sucks to see things that are happening. But that being said, the men and women there at the National Weather Service and at NOAA are working their tails off tonight. What's going on up here? Let's head up to Paducah. Another Jonesboro. Again, this is more of that line that's coming in. It's really filling in now. Right here. I mean, look at this, right? The path of least resistance, right? All right, so we're now into Indiana, Terre Haute. It's waning there. But now it's just this guy down here. It's this guy and the one near Jonesboro. Real quick, folks, I'm going to show you something. I'm not trying to make you panicked, right? I'm just telling you like it is. Okay, so if we click on the layers menu here in the MyRadar app, it looks like the stack of cards. And I go in here and I turn on the outlooks. We're no longer looking at what we were dealing with before. You're now seeing the pink color, okay? This is the high risk area. This is where things get real dicey real fast, okay? Now, when this was issued, now, yesterday, technically at this point, Friday afternoon at around 1 o'clock, it was only the third time that the Storm Prediction Center has ever issued a day 2 high risk, okay? 2006, 2012, and now 13 years later, high risk. Nuts. Usually when you get a high risk, again, the concern is high, pun intended. And down here in the deep south, there's typically a lot of off-ramps, and by that I'm meaning failure modes, to kind of achieving that top end. I'll tell you this, folks, a lot of those, and I promise I'm not trying to hype you up. I'm not trying to be that guy. I'm not that guy. But the exit routes, the failure modes, not there. Not there. Going to be a very difficult day for people that live in this part of the world. There's a website. I'm going to pull it up, Jack. If you can grab the PC just real quick here. This is courtesy of our good buddy, Dr. Craig Cece. FindYourTornadoShelter.com. He has built this entirely himself. He relies on crowd information to build this. And effectively, this is a map that shows you all of the tornado shelters near you. Now, you need to, if you live in Birmingham, Alabama, Tuscaloosa, Meridian, or Jackson, Mississippi, you need to be in a tornado shelter, or you need to be in a basement or in a shelter by noon. Okay? What's great about this website, you click right on it. Look at this. Good choice for travelers during the daytime. Craig's the man putting this together. Dr. Cece, I should say. It shows you the tornado shelter. This is at the Salvation Army. It gives you the address. You can click this button here to get directions to it. Limited to students and staff during school hours, available, like all this, right? Here's another one, priority for students and staff. This is amazing work here. FindYourTornadoShelter.com, okay? Jack, back to the app here. And you say, that's amazing. And then this is a single guy that made this. Again, I'm going to show you. Jack, back to the... Jack's going to hate me after today. You got it. Here he is, Dr. Craig Cece, okay? This guy's the man, okay? I met him when I was a student at Mississippi State University. He does amazing work, okay? And here he is. This was pinned on the 29th, right? Spring is coming sooner than you think. Well, look where we are now, just a couple of months later. He built this website entirely himself, FindYourTornadoShelter.com. It's CC_Stormwatch on X. Absolutely worth a follow. He's dope. All right, Jack, back to the app. Okay? FindYourTornadoShelter.com. If I had to talk to one of our satellite engineers earlier that was here in the office. I won't say him by name. I don't want to embarrass him. But he was like, "Hey, is there any? You guys are here. That means something's happening, huh?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he was like, "What about tomorrow being Saturday?" I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely." And he goes, "Oh, where?" I'm like, "Well, Mississippi, Alabama." He goes, "Oh, my mom lives in Birmingham." I said, "Well, your mom should not be in Birmingham." Scary stuff, right? Not trying to make you panicked. Now is the time to prepare. If you failed to prepare, then prepare to fail, okay? We're looking at this Jonesboro storm here, okay? Someone said it's curling up. It's curling up. You're damn right it is. Look at this, right? We talked about the rear flank downdraft back here. This is a hook echo, okay? Now, this little secondary little satellite guy off to the side here could be kind of getting in the way just a little bit here of its overall development. Right now, just radar indicated rotation, so it hasn't put anything down yet, right? That being said, we're kind of looking at some meteorological bumper cars happening right here, right? This guy that popped up here to the south, let me zoom out a little bit here, right? Wasn't really there, and now is kind of just getting in the way, seemingly. This could kind of work to shut things down a little bit, kind of choke the storm just a bit. And if I look at the correlation coefficient, which again measures objects that are being lofted vertically, yeah, you were seeing a little bit of that back here near Jonesboro kicking up something. And then particularly right here. But then as we advance it out, you're kind of losing that a little bit. It's pulling in crud in the air there. But overall, I mean, you're seeing it kind of get beaten up a little bit. Out ahead of it, the one that went through Marmaduke, this was a confirmed tornado, is now again just radar indicated. That is good. I am trying to see if we even have any PDSs left here. Of course, there are tornado watches that are in effect for the next several hours. It is 2 o'clock in the morning here on the Eastern time zone. Boy, this little shot of caffeine really helped me. I was fading before. We're good. We're good now. My guy Jack in the back, who's directing the live stream, doesn't drink caffeine. Nor does Cappucci. Isn't that amazing? I don't know how they do it. Maybe it's I have 2 kids. I'm starting to slow down. Okay. This guy down here in Mississippi. This is the one that earlier, heavy rain, radar indicated rotation. It's wrapped in rain here. But I will say, we're starting to wane. We are starting to wane. This is good, right? But still a very long night for folks. Okay? Let's do this. I'm going to get rid of the outlooks. We're going to go into the weather alerts. And we're going to go to the tornado watch. I'm going to fill this in. So folks, we're kind of coming to the end of the tornado watches here. So I think what we're going to do, someone said it's going to be a long day tomorrow too. Yeah. Someone said the winds went away in Jonesboro. That's what I was trying to tell you, right? I mean, you had that rogue little cell firing up to the south. But what you're seeing here, the yellow color, these are tornado watches. They're going to remain in effect through the overnight hours. Here in western Kentucky, PDS tornado watch, meaning that if anything develops, watch out, right? Not to say you shouldn't be prepared or you shouldn't watch out for other I'm just waiting on these to get through here. Jason is still watching. It's got to be midnight over there. Shout out. These tornado watches here are in effect. This one here for, where did it go? For Kentucky until 3 o'clock in the morning, right? You need to have ways to receive alerts. MyRadar will do that for you. It's fantastic. Wouldn't say that just because I got it across my chest here. You got to have multiple ways to receive alerts. And perhaps for people that are going to go through this, because severe weather just has a way of really humbling you a little bit, all you have to do is deal with it once. I mean, I live in Florida, right? And we've gone through Hurricane Ian, Hurricane Milton. This is what you get when you live in a place like this. I mean, there's really nowhere in the United States that's immune to severe weather. You're dealing with it in some way, shape, or form. I dealt with it when I was up in Washington State, when I was forecasting weather there in wine country, right? But you just got to have multiple ways to receive alerts. And a NOAA weather radio would be great to have it as a backup for situations like this. You just turn it on. It broadcasts any new warnings. In addition to your phone waking you up, right? If you have a watch, right? There's those alerts that are of highest priority that break through, right? Of course, then you get the EAS alerts, the emergency alert system as well. You got to have multiple ways to wake up, because you can't just wake up and start to panic. Where do I go? Where's my safe place? You got to know those things ahead of time, okay? Moving down here into Mississippi, Jackson and Tupelo here, you got until 5 a.m. I mean, what are we doing? Just continue that into tomorrow morning at that point. 5 a.m., Very, very long evening. And it's going to be a very, very long Saturday. We are here with you, though, and trying to make sure that y'all understand things that are happening around you. I usually am so much better at answering the questions that have come into the chat. I see you guys on YouTube. I see you on TikTok. Things have been so fast and furious. I've been here largely by myself, of course, along with Jack. But until we get Jack to appear on camera, it's going to be me answering the quotes. Jack's saying every time I mention that, the price goes up. So it's getting to be rather costly at this point. We'll get him on camera one of these days. And if you look on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/MyRadar, look around at some of our videos, you'll find him. Although Jack does edit some of the videos too, so I think that he purposely digitizes and blurs his face, so you may not find him. Good stuff. All right, I'm going to try my best to answer some of the questions now, okay? So I'm going to keep an eye on this storm in Jonesboro here. So stand by. I'm going to widen things out so I have a wide enough view that I can see what's going on, okay? So get your questions into the chat now. I would say that we're probably looking at roughly another 30 minutes or so before things start to... the one in Mississippi is interesting, but you can see it kind of filling out a little bit. But get your questions into the chat now. I see there's over 1,000 people in here from TikTok. Big shout out to you guys. So glad this app is still around. Not just for memes and recipes and whatnot. It's great. We'd really... 115,000 followers. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Again, it is most certainly not just me here on the MyRadar weather team. It takes a village. We've got Jack, Mauricio, Erica, Cappucci, Will Cano, Colin McCarthy, Joseph Trujillo Falcone. Whole team of folks that are behind making sure everything keeps on ticking here behind the scenes. And we have made a commitment. We've made a commitment to wanting to cover more severe weather. Someone just yelled at me in the chat, said, Indianapolis now. There's nothing in Indianapolis. Everything is west of you. You gotta chill. Will Indianapolis get hit? I mean, tonight, yes, it's going to be raining. There will be wind in Indianapolis. Whether there's a tornado, I mean, again, the tornado watch is west of you, okay? And again, that tornado watch goes until 3 o'clock in the morning. So you will have these storms blowing through overnight. So strong winds, maybe some smaller hail, maybe a tornado. I can't tell you beyond a reasonable doubt that you will see one. But again, this is why having multiple ways to receive alerts is what you need. And I'll tell you right now, up in here, the way that this is all lined up, it's looking like a lot of strong wind coming your way, okay? Right now, again, there is some rotation here near Mecca, southwest of Rockville. It's radar indicated, meaning that it's just seeing it on the radar. There's no confirmation that there's anything on the ground. Of course, you should treat all tornado warnings very seriously. But let's relax with the yelling. Come on. Okay, the person yelling now, Stillwater, Oklahoma. I mean, you've got fires burning out that way, but there's nothing happening over there. Okay? All right. Get your questions into the chat. Again, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us here on TikTok. I mean, it really means the world to us. We broke 100,000 likes. Thank you very much for that as well. Again, tap on the screen. Let us know you're watching if you're watching on TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, what's up, all you YouTube folks? I'm really grasping here. We'd really appreciate it if you hit that thumbs up button. Again, the algorithms, the mysterious algorithms, are all very, very important. And they will help us grow in the long run. So if you enjoy what we're doing here, please help us in growing, being a part of their journey. We got a new tornado warning up here. Is that for northern Indiana? It is. South of Gary. Radar indicated rotation. I'm not seeing anything that's jumping out at me. It's just radar indicated as of now. Okay? It's these guys down here that are quite concerning. Okay? If you're watching on YouTube, that thumbs up goes a super long way. Leave us a comment. Let us know if you've been enjoying the coverage, right? That really, really helps. Subscribe to the channel. It's free, right? And turn on the notifications. That way you know whenever we drop a new video, whenever we go live, which, is in a couple hours from now. We'll be right back here, going late probably again tomorrow. Yeah, we're on X streaming right now as well. If you're watching, hey, what's up? All you folks on X, follow us. That's free too, right? And best of all, what is free is the MyRadar app. You can download it on Windows, iOS, Android. It's free, right? What I will say is, of course, there are premium features in the app. You don't need them. The app is free to download. More than 15 million people a month use MyRadar. We're one of the highest rated weather apps in the world. I believe it's a 4.8 rating on the Apple App Store. It's pretty darn good. Just saying. And it's free. Beyond that, if you'd like to use the premium features like I've been using all night long, the per station radar functionality here, if you go into the settings menu in the app, the little gear icon, and right up here, premium subscription, you just click that or tap on that, whatever platform you're on. And there is a free trial if you'd like to take them for a whirl. Okay? My little soapbox. All right, I'm going to answer some of your questions now, all right? Let's see what we got. There's people in YouTube asking about Mount Vernon, Indiana. We kind of talked about Indiana a little bit. So Drew here saying the tornado the one in Mississippi. Again, I don't know where your reports are coming from, right? Well-built structures, folks trapped. I mean, that's true. That's terrible. Thing been on the ground for almost 40 minutes. Dude, you got to understand something. The fact that it's by itself, he's talking about this one right here, right? It's by itself. I've been saying that all night long. It's discrete, right? Linear storms are bad, right? You can get embedded spin within the line. They can bring very powerful winds, but it's these discrete storms that are by themselves that are the ones to watch out for. They are the troublemakers. These storms do not want to share with anything around them, okay? Imagine it like when you're getting up out of bed in the morning and you're getting a good stretch in. And you're stretching up like this, but you can't get your arms beyond this because you got something blocking you over here. You got something else blocking you over here. It's kind of what happens a little bit, with these supercells because they are selfish. They want nothing getting in the way. They want bright, beautiful sunshine out ahead of it to get nice and tall, get that big stretch, okay? So for this thing to be on the ground for 40 minutes, if it has been, I believe it for sure. We saw images of a different wedge tornado earlier near Morgan City, Missouri. It was huge, right? Just you wait, by the way, for the way things are going to go later today in Mississippi and Alabama. If you think that is ginormous, right? Okay. People are yelling at me about Memphis. There's nothing in Memphis. Someone said, Dominic, you're still watching? Should I go to bed or stay up? I thought you were at the airport. Remember you flying home? Heather, thank you so much for the support. Appreciate it. Dominic, should I go to bed or stay up? Chicago right now. Well, again, I thought you were at the airport. Sir, you can go to sleep, right? Just have ways to get alerts. Don't get it twisted. Milwaukee, same thing. Sandy Rose, shout out. All these people yelling at me about Memphis. Sandy, it's okay. It's all right. I'm more concerned about like over and over and over and over and over and over again messaging and then bad language. To be quite candid, the bad language doesn't bother me all that much. It's just the over and over and over again, right? The app does give great alerts. I agree. All right. So there's absolutely, I got to find some folks that may be on TikTok that would be willing to mod for us because the bots are back. They're back. Got to block all these folks. All right. Folks, get your questions into me, and I will answer as many as I can here. Megan, I apologize. Looks like things are dying down. Is that correct? That's a loaded question that you're asking, in the sense where the larger scale, sure, right? But this is all just gonna go right into later today, right? A very, very serious severe weather outbreak is likely to occur in Mississippi and Alabama. For the record, we will have a forecast video out from meteorologist Matthew Cappucci tomorrow, in a couple of hours from now. So look for that in the app. We'll also have an update for the folks along the East Coast because there's a severe weather risk there as well. This is going to continue to work its way eastward. Could even be a threat for a strong tornado in the Florida Panhandle late Saturday night into early Sunday morning. And then Sunday, someone said, are you going to go to sleep sometime tonight? I'd like to, right? Thanks for staying. Listen, this is what I'm here for, right? This is why Jack is here. I know Jack's not a meteorologist, right? But this is when you got to make it count, right? But, we're here for you guys. So many questions coming in here. Thank you for the donuts, Steffi. Appreciate it. And thank you guys for following and sharing. Appreciate it so much. Someone said, not the bots. Yeah, no kidding. Guess that means we're doing something right? And for the record, I'm a meteorologist. I'm not just saying that to say, oh, I'm a meteorologist, right? I've dedicated my life to studying this science, right? I'm not just some dude on TikTok yammering away about the weather. And no disrespect to the yammerers. I could talk for 24 hours, right? But when it comes to weather, this is my thing, okay? I'm game to mod. You guys are awesome. Send us a DM. That's the best I can say, because it's every time I say this now, we get flooded with requests to mod. Is the tornado going to hit Nashville? What are you talking about? I mean, the line that's coming in from all these right now, that one is radar indicated. This one is, okay, public confirmed tornado. That one right here. Another 5 minutes. I'm not seeing anything there, though. That could have been, I mean, I assume that this is right here, right? We got this one back here, but this guy right into here. Yeah, right here. Let's see. Homestown, Wardell, you need to be in your safe place, right? And up here into Marston, shout out to John. Same thing, damaging tornado. Yeah, so is it going to hit Nashville, Tennessee? For that thing to be on the ground for that long would be pretty spectacular. Unlikely? It's just nonstop. Radar indicated. And then up into here, radar indicated. So yeah, that line, how's this guy doing down here? Radar indicated, and there's another one there. So we got two spin-ups. I'm seeing things. I thought I just read something. I'm like, wait a second. That's something I've never seen before. So yeah, it's still wrapped up in rain over Derma right now, pushing toward Vardaman and Houston. Okay, it's up there in Indiana. Darn, look at that up into Gary. That thing won't quit either. It's this little kink in the line right here into Ross. That's what they're looking at here. I gotta switch radar. I'm pulling a terminal one. Hang on. And it's a mess up there. This is all, again, part of this larger kind of messy mess up there. Indiana, how we doing? See, every time I now keep getting into this here when I'm trying to answer your questions, guys. Bloomingdale, Waveland, up here some rotation. This isn't radar. This is just radar indicated, right? Yeah. Another 18 minutes to go. Okay. What did listen guy for a while now? Y'all are wasting this. Okay, homeboy on YouTube here. I've been streaming for 9 hours. Okay, trying to fill time a little bit here. I don't know. You could go somewhere else, right? Not forcing you to stay. Ah, the SEC tournament is in Nashville, Drew. I overlooked that. Good point. A lot of people in Nashville there. Interesting. SEC, good basketball teams this year. I lived in Kentucky. Shout out to Lexington. Yeah, we'll see. All right. What else we got? What other questions we got? What else questions we got? Terre Haute, Indiana. We just talked about that. Ozark, Alabama. Wait, Ozark, Alabama? Okay. There's nothing in Alabama yet. Chat, we're cooked. Listen, you just have to be prepared, right? Just have to be prepared. Okay? Again, if you guys have any questions, now's the time to get them in. Georgia, nothing in Georgia as of yet. Alexis asked, what time is it picking up later? I mean, it's not going to stop, really. It's just going to keep on rocking through the morning hours. I say that as if that's not like right now, right? Northwest Indiana. Yeah, we talked about that up into Gary. It's radar indicated, right? Being that there's the spin up there, but nothing on the ground. Did Springfield, Missouri get damaged at all? I can't recall. We had a lot going through there. Heather asked for later today, Murfreesboro. My best friend lives there and is a weather watcher. You're talking about Tennessee? Madisonville, Kentucky. So you're in the line here. I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings to your west, right? And looking in here, the only one that, there's 2. This one here near Vienna, radar indicated. And this one here, radar indicated. Again, this is all kind of coming together into that line rather than the one over, this one farther south. This guy down here. Or this one down here, right? This is all by its lonesome. Although that being said, it was alone right here. That was what time? About an hour and 15 minutes ago. But now as we continue to advance out, you can see some of that moisture coming in from the south. Look at all the way it's filling in, right? So it's kind of sapping the juice away from it a little bit. Near Evansville, so we're talking about Indiana. Oh my gosh, so many. I mean, radar indicated, right? You need to be prepared to act. Look at that, just got rid of it. Things are waning, right? All right, let me just double check, make sure I'm not missing anything. Then I'll answer some of your questions, and then we will probably end up rounding things out here. It's going to be a very busy Saturday. Again, if you don't have the MyRadar app already, download it. It's free. We'll keep you updated throughout the evening. Okay, hang on a second. What do we got here? Radar indicated. This is the one in Mississippi, right? I'm not making it up. Yeah. Golly, man, that thing is rain wrapped. Look at that rotation. Look at that. Vardaman, Houston, need to be in your safe place right now. I mean, Vardaman, it is over top of you. Look at that, right? So green, winds toward the radar, red, away. So that is some spin in there, boy. Holy cow. Let's look at the correlation coefficient. Not showing us any debris being lofted. So this could just be working its way up from the south. It's possible. Thank you, Skylar. Appreciate it. Hey, and while you're at it, if you downloaded the app, leave us a review wherever you download it. I would really appreciate that as well. Okay. All right. Okay, folks. That's kind of the biggest show in town. I'm not trying to leave you here, but we're going to be back here in literally a couple of hours for another incredibly long stream. What I'll say is I appreciate all of you joining us greatly. A big shout out to meteorologist Matthew Cappucci. I mean, he literally has traversed 3 states today. I mean, 4 if you count Virginia. He went to D.C. to the airport and then flew from D.C. to New Orleans and then drove from New Orleans to Mississippi, where he is now, to chase the high-risk severe weather. Crazy. We've got Jack, who has been working all day today. We've been streaming now for 9 hours. It's a lot, right? We're here for you. Mauricio, Erica, everybody on the team, right? I'm just ramping now. But anywho, thank you so much for watching us tonight. Whichever social media platform you chose to watch us on, in the app as well, we truly, truly appreciate it. If you're watching us here on TikTok, tap on the screen. We're at 108,000 likes. If we can get to 110, hey, that'd be awesome. Appreciate it so much. We got some more stuff to do here post live stream, and especially to get ready. Big shout out to the folks watching us on Twitch. You can follow us there. Use a Twitch Prime. Use Jeff Bezos' money to subscribe to us, you know? Appreciate it. What else? Follow us on X, Instagram, all the social media platforms. Of course, you can follow us on YouTube as well if you're watching us here on YouTube. The chat was awesome tonight on YouTube. Thank you so much. Again, be sure to... Leah, can you answer questions instead of talking about following you? I have been talking and answering your questions for 9 hours. Send us a DM. We'd be happy to answer your questions. Okay? Okay. Doug, I see you. I notice you. I acknowledge you. Okay? I acknowledge you, Doug. Okay? My tribal chief. All right? Guys, that's going to be it for our live stream tonight. We're going to be back in a couple of hours for when things are nuts, okay? So, again, follow us on our platforms. We are everywhere. Download the MyRadar app. It is completely free to download. Thank you to all of your support across all of our platforms, and thank you so much for joining us. For Jack in the back, the Iron Man, and for everybody on the team, our hardworking developers, from Jason to Andy to Seth to all of them, and of course our satellite engineers. We love our satellite engineers. Thank you so much for watching. I have been Mike. You've been great. Stay safe and stay dry. We will see you here in a couple of hours. Peace.
Stop it right here. Stop right here. We gotta back up. Back it up. Back it up.